Hello, hello, a very good afternoon to you, and welcome to another live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. Here it is, it's the big day. This has been a long time coming. It's been months and months and months since we first heard about this. Here is the Fenix Simulations A320 CEO for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Today we're going to be taking it for a classic flight for this channel, a summer holiday charter from here in Bristol down to Zakynthos, classic JMC route as well. So I absolutely cannot resist the opportunity to use this fantastic livery. I will say we're using Orbex scenery at both ends, so keep that in mind, that this is not the default scenery. And I'm noticing on VATSIM, as well as the first officer arriving, I am getting a few frame drops, mainly caused by my the amount of scenery and I think traffic on VATSIM. So yes, exciting stuff. I am very, very, very excited to take this into the air and show it to you all. It's been a long time coming. The Fenix team have been hard at work. You can hear the first officer complaining in the background there. So it's great to have you all here with us today, and I've got all afternoon set aside to show this to you. So yeah, it's going to be good fun, good fun. You guys need to keep me updated on the audio levels, because as ever it's very difficult to keep track of it. Thank you for all those follows on Twitch. That's incredibly incredibly generous. I suspect that is maybe that could be a glitch from Streamlabs putting through all of the subscriptions. So what I'm going to do, sorry if you have just followed on Twitch, I'm just going to mute the alert box for a moment because it's going to keep ringing otherwise, but I will remember to turn it on. And Pol9, thank you so much, Pol, for your €20 super chat. Far too generous as ever, Pol9, and there's a You Are Amazing pair sticker, so thanks so much, Pol. Really, really appreciate it. Very kind of you, and thanks so much for joining us today. I won't spend too long chatting on the ground with chat because there's going to be a lot to cover today. So we'll get into the air. We've got 3 hours to talk on the route, so we'll get plenty of talking in, don't you worry. But yeah, thanks so much, Paul. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. And thanks to all those followers if they have just followed now, but I suspect those are from left over from a few days, but still, welcome. Right, yeah, very exciting. Let me go over to the multi-stream and yeah, maybe they are. Oh, there is a raid. All right, thank you all for coming. I don't know who raided. I can't see that, but that's a remarkable remarkable number. Normally it tells me, but it seems to have got lost in the mystery. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's from Italy. Right, okay, so we currently have 2,000 viewers as opposed to our normal 200. So yeah, we are currently experiencing a raid from Sabaku Namaku, very, very famous Italian streamer. So there it is. Well, I can't keep up with that. This is not the sort of thing we're used to. This is a much slower paced channel over here. So thank you all for coming along. I can't even get through the names. And thank you all for your follows. Wow, goodness me. Yeah, so apologies to those of you in chat who I've missed, but yeah, thank you so much. Genuine raid on Twitch, says Dougal. So yeah, we're currently running with 2,000 viewers, which is quite something. So thank you all for coming along. And yeah, I don't know how many of you have been waiting for the A320 from Fenix to arrive in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but anyway, that's what we're looking at today. New highly detailed add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator. We're not flying in Italy, which is of course presumably what Sabaku was showing you, the Italian update to Microsoft Flight Simulator. We'll be flying a route down to Greece, funnily enough, but there we go. So thank you all for coming along, and thanks for those follows to those of you who have very, very kindly followed along. I don't know how to handle that many viewers at all. Leaf, thank you so much, Leaf, for your very, very generous, very kind 500 Swedish krona donation. Really appreciate it. It's far too generous. Leaf says, Dear 320 Sim Pilot, a huge thank you for your tireless efforts, sharing your deep knowledge in such a friendly and pedagogical, I think I got that right, manner. We're so spoiled having access to your skills, which cannot be valued enough. Leaf, you're far too kind. I did receive your email. Thank you so much. And thank you for that incredibly generous donation. Really don't know what to say. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much for coming on today, and thank you for being so kind about the channel. Really appreciate it. So very kind. Thank you, Pol9. Thank you, Lee, for those kind donations. Goodness me. I promise everyone we will get on with the stream. George very kindly donated £10. George, again, I don't know what to say. Thank you, George. George says, friendly skies, Cap, going to watch the stream when I get home. I have to get back to work now. It's far too kind, George. You didn't need to do that, but I really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much for coming along and kindly donating towards the channel. We'll see you in the replay later on. It's great to have you here, and I hope work treats you well. Then we're going to jump to Ethan, who's very kindly super chatted $20. So Ethan says, hello Captain, greetings from America. First time catching a live stream and I'm excited to see. Thanks for your educational and entertaining videos. Really kind, Ethan. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you've been enjoying the videos. It's been a real treat. So thank you for coming along, and thank you for being so kind and donating towards the channel. Yeah, really far too generous. So thank you, Ethan. Thank you, George. Thank you, Leaf. All incredibly generous, and Pole9, of course. Goodness me. RB, thank you very much. Oh dear. Yeah, we have a lot of new viewers, I think, or first-time stream catchers. So yeah, thank you for coming along. We do stream quite regularly on the channel, but of course we've just had a few videos lately, more than we have had streams. So let me jump onto Twitch. Twitch, I do apologise that I missed so many of you, but yeah, it's great to see you all come along. Going to need a bigger plane for all these viewers, says Slowpro. Indeed, we will. Yeah, so thank you to Sabaki for bringing you all over. Goodness me, yeah, there's been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages from the huge community over in Italy. So anyway, thank you all for coming along, and apologies, but thank you all for those follows that I totally misinterpreted. Right, don't worry, we love Sabaku and planes, so we're here, says Xander. There you go. That's all we need to know. So I am streaming live on both YouTube and Twitch. My YouTube channel has videos on it. If you're new on Twitch, you can watch my YouTube channel for videos, but I will stream both on YouTube and Twitch. So feel free to join along on either. Right, let's see, am I managing to keep up here? No, I'm not. 11 Clark M has super chatted £4.49. Really appreciate it. 11 Clark says, the way you explain everything so attentively without patronising makes learning these sim aircraft fantastically fun. Thank you for your efforts. I really appreciate it, 11 Clark. Far too generous. Thank you so much. And Michael John's also super chatted £5. Afternoon Captain, of course, this channel is without peer, but your excited reaction to being able to show this off is worth the donation alone. Thank you, Michael. Far too kind. Nobody needs to do this. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, 11 Clark M, as well, for those incredibly kind donations, and thanks for all the new subscriptions and follows. Really, really great to see. So to those of you new to the channel, I'll do a little intro. We haven't done the intro for a while. So yeah, I am a real world Airbus pilot, and I make these videos and guides to mainly educate, or say educate, to show people the A320, give a bit of a clue about what it's all about, and also, of course, give you some ideas of how we operate the aircraft in real life, and some of the little behind the scenes bits that go on as part of operating an airline like this day to day. I've got lots of videos, but we also live stream where we chat and I can answer your questions live, which is always good fun. So thank you all for coming along. Thank you for those incredibly generous donations, and I can only apologize if I've missed anything, but we will get on with the show now, I promise. Thank you again to Leaf as well, who sent me an email also explaining, so thank you, very kind. Right, well, what a start. Here we go. So I've got the streams mixed, so let me just make sure that works. There we go. Okay. Right. Richard V says, if you are enjoying it, of course, please hit the like button, but I appreciate you may not want to yet, as I haven't done anything except talk, but great to have you all here. So let's get on with the show. So we are going to depart this cold and dark Fenix Simulations A320. This is a new add-on, not yet released. This is a preview build. I must stress that at the start. So this is a build that is we're getting close to release, of course, but it is a release candidate. It is not necessarily the final release aircraft. So this is a serious add-on. I have been very lucky. I've been in the alpha and beta team for this aircraft, so that spans months. The alpha was running for a long time, where there were not just me. My contribution was very small. There have been other real-world pilots and plenty of other just engineers and testers working so hard, let alone the Fenix team themselves, who have been working tirelessly to get this aircraft to the state it's in now. So yeah, it's been going for months and months, and then obviously we've had the beta over the last few weeks, and now since the NDA was lifted, we've been able to show you. So it's been really a real treat, and I think you're all going to be very excited. This is it's just another level of simulation of these aircraft. It's really something special. So yeah, it's just going to be something else. So we're going to go through it today, and there may well be little issues and details. It's a work in progress still, remember, and of course the team are going to be working hard on it even after release, so please don't panic. But yeah, love this livery. This is a 90s UK airline. I flew on this as a child going on holiday, so it always brings back good memories for me. And it became Thomas Cook. A lot of you will be familiar with Thomas Cook. So this is James Mason Cook. It was Thomas Cook's son, so that's why it's called JMC Air. One of the smartest liveries that's been around, although I've spoken to several pilots who have flown this livery and they universally hated it. I'm hoping there's some out there who did like it, because I think it's just fantastic, but none of them seem to. So yeah, so Lustage, good to see you. Lustage says, it seems I should improve my Italian for this chat. Indeed. Goodness me. Right. So yeah, as I said, if you are new to the Airbus, I've got some videos and we've got a tutorial coming very soon on this specific aircraft, including how to load it up and use the EFB, a lot of which we're going to cover today. So this is how the aircraft would be found at the start of a day at work. So a typical day for a pilot is going to involve flying to Zakynthos and back again, of course, and you'll come to the aircraft and it's cold and dark. The pilots shouldn't really be sat there just yet, but it's running, sitting here with the ground power unit plugged in, and it's not ready to go at all. It's cold and dark, meaning all the power's off, the GPU's plugged in, so it's ready to be powered on, but it's not ready to go. So let's take you for a quick stroll around the outside, because we can't resist doing that, of course, with the new aircraft. So I'm so sorry I'm missing out on all the chat. It's just moved so fast, but thank you all for coming along. Yeah, so if you look, the texturing around this whole aircraft is remarkable. We've got loads and loads and loads and loads of detailed and weathered textures, which is something I really like. There's no aircraft, they don't look new after a few months on the line. They are just grubby, and these CEO aircraft certainly are going to be looking a little bit older these days. I'm using the drone to use for this external camera. So yeah, so as we move around the aircraft, you're going to see endless details and texturing that just always looks great. This says warning hot. This is a drain mask, for example, and they've got the right decal on it. It does, of course, say warning hot. It's heated because in flight, the sinks drain out of there and it would freeze up if it was not heated. So you don't want to touch that. You don't want to smack your head on it. And when you're doing your walk around, you don't want to walk just about here, because it will drain sink water onto you if anyone uses it. Likewise, if it's windy, you don't want to stand downwind of it. Ask me how I know. So as we look around the nose gear, you're going to see the ridiculous level of modelling we've got. So hydraulic lines, this is the hydraulic actuator. So that's all very well and good, but not only is it spot on, again, you've got all the right decals showing, which is just fantastic. It's amazing. I really love it. Look at the tyre as well. They do get surprisingly worn out, these tyres. They go from 0 to 200 miles an hour and then back to sort of 30 miles an hour and then stop, and then they sit there overnight getting cold, and then they have to do it all again. So yeah, it's really quite something. Right, greetings Boeing versus Airbus, good to see you, thanks for coming along. And indeed, we can have a little tour of the aircraft from a pilot. Exactly, to those of you joining us on Twitch. So as we move around the nose gear, this is the sort of thing we have to look at: tyre pressure and checking all the bolts are in the right place. But you can see lovely marks on the rubber there. And sometimes you'll do your walk around and the nose gear will need changing. It does happen. As we move up, we've got the lights. So you've got the runway turn-off lights down here, and then you've got the taxi and takeoff lights up here. These all will have to be off on stand. They're very bright. They will do some damage to the ground crew's eyes if they see them. Here we have a little nose wheel steering disconnect box. So this is currently showing red. The parking brake is set, and then in here a little pin is applied by the ground staff before pushing the aircraft back, and that is to make sure the steering is disconnected, so that when you power on the engines, the hydraulic systems will come online, and we don't want the nose to start turning whilst we're being pushed back, because of course the tug is going to push us back and choose that. So when you're a passenger, you may well see, after you've pushed back and you come to a stop, if you look out, it will only be on one side, but you will actually see the ground crew walk off and wave a red sort of flag in their hand, and that is them showing us that they have removed this pin. But it's not to worry, we actually have a memo on the flight deck. We can see whether that pin is inserted or not. But some aircraft didn't have that system. Here we have the little ground power panel, and up in here, I don't know if I can get the camera around properly for you. There we go. We've got the ground power unit plugged in, which is providing us with AC electricity, and then you've got the ability to sort out there is actually a possibility to put out an APU fire if you need to, and talk to the talk to the pilots, plug in your headset and so on. That goes in there. Good stuff. And this is what I'm going to mean with this aircraft. It's got everything. So we've got the static ports here. I'm not going to be able to talk about everything because it's just too much. I'll have to do a video of a walk around on this. So these are the static ports for our altimeters. This is the avionics inlet. So this is where air is drawn in to cool the avionics bay. This is an angle of attack indicator. There are two on this side. So there's another one up here. You can see the streaks of grime along the fuselage. Amazing piece of modeling. And if you look, you can actually see the you've got the streaks from the grime that's gone with the airflow, and then you've got the parking grime coming from the windows, which you often see. That's a wing light. Not particularly useful on the Airbus, but we do have them anyway. As we move forward, we've got the one of the avionics hatches, oxygen discharge. So we have an oxygen bottle in there. If it leaks, then it will push that disc out. So we check that on the walk around to make sure we still have crew oxygen if we need it, because unlike passengers, we don't have oxygen generators in the event of a decompression. We just have a stored amount. Then we have our pitos. So these are two pitos on this side. This is a total air temperature probe. Sitting on the front, slightly different shape, so that's for telling the temperature of the aircraft or skin or the front of the aircraft as we fly along. These give us our airspeed. More avionics hatches. We've got another standby static port at the front there, and then this is the radome. This is composite, not metal like the rest of the airplane, so this is quite easily damaged by birds and so on. If it is, it has to be replaced usually. Metal you can buff out a bit more easily, but this one cannot. Right. As we move along the other side, you'll see more of the same, but this time you'll get the just one of the probes, because we have 2 on the other side. Then you've got more statics. Angle of attack is up there above the cargo door, and then here's the outflow. So you'll see if you're in the terminal looking at pilots do their walk around, you'll see as they pass this vent they get blasted with air. There's no noise coming from it now because of course the airplane is powered off, but when it's powered on, these blast air out. So yeah, quite common. You get usually quite warm air coming from the avionics bay, where it's cooling all the computers. The reason this is not metal is because the radar has to see through it, so if this was metal it would not work. So this has to be composite, whereas the rest of the airframe is made of metal. That's why. Right. You can indeed enable brake fans, so we may well choose to do that, and I'll show you how. Cargo hold, yeah, not much to say about that. It's greatly modelled. They always look like this, just a complete mess of scratches, because of course they have a lot of use. And then you've got all those stickers. Excellent, 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 excellent. They've even put the refueling panel, which is over here, and then you've got more, more of the underwing we've seen already. So this is our landing light. These are our fuel pumps, currently off, but you can hear them whirring when you do your walk around. We usually turn them off for the walk around anyway. Oh, sorry, for the turnaround if it's a long enough turnaround. I will not be using CPDLC on this in this flight today. I'll talk about that why in a moment. Landing gear then, the main landing gear, so this is without the brakes. I have done a video showing you some of these details, but yeah, this is the non-brake fan version, which is quite common. You don't need brake fans. You can land quite heavy Airbuses on short runways in hot weather and still not need them, but some airlines like to have them, of course. However, they cost money and they need maintenance and they cost weight, so they weigh more, so it's expensive to have them because they burn more fuel. The airplane will weigh a bit more. Round to the engines, CFM 56 engines on this aircraft, so we haven't seen much of these on the channel. They are, the CFM company went on to make obviously our LEAP engines, which we are a bit more familiar with, but yeah, I'm not overly familiar with all of the details of this engine, but you get a little oil access door, and just again, the details as we zoom in, absolutely amazing. Yeah, we haven't seen it much on the channel. You can see it wimbling. It will change the wimbling speed as you change the weather on the simulator. So yeah, it's just ticking over, and you can see it's actually going slightly the wrong way, so we must have a slight tailwind sitting here on stand. Very common. Sometimes you'll do your walk around and it's spinning so fast you can't actually slow it down. There's nothing you can do about that. You just try and get a good picture. What I try and do when that happens, when it's just whizzing around, is sort of defocus my eyes slightly from it, and then you can get a sense if there's any bulges or shapes or lumps on it that shouldn't be there, i.e. a fan blade that's been damaged. Beautiful texturing. This livery, by the way, made by the Fenix team, and they've done a fantastic job. Why do they have the swirl in the middle? Well, that's important for letting the ground staff know it's spinning or not. It can be hard, especially at night, to see if this engine is spinning. So the ground crew need to know if it is, obviously, because it could be sucking in air and then it's dangerous. So if this is whizzing round, you might not see it. It's just a disc. Whereas the spinning in the middle, you'll be able to see if it's moving or not. So that's why that's there. I know there's thoughts that it's a bird scare and all sorts, but no, I don't believe that is the case. Moving on along the wing, loads and loads and loads of textures and details. There is a fuel cap fitted backwards, which does happen occasionally. Then you've got these streaks of grime coming from the edges. What we've got here is this is where you'll check for the fuel overpressure, but that's not modelled because, of course, that's a physical function. NAC events, this is to provide pressure into the outboard fuel tanks to make sure that there's a bit of positive air pressure in there, and another overpressure valve. Out at the wings, we've got our nav lights. You don't need them for daylight flight, so we won't actually need them for this sector today. The aileron is correctly drooping down, as you would expect it to. So it's drooping down because there's no hydraulic pressure, so this is normal for the walk around. You'll notice more modern aircraft, NEO in particular, tend to have their flight controls stay neutral for longer, whereas these older ones don't. Moving along the flaps then, these are all tucked in and away. You have the static wicks on the back of the flap pylons. That is to reduce the static interference. So as we fly through the air, the aircraft builds up static charge. And what we're doing here is discharging it back into the air. So if you don't have these, if these come off or go missing, which is very rare, they're surprisingly robust. I don't think I've ever seen one missing on a walk around unless it's already reported. But these, if they're missing, certain ones on certain pylons can actually make the radio reception worse, so you'll hear sort of static interference. So they are designed just to release the static electricity back into the air. Then we get to the back of the engine. Yeah, nothing surprising here. It is just beautifully modelled, as you would hope. I don't know when this will be released. I know that question is going to come up a lot. I don't yet know. Go to Fenix. Fenix have their Discord and their website, which will be the places to get that information. But for now, we don't have, or we don't know of a release date. I am not officially part of the Fenix team, I must stress as well. I was just on the alpha and beta. Good. So I talked about the landing gear, things like the fact that we have the extension here. So if you weigh down the aircraft, this will obviously go down. It becomes heavier. Then this are your brake calipers on the inside. We don't have fans to worry about. Landing lights up there folded away. As we go around the back, more antennas, more holds, but let's get to this part of the aircraft. Just look at the texturing, unreal. We've got the outflow valve, so this is sitting open as it would on the aircraft sitting on the ground. So we pressurize the airplane by pumping in lots and lots of air from the engines, from the early stages of the engines, and then we pump it in. The aircraft pressurizes, and then we let certain amounts out. So in flight, this is closed. On the ground, it's open, so we don't overpressure the airplane on ground. Very important. This is another drain mast. This is where we sort out potable and toilet water. What are those needle things on the end of the wings? Yes, so that's the static wicks, Alan. That's what they're doing. Good. This is a vent for the system that flushes the toilet. So that smells terrible when it vents, and you don't want to be standing anywhere near it, or you will know about it. Great. Move around the tail then. This is the APU, the auxiliary power unit, little jet engine in the back to provide us with electricity and air on the ground. So that's currently off. We're using the GPU, ground power unit. These are noisy to use the APU. It's a mini jet engine, so we try not to use those until we're ready to go. But with COVID being a thing, we actually run them a bit more often now to make sure there's enough ventilation in the cabin because we use it for air conditioning. Great. Now, as we move around the other side, you'll see the steps. These are custom steps for the Fenix. I'll show you how we selected those in a moment. And you will see that you can walk up the steps into the cabin, and we have a full cabin modeled. Just brilliant. What a treat. And the sounds do change as you move around. Right, I'm not going to take you through the other side, of course, because it is largely very, very, very similar. You see the cones as well laid out, which is great detailing. So they'll put a cone around the wingtip, and they'll put a cone in front of the engines on pretty much everywhere you park up. Do we have chocks fitted? Yes, we do. So chock on the nose gear, chock on the main gear. They will always chock an aircraft to make sure that it can't roll anywhere. So one on the front and one on the back like that. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Right, let us jump up into the flight deck. Finally, it's taken us almost half an hour, but we will get going and underway. So just one last look at that ridiculous external model. It's a real treat. You can see the PBR textures and so on are just so on point. There's a door, by the way, all the decals on the door, little window. Love it. So I'm actually going to, let me just move the drone view somewhere outside, and we're going to hop into the flight deck. Whoops. There we go. Okay, so here we are then. I'm using an Xbox controller for the drone. That's how I do that. So that was a strange sound I noticed last time I flew. Says 95. Yeah, could well be. Could well be. Lots of noises that we'll talk about. What's next is why you're not allowed to walk under the wing as a passenger. So you're not allowed to walk under the wing because, of course, if the aircraft's being refueled or something like that, you can actually have fuel overflow where it comes out of the wings. There's a few reasons like that it's just not sensible to have passengers walking underneath the wings, especially maybe the flight controls are going to be moved by engineers, all sorts. So it's better to have people away from them. So yeah, that's just a typical way to do that. I'm really sorry to the chat that I'm going to miss lots of things. Thank you for all those follows. Really, really, really appreciate it. Pol9 has super chatted another 10 euros, so I really, really appreciate it. Let me just see if I can... Yeah, well, Pol9, thank you so much. Pol9 says, can we expect advanced tutorials from you with Fenix A320? Thank you for the super chat, Pol9. Really appreciate it. Yes, we would be doing full tutorials with the Fenix A320. Absolutely. Absolutely, Pol9. So thank you so much for your very kind donation. We've also got... I'm just going to enable the alerts for a second before we get powering up. I'm so sorry about this, everyone, but yeah, this is a stream. I have the videos if you'd like those. So I'm just going to allow the alerts to run. But Antonio has tipped very kindly $35.23. Really appreciate it, Antonio. It's incredibly generous. Antonio says, thanks so much for sharing all your knowledge. Appreciate all the time you put into your videos and streams, mate. Thank you, Antonio. Really, really, really very too kind of you. Let me just run that one again. And thank you so much for your very kind tip. It's very generous, and I really, really appreciate it. It's been great fun doing these videos, but it's always great fun to chat with you as well. So thank you so much, Antonio. And thank you, Slavik, for your very kind five zloty donation. Really appreciate it, Slavik. Thank you so much. It was a super chat, so I imagine there was a sticker that I've missed. Leaf, thank you again for your very, very kind donation as well earlier on. Let me see if I can find the Slavik. Slavik, thank you so much. Are the footrests work, so Slavik? Footrests do not currently work. No. If I click on them, they do not. So there you go. You found something. But thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate it. And thank you to Pol9. And let's make sure I get it right. And Antonio, really very kind. Okay, good news. So thank you all for those new follows and subscriptions. Really, really appreciate it. Right. Moving on then. It is time to get this airplane powered up. I have a cup of tea sitting here that I have a feeling I'm not going to get a chance to get around to. But we have a 3-hour flight ahead of us. Like I say, I've set aside the afternoon. I'm here to have this talk. It's 3 hours, 25-minute flight. Well, we're going to see all of that shortly. So this is cold and dark, which you can do through the sim settings in the Fenix EFB. That's in panel state. And I've got cold and dark set as my default. So you load up the airplane. It sits there running for just a second before it thinks about it. And then it puts us all into this. Yeah, it does indeed feel a lot busier in the whole checkpoint. It is indeed. So thanks for coming along, Checkpoint. And of course, thank you to everyone joining us today. I hope you enjoy it. Could you turn off noise for the alerts and just leave the message? I don't think I can. So let me get rid of the alert box again. And I'm sure there is a way, but I certainly don't know it. So I will occasionally, if you do very kindly donate, I really appreciate it. I will go back through and check every now and then. Likewise, feel free to I will enable the alerts again in flight when I'm sure things will calm down slightly. Right. So anyway. This is the EFB, so this is the homepage it loads onto. It is a remarkable achievement, and it is so powerful and so detailed. So this is where we're going to start the flight from. I've actually just made a tutorial showing this, but I'm going to obviously go through it with you now as well. So what we're going to do is, first of all, click on the Fenix app, and in here, go to My Flight. So it's all in order. So Fenix is the first app, and it's along here. And all I'm going to do is tap to import from SimBrief. So I've set up my flight on SimBrief. And it should appear, here we go, in 52 minutes. That's good. That's a bit later than I thought. 15:30 Zulu. No, that should go in 32 minutes. So there we go. That's because I've loaded up the plane so much longer ago. But there we go. So we are going from Bristol to Zakynthos. And it imports it like that, gives us our flight number. We are JMC 309. And we are planning to arrive. It looks like we're going to arrive slightly late, so it must be quite a long flight time. 3 hours and 8 minutes, there you go, is the expected flight time. So quite a long flight for this one. Plenty to talk about as we get underway. Katie did a great job on the EFB, says so indeed. And yes, you can use it on another device, but I'm going to use it all in the sim. And that's typically how I do things on this channel, so that everybody can see it. And if you're not using another device, it makes more sense. Otherwise, it's more difficult for me. So I actually really appreciate that it works all on the screen. So there we go. And you can actually adjust the departure time. So we'll stick with 30 Zulu. Right, moving on, we've got the weather. So this gives you a brief idea of the departure weather. So it's 280 at 10 here in Bristol. It means we're going off the westerly facing runway, 16 degrees, and a QNH of 1020. Now, I am on VATSIM for today's flight, so that means we'll be talking to real air traffic controllers, or I say live air traffic controllers, but I don't think there's anybody running this airport right now. No, it's a sunny afternoon in the UK, so most people are not sitting inside VATSIMing. 14:39 is the current time in the sim. Right, you've absolutely solved it for me, and I wanted real time. So we've got real time and live weather. There we go. That is my fault. Thank you so much. Great spot. So let's go back. There we go, 28 minutes. Brilliant. Yeah, and now it all makes sense. Thank you so much. I thought I'd turn that on. Good. So weather is there. Arrival weather. Lo and behold, Zakynthos is, there we go, 03016. So northerly wind, 22 degrees, fuel cloud. So a nice day there, although it's surprisingly warm in the UK. It's 16. Anyway, alternate fuel, LWOH. That is quite a surprising choice of alternate. But there it is, cab OK. That's just what SimBrief came up with. If the VATSIM controller was online, you can actually click on the D-ATIS and get the Digi-ATIS into the EFB. So there you go. Moving on, here's the route. So this is what SimBrief generated, and it spits it out into the EFB. I didn't have to do anything. You just enter your SimBrief number, and it can bring it all through. So Lauren B says, highly doubt Solent approach covers us. Looks like they just do Southampton Bournemouth. There we go. Yeah, seems quite likely. So here is the route. Flight planning is not done by pilots. It'll be done by the airline. We check it and make sure it's sensible, but it's not practical to have your pilots spend their time flight planning as well and dealing with all the discrepancies, looking for NOTAMs, closed areas. For example, you've got Ukraine over here, which obviously, sadly, we can no longer fly over. So this is something that there'll be specific flight planners or dispatchers to do. So there we go. So that is great. That's all set. Then we're going to go to ground services, and I'm going to make sure I've got what I want. So we're in cold and dark. I've got the doors open, the GPU is connected, chocks are in place, and we've got the cargo doors open whilst they load up. Perfect. Next, oh, and by the way, toggle jetway is available, but I've got it set to automatic. Mass and balance then, the next tab, is set like this. So what I'm going to do is check it as I expected. So I wanted 152 passengers, so it's loaded this in from SimBrief directly. So how great is that? So it's got our current weights, which are the live weights of the aircraft, including the CGs, the centre of gravity. And we've also got the planned weight. So we're going to need 11.9 tons of fuel to fly to Zakynthos. At the moment, we've got 3 tons left over, and we've got 152 passengers. So what we can do is click load aircraft, and it's going to give us a generic sort of loading time. But I'm not going to do that until I power it on, because we can't board passengers until we've done a few other things. But you can just click load and it will start loading. You can choose instant, fast, or real time. PCA, I think, is preconditioned air. So as we move on, panel states we've already discussed over here. So you've got APU or PCA, and then we've got sim settings. Not going to worry too much about this today, but this is where you can modify certain things. So you can have a look at the airframe. We've got analog standby instruments. I like it a lot. That is typical for an aircraft of this age. This is an old one, but we do have a DDRMI. And then we can change certain things, such as AC essential auto switching. This is a failure thing. I'm not going to worry about that. Acceleration height 1500 feet. Ice detection I don't want. That is a rare feature. Yellow hydraulic steering I do want. Auto TCAS no, because that again is a rare feature on an aircraft of this age, although you can modify them to include it. But this is going to be a whole video in its own. I will have nav in the go around, please. And if we wanted brake fans, we can put those on, and I can just very briefly, as somebody asked about it, show you those now. So they will appear on the visual model. There's the brake fans, little mesh, and the fan does actually spin if we turn it on, but the aircraft is not powered. We have a brake fan button over here. So let's have brake fans. I can imagine a charter airline may well have fitted brake fans if they thought they needed it on a flight like this. Thank you for those new subscriptions and follows. Again, all of you joining. Sorry the alerts are off now, but it's causing quite a lot of chaos. But there we go. Right. Cabin, you can have the lights on, visibility, rad out callouts. These are for the approach phase, so I'll talk about those in the cruise. Good. Controls. I'm going to talk about those in the cruise as well. Good. So let's go back to my flight, and now I'm going to power on the airplane, and then we can get it loaded up. So to power on, we have to do a few things, and again, I've got a tutorial coming on this. So we're now, how far are we from departure? 24 minutes. We're a bit late to the airplane. I'm expecting maybe a 5 to 10 minute late departure here. So what we're going to do is get the aircraft powered up safely before we can turn on power, which, by the way, we're going to use the external power initially, which is that unit we have plugged in outside for electricity. But before we can do that, we need to check a few things are in the right position. Otherwise, it's not safe. So we'll have looked as we approach the aircraft for the obvious things to make sure chocks are in place and the aircraft looking sensible and there's no bits falling off. Now what we're going to do is check the big items we can on the flight deck. So that's going to be engine masters 1 and 2 off, because obviously we don't want the engines to start powering on or anything silly like that. Engine mode selector, which is in the middle, to normal. Landing gear lever down. Both wiper selectors off, because if they are on and we power on the airplane, they could scratch the window if it's not raining. And then batteries, check auto. Now, I always forget my keybinds. Yes, I got it right first try. So batteries, they need to be above 25.5 volts. They are, so we can turn them on. Now again, let me know how the sound goes. So you should hear a clunk there. That is the sound, and you get the battery voltage changing ever so slightly. So the batteries are now online. Not much will work. We'll get a few things, a few lights and so on, because we're effectively just on batteries, which is an emergency situation, really. So once they are on, we can turn on the external power, and here's where the airplane comes to life. Clunk. And now you'll hear all the fans. Louder, Sim. Okay, Sim's getting louder. You let me know how that is. So there's not much we can do initially. We've powered on the airplane. These screens, it says max 40 seconds. It never takes 40 seconds. But what we're doing here is just waiting for a few things to come to life. The avionics downstairs are now running. Those fans that I showed you on the outside are sucking air through to cool them down. And in a moment we'll hear a triple click, which is going to be the flight warning computer coming online. Until it does, we can't really do much else. You can see it actually tells us here, flight warning computer 1 and 2. So that's the computer that tells us when things are on fire and all sorts. So we don't want to start any... There we go. Triple click. That's the flight warning computer saying, okay, I'm ready to go. We can't start the APU until that's running, because of course we need to check that it is available to give us warnings about the APU. Okay, it's working. Excellent. Mike, good to see you. Lorenzo, I hope you're doing well. Thanks very much. Good stuff. Right. So what we're going to do, as I said earlier, before we board, I want the APU available. So we're going to do the fire warning test. And if we look down here, it appears on the ECAM, APU fire. I want to check that the squib light comes on and the fire warning bell works. It does. That test would not work until we had that triple click, or the flight warning computer is not available. So it does work. Let's just get some lights turned up. Good. So that is working. Let's start the APU. Master switch on. That'll bring up the APU page down here. You give it 3 seconds. You have to wait 3 seconds or it won't work. Then you press start. That says on, and now we're going to see all sorts. I've already shown it in the videos, but yeah, if we go to the APU now, you'll actually hear it starting up at the back, and it will even open the flap. So let's see if I can get there quick enough. So this is the APU inlet down here, and if you watch it, there it goes. It opens itself. How great is that? And then the APU little jet engine up in the tail here, that is now starting up. You can hear the clicking of the igniter, and yeah, beautiful, beautiful sound effects on this. Seared Lamb says, I've been waiting for this day, for this stream, as soon as this bird was announced. Yes, me too, me too. And what a treat we got this livery straight out the bat. I didn't realise we would. See you later, George. Thanks for coming along. Richard Darsley, I agree. There are some very satisfying noises. Richard says, 146 has an amazing ding sound when you turn the batteries on, like an old cash register. There we go. So, again, audio levels, let us know how it goes. Okay, so APU is now available. Once it is, the Airbus knows we don't want to look at it anymore, so it gets rid of it. Now what we're going to do is let it warm up for a couple of minutes, and then we can put on the APU bleed, which is how we provide air. So bleed means we're bleeding air off of the jet engine and pumping it into the cabin. Great. Great. Michael says, is rotate law as good as the Fenix as it is in the fly-by-wire? I remember 320 sim pilot said fly-by-wire had the best rotate law in any sim. Remember, this is not a NEO, so it does not have rotate law. This is the old style Airbus for the rotation. Right. Next step. Back into the seats. APU's up and running. We're going to move down. We would set the air conditioning panel, but I said we're going to wait a couple of minutes for the APU bleed. Everything else can stay as it is. You might turn down the temperatures. In summer, you usually have to run these a little bit cooler than they are in the middle. Passengers like to be a bit cooler in the middle of summer, and it's better to keep passengers ever so slightly cool than ever so slightly warm, or they all feel sick pretty quickly. Right, next we're going to come down. We've adjusted the lighting already, and we're going to check our lower ECAM for oxygen. So remember that oxygen bottle I showed you with the green disc? Has it got enough pressure? We need, if it's below 1,000, or there is a number around there where it gives you a little amber warning box. If that amber warning box is there, then we would need to go and check that it is enough. But I know 1800 psi without that warning box definitely is, so that's good. Then we're going to go to the engines and check that there's enough oil, plenty of oil, and hydraulics, check there's enough hydraulic. So that means looking here, these are the reservoirs, and we need to check this green arrow is in the green band. They should all be in the green band. You can actually see them go above, and in flight we'll see the green go below, but for now that's where it is. Can we hear the P2? I think the P2 noise is there, but yeah, it's going to be something we will hear later. It's not powered on at the moment. Okay, right. Let me see. Just checking through the chat. Sorry, I'm doing my best, but I know it's moving very quickly. Thank you again to all the new follows and subscriptions we've had. Really, really appreciate it. I will turn on the alerts soon. Okay, so that's the oxygen, oil, and hydraulics. Then we're going to move down, check the flaps. Lever is at 0, and then the flaps match that. If not, we have to call an engineer, but they match luckily today. Doesn't matter if they're in, let's say, position 1, but we would still need to make sure they do match, otherwise there's a serious problem. Speed brake lever, check retraction, disarm, so that is down, retracted, and disarmed. They are not up, of course. And then we want to check the parking brake handle down here is on, which is to the right, and then we check the accumulator pressure and the brake pressure. So these two needles here show us the brake pressure, 3000 psi. Parking brakes are set with very good pressure, and the accumulator up here is in the green band. It could be low, but as soon as the cargo doors are opened or closed, the yellow pump will run and automatically top it up. I talk about that in my videos. I won't spend too much time on it today, but it's a great little detail of this aircraft. Then there's a whole host of things we would check around the flight deck, including the circuit breakers, landing gear pins, which are tucked away down here, and all sorts of other things physical that we're not going to do today because they won't be relevant for us. And that is the preliminary cockpit preparation. So next step, we're going to move on to the flows. So this is where the other pilot would go and do their walkarounds. We need to go to the overhead panel. Starting at the bottom, we move up. Then we start at the bottom here and move up. and at the bottom here move up. The first officer's rejoined us to complain, as you can hear. Yes, hello. So let's do these flows. So we start at the bottom, wiper selected off, we don't need rain repellent, don't have any calls to make. We do need to turn on the crew supply. That is once again that oxygen, having to talk about it quite a lot. Ground control goes on. This is the flight data recorder, voice recorder. If it's not on, then it won't record any sound until the engines are running. We have to have it turned on in advance. Right, moving up. GPWS should all be on. Fault lights are okay, but we don't want to see any off lights. That would suggest we've turned something off. Evac system we can leave alone, but we are going to put the ADIS to nav. So 1, 2, 3. Notice they aren't in order. They are done like that because, of course, 1 is the captain on the left, 2 is the first officer on the right, 3 is the backup in the middle. So we tend to maneuver them in that order to constantly remind ourselves that that's the order they're in. The reason is this is a very important system, and we don't want to turn these the wrong or use the wrong one in the event of an abnormal situation where that happens. Then we move down to the bottom here. We're going to put the no smoking signs to auto and the emergency exit lights to arm. That gets rid of that off light. Seatbelt signs are off because we have not yet refueled, but now we are safe to board passengers. You have to have emergency exit lights armed. Nav lights will go to system 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. You don't need them now, but in the dark you would. So it's useful to turn them on for the walk around if you think you'll be flying back at night. You don't want to get down route into, say, Zakynthos and then realise you don't have all the nav lights you need. Strobe lights can go to auto. That means they'll stay off until we get in the air, but we will turn them on when we enter the runway. It just means that if we forget to turn them on, they will come on. Right. Moving up, cabin pressure should be in auto. Ditching push button should be off. No white lights is the theme here. No anti-ice required today. It's a lovely day. Pro window heat can stay off as well as a result. Air conditioning panel, let's turn on the APU bleed. It is now definitely warmed up, so we can have that. That's going to now take air from that APU and supply it to the cabin to cool us down. Something very important. If we look down, see if I can get to that screen. Yeah, here we go. It's 31 degrees in the flight deck, 20 degrees in the cabin. That's quite typical because the sun's streaming in. So now if we look at the bleed page, you'll see that the APU is supplying air into those packs, and that's now supplying 15 degree air, which will then be adjusted by the air conditioning system to cool us down. So cooler air will now start being pumped into the flight deck, and that's actually going to warm up the cabin slightly. There you go. So we're sitting slightly cool with the doors open, going more towards ambient. Right, moving up, electrical panel, we will do the battery test. I'm not going to do that now. It takes a bit of mouse maneuvering, but they are on. We know we have good voltage. We can leave the external power on for now, because if we leave that on, it actually continues to provide a bit of a fuel saving. The APU is a jet engine, it's burning fuel. Even with the APU bleed on, it's burning more fuel. And if we turn this off, it will burn even more fuel, because the load of the generator on the APU will increase the resistance and force us to need to apply more fuel into it to make sure that it runs, just like any generator. So it's useful to have that on. It does reduce the burn slightly. Fuel pumps can come on now, so I'm going to do that. They also increase the electrical load slightly, but we're using the GPU, so not an issue. And we can run the engine fire test. So the same as the APU, I want to see both squibs light up, and then down here we're going to see engine 2 fire. And there is another little light, so for engine 1 I can show you that. There it is. And then there's a little light, I can't release it to show you, but there it is, a little fire light just below the engine master switch. So that is all working, present, and as we would expect. Then we come down, not much to do on this right hand side, wiper off. Manual start should be off. Ventilation should all be on. And then we've got cargo test, cargo smoke system, the flight control computers, cargo heat. Not too worried. I'm going to leave it in the middle, just in case we're carrying someone's cat or something like that on board. Someone's first officer. Great. Then we're going to come down towards the middle of the airplane. We haven't got the weather yet, so we don't know our departure. I'm not going to set up the FCU up here or the EFIS controls. You could set the QNH at this point if you knew it, so I'm just going to cheese and press B, but yeah. Moving in over here, we need to get ready for the standby instruments. So DDRMI is this instrument. A lot of aircraft have it in opt. You don't actually need it to fly, but we do need to cage this. So you pull it, and look at this. Just like the real aircraft, it's such a perfect animation. It's really satisfying for me to watch. You have to hold it until it's level, and then you can release it. We have to do this before we get going, or you could do it, I suppose, in level, gentle flight, but there we go. So that is now aligned, ready to go. We've got the landing lever down, anti-skid steering on, and I'm just going to stop that clock and reset it, so that will be ready for when we push back. Crashhead says, love the wonky switches and fingerprints. Details incredible. It is ridiculous. You can see here the worn out part on the master caution, one of the more commonly used buttons. Not very common though. On the Dash 8 we didn't have a flight warning computer that would suppress warnings, so we used to get, every time you opened a door, warnings. So that button was missing all the paint around it for sure. Right. Richard Dudley says, I'll leave APUs on for ages. Local airport has a 5 to 10 minute limit. Yes, a lot of airports have limits, but that's gone changed slightly with COVID. But indeed. Hello. Okay, I think she might finally actually sit down and join us. You can join us then. Come on. Okay, first officer is currently making a scene, but there we go. Right, moving on down to the pedestal. I'm going to make sure I have VHF 1 selected and VHF 2. I want to transmit on 1, so that's got the green. Interphone off, because if you leave it on interphone, that's how we talk to each other, but it will also talk to the ground crew when they plug in. So you leave it off for the turnaround, and interphone needs to be on and turned up here. Same for the other side. We're going to check that we have the landing gear lever, alternate extension down, and we are going to put the transponder to standby, system 1, out reporting on, and I'm going to have it on above with the TCAS 2 standby. So that is all looking good. I think we're pretty much there. So that's the flows now done. Quoting says, APU fuel burn, according to my aunt Google, is 126 kilograms an hour in the A320. Yes, but that's probably whilst using the APU bleed. There's a big difference in fuel burn on the APU when you're using the APU bleed and when you're not. I hope the FO doesn't have fleas. No, she does not. She's very much a house cat. Right. I hope you're enjoying it. Thank you so much for those new follows. Sky Therapy, EFJ, yeah, loads and loads of you. It's really great to see you all here. Thanks for coming along. Very, very kind. Jonah says, what would be your opinion on the sound of the CFM56 in comparison? I think they sound amazing. Amazing. Right, so that's the aircraft now powered up, ready to go. So let's get some boarding going on. Otherwise, we'll never get out of here. So this flight's going late, but who's surprised? It's a weekend holiday charter. So we're going with 2.5 tons of cargo. That's everyone's bags, their flip-flops and swimming trunks. We've got 152 passengers joining us for today, and we are going to have 11.9 tons of fuel. That's a lot of fuel. Almost going to need the center tank, but not quite. So I'm going to say load aircraft. Let's do it in real time because it's going to take us that long to do this. I can tell. So we're going to be about 15 minutes late. So what you can do now is just leave it, and you'll notice cargo's going on, kilo by kilo, one boarded, fuel creeping up. There it is, refueling, which will mean that the refueling panel is open downstairs. That's what that message is telling us. And yeah, fuel's going up. Right, now it's time for the MCDU, finally. So over here, I've already adjusted my thrust levers using the config system, and I've adjusted the flap lever, so that is all calibrated, ready to go. Right, yeah, sorry, excuse me. Right, so that is what the config systems can do, and then there's other things in here, but we're not using the fuel and passengers from here, we're using it from the EFB and so on. So let me go back to the menu. We can go to the ATSU, which is our ACAR system. This is how you would download things like weather, but what we need to do is initialize the flight. So I'm going to do init data request. This ACAR system is what airlines use to communicate directly with airplanes. We can use it to get weathers, ATISes, send messages to operations and all sorts. A lot of airlines don't use ACARs much, but some airlines will use it a lot. So there it is. It's loaded in our flight. It knows what's going on. And this way we're on the system, loaded in basically with the airline. Then we have weather. We can get the weather. Now at the moment the Digi-ATIS is only on the EFB, but I can still grab a current weather on here, but like I said, we have it on the EFB. METAR is the current weather at the airfield, TAF is the terminal area forecast. So we could grab both of those and send that off, and then it will arrive in received messages. ATC request, I'm not using CPDLC today. ADC delays to do with postal delay, we'll talk about as we go. And then receive messages, there it is, weather data. Hopefully that matches what we had. QNH 1020, 16 degrees, westerly winds, as expected. Good. Right, let's go back to the menu then, and FMGC. Now you will notice that in the Airbus, and this is what they've modelled correctly, you can actually, you don't need to go back to the menu, you can just press flight plan and it's a smart airplane, it takes you straight back there. So that's great. Josh, I'm glad you like the channel, thanks very much. Thanks for coming along. So that screen above is the CPDLC DCDU. So yeah, that's what that's for. So again, I'll talk about why I'm not using that today later on. So we get a few messages along the bottom warning us about various things. And what I'm going to do is do my diff strip. So this is going to be explained in a video I have coming hopefully tomorrow. But first of all, aircraft status. We check the database is valid. 19th of May to the 15th of June 22. It is indeed valid. So we're checking the right aircraft and the idle performance factors are all good, which they are. By the way, the details on the screen, the grime around the edge, it's just spot on. Just, oh, it's so good. So good. Yeah, these get very greasy. This is one of the most used interfaces in the aircraft. You know, we load up the whole airplane like this. So that's D of diff strip. then init A, and I'm going to init request because we've loaded it in through SimBrief. I highly recommend if you don't use SimBrief that now's the time to start. It is so useful, it's free I believe, and it's just integrated so well with this aircraft. So there's our route, there's our alternate loaded in, and it tells us AOC active flight plan uplink, so it's downloaded it from the ACARS. I'm going to go to flight number and type it in myself. We are the JMC 309, and then we need to load in this information from our flight plan. It doesn't load it in automatically. So if we go over here, you might be thinking, well, how can we see the flight plan? Well, if we go to pilot brief, again, amazing work on this EFB by Katie. If you hover over the top, it actually brings up shortcuts without having to go back to the main menu every time. So we're just going to click to import our flight plan. And this is pretty accurate. Lots of airlines run it like this, where you have to do this yourself. Costin X56, cruising at flight level 350. So 350, Costin X56. There we go, quite a fast Costin X. IRS init is going to initialize the location, but we are doing that automatically with the GPS, which is very common for this generation of aircraft. Aaron says, I still use this trip now from the first fly-by-wire tutorial. Indeed, and I made a Toliss tutorial with it first as well, so it's going to appear in yet another video. Wind, we can then uplink the wind, because remember, our flight plan is in there. I can just check it. There's no point uploading the wind, uplinking the wind until you have your flight plan, but we do. So back to init A, wind request, and it will just download it. Isn't that brilliant? Isn't that brilliant? Takes a minute, but there it is. Takes a second, I should say. So D and I now, init A is done. Ground temperature we could update to, well, 16 degrees, hardly any different. Next is flight plan. So we're going to depart from the westerly runway, runway 27, and let's see, what does our flight plan have as routing via? So this you can just click and drag. It's such an easy interface to use as well. I don't know how it's been done. It's genius. Right, BADM 1 X-ray out of here. I believe we've flown this before. So BADM 1 X-ray, I'm going to select that, check on the navigation display. I may go a little bit quicker now because this isn't a tutorial and I should really get the airplane in the air at some point. I knew it would take at least an hour. It's been looking a bit longer. BADM 1 X-ray looks sensible. So insert, and then as we scroll through, that connects to our flight plan. BADM Quebec 63 Wotan, Gav, Go, Vapid, Lima 18 via Midhurst, and on it goes. We can check it all the way through. We can see it if we go to plan and constraint. Scroll through, all working. So we've seen all this stuff before in the Airbus, but hopefully this is giving you an idea of just how it works and how nice it works really. But it does just work. That's what's nice about it. On the ADIRS 96RC is referring to a mode we can use if there's a problem and we can't use them for the IRS. We can, instead of navigation, there's another mode, ATT, which is used, and that will allow us to have it for the artificial horizon even if we can't use it for navigating. That's a degraded mode, so there are some occasions where you might switch one to that. I'm not going to put in the arrival yet, or I suppose I could. We said it's northerly wind, so probably VOR 3-4, and let's do it then. Let's go to Juliet for 3-4, so let's put that in. If we go here, we can see it. There's an arc and a VOR. Insert. So that's the whole route loaded in. That's diff. Secondary, I'm going to copy the active. So diff secondary flight plan, and you would put potentially a return in to here. So what I can do is, let's imagine it by BADM. From there, I want a new destination back to Bristol. So this is a secondary. This is a backup flight plan we're not currently using. So I've just copied everything in, but changed the destination back to Bristol, and then I'm going to put the RLS27 in there. Now on this screen, you'll see it in white. The secondary flight plan shows up in white on here. It doesn't need any confirmations. It just does it straight away because it's only the secondary. And there it is, BADM, and then the ILS. So in a quick return, we could use that. I don't know how useful that actually is. I think it's just as easy to change the primary, but there we go. Right. Hello, and thanks for the new follows, those of you who just joined us. Really, really appreciate it. Sorry the alerts are off right now. I think very shortly we'll be able to re-enable them. Right, just so you know, notice how when I press something, there's just a moment before it appears. It's not immediate, and that is so true to the real aircraft. I love it. It's such a great detail that, yeah, it's not, that it isn't as responsive as a computer or a laptop or your phone. It is an old piece of technology from the 80s. It hasn't changed since the Airbus launched. There's been minor changes, but yeah, it's really great. It was originally a CRT as well, instead of this. Good stuff. Okay, so that is the flight plan loaded up, the secondary flight plan. RadNav, I'm going to leave to auto-tune. This aircraft does correctly auto-tune. It's even got the ILS frequency. So this is the ILS frequency out of Bristol. It's tuned that automatically, ready for departure. That gives us the runway mode on takeoff. Then we've got VOR1 and VOR2 automatically tuning Honolulu VOR. And what I'm going to do now, something I realised that I should have done already, I don't think I've initialised my chart. So just give me 1 second. Yeah, I need to do that for us. So stand by, stand by. Okay, we are all up and running there, and lo and behold, we can just import route from SimBrief. So it's that easy. Bristol charts, just click on it. Ground charts, let's have the airport chart, and then a little star to favourite. It shows you where you are, and you can draw on it as well, which is really nice. So yeah, and then you can even erase it. How great is that? Which is something that the real apps tend to allow you to do. So you can draw on, for example, if you think you have a taxiway closure or something. So there we go, and we are parked somewhere over here, stand 25, I believe. And then our departure, we said pad in 1 X-ray. And we can see here, this is based on the Honolulu VOR out to Badim. So that is why the aircraft has automatically tuned the Honolulu VOR. So I'm not going to fiddle with that, but I am going to display VOR 1 on my navigation display. Back to ARC, there it is. And once we get in the air a bit higher up, it will show it. Now there's no ATC, so I'm going to assume we are cleared for this departure. And I just need to check the stop altitude. So we've got some restrictions. At or above 3,000, max 6,000, turn right 087, intercept of 217 at 6,000. So clearly 6,000 feet is our stop altitude, the most common one I use on this channel. Oh, ground is online, so we will have to get a clearance shortly. Excellent. Anyway, so that's 6,000 feet in there, but that is the departure. It makes sense. So radnav, diffs, r, it, and it b, and then performance, diffs, rip. Okay, good stuff. How are you all doing? Init B, this is where we load up the aircraft with its correct weights and fuels. This is a very important page you have to get right. So to do this, I need to go back to my Fenix app, and we can see we aren't fully boarded yet. So these weights here don't work because they're not live. We need to wait until we are fully loaded before we can use those. So that is going to be a slight issue. So that's an interesting one I haven't thought of before. So what I might do, let's reset that. Then let's load aircraft. Ah, there we go. I reset too much. Good to know. I haven't done that before. Right, there we go. We're now running late, so that's no problem. But what we're going to do is go back to mass and balance. And now we can do load aircraft, but this time I'm going to do instant. So we'll pretend that we had time. And boarding complete, you get a little message, dismiss. Good, so we are heavy. Zero fuel weight 58.7 with max zero fuel 30.7. So 58.7 and 30.7. So that goes in there. Then we come up here, check the fuel, 11.9 or 11.8, slightly below is what we wanted. So I'm going to round it down, 11.8. Takeoff weight 70.3 tons, which is about what we expected. Gross weight 70.5, but then we're going to burn 200 kilos on the taxi, hence the 0.2 up here. So that is what's going to be brought to us there. Just Hayden, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. It's been very busy. So there we go. Good. So that's the empty weight of the airplane, zero fuel weight. Then we add in the fuel, 11.8 tons, gives the takeoff weight minus the taxi fuel. Alternate fuel. So how much fuel are we going to take to get to our alternate? So I'm going to probably have to reload in the pilot brief. Let's just check. No, that's still there. Good stuff. Alternate fuel is 1.9 because it's such a bizarre alternate to go to. So 1.9. And then this should give us a more accurate... Yeah, so we're actually slightly short of fuel, but I know we have 400 kilos contingency. So here's a side note. This is not an unrealistic situation to be in on stand. It is going to be possible because we actually have enough reserve fuel here. We'll save a bit of fuel when we get in the air, most likely. But the reason that's minus 100 is not that we'll land without 100 kilos of fuel. What it's saying is, with our contingency fuel still intact, we would be 100 short. So actually, we probably do have enough fuel. I've also rounded up the alternate fuel, remember, and the taxi fuel is also rounded up. So minus 100 kilos, no problem. So diff rip, finally then performance. Let's load it up. So this is another treat. departure performance. We finally have a full performance calculator. Such a treat. We haven't had this for a long time. I'm just going to enable the alert box again and say, Flight Sim, thank you so much for your £5 super chat. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you so much for coming along, and thank you so much for your very kind donation. Really very kind of you, and thank you for joining us today. If you are watching, do please hit the like button. It does make a big difference to the channel. Ed says, is there a functioning thermal printer? At the moment, I do not believe so. Good. Right, so up here we are going to see Bristol, runway 09, incorrect, runway 27, dry runway, indeed it is. Then aircraft configuration, I want flaps optimum, don't want to use toga if I don't have to, anti-ice off, packs are going to stay on. I'm going to leave them on due to COVID and it's a warm day. I want as much air for the passengers as possible. Then we can just click sync load sheet, 70.3 tons for takeoff, max out 27.8. Then we come down to weather conditions. It loads it in automatically. How easy is this? It's a real treat. And down here we can see the weather, the live METAR, and the runway information. 2,000 meter runway. Quite a short runway. Let's hope we fit. Could be a flat 3 takeoff, this one. Nope. Reckons we're going to do it, but a very low flex temp. That's how it's done it. So we got a lot of thrust to get out of here. So there we go. So it's that easy. Isn't that great? You can actually view intersection data as well. Look at that. But I'm imagining we wouldn't fit off all of those. So FL for full length, we're going to stick with that. So 27 with no shift, flaps 1. 27, no shift, flaps 1. It does have a trimmable horizontal stabilizer number, up 0.2. I don't want to use it. It doesn't need to be applied. Flex to temp 50. So that goes all the way up to 69 on the 320. So 50 degrees, it means we're using a lot of thrust. That is almost a toga takeoff. If that number went any lower, we'd be getting close to having to use toga. Engine out acceleration and thrust reduction acceleration altitude are all set to standard, 1,500 feet above the airfield. Leeches Maggie likes the intersection data. Yeah, it's great. This is a really amazing EFB with so much power in it. And this is how you load the Airbus performance, by the way. You have to do it manually. You can't do it. There's no downloading the weather or using any built-in systems at the moment on the short-haul Airbuses. Or maybe some fancy ones do, I don't know, but I've never seen one. Okay. So V1 132, VR 132, V2 135. So let's put that in. (132, 132, 135), and you'll see here it's different thrust reduction altitude. That's because I've defaulted it. So this one's 1,500 feet above the ground. This one is 1,000 feet above the ground. So that's a minor difference, not going to affect too much. Stratojam, thanks so much for $25 tip. Really appreciate it, Stratojam. That's very kind of you. Stratojam says, thanks for all the time you put into the channel. It has been fun learning about the systems. Heading to Geneva a week Monday for real. Thank you so much, Stratojam. That's very, very kind of you. Really appreciate it. Thanks for your kind donation and Fly Tim Sim as well. Really appreciate it. And no one needs to do that, but it's yeah, very much appreciated. Enjoy your flight to Geneva and have a great time. It's so great that everyone's flying. When we started this channel, no one was flying anywhere. We were all just daydreaming about it. Good. You'll see the doors have closed up automatically because that's part of the process as we have that turned on, which is pretty cool. I do like that. Right, where are we? So performance is now loaded. On box 2, typically you're going to have the flight plan page. And let's just check it's sensible. It's going to take us 3 hours 10 minutes to fly 1,400 nautical miles, landing with 3.2 tons. That's all sensible to me. Bet we could find a closer alternate as well if we needed to. Thanks, service, for the subscription. So that is diff trip complete. That's the MCDU loaded up. Isn't that great? We are only 7 minutes late so far. We are boarded up. Let's get rid of the GPU. Let's turn on the passenger signs because they're all on board now. By the way, as I'm sure you will know, I don't think these are back yet. No. So what we're going to do is go to instruments. And there you go. Look at that. Beautiful view. Aileron drooping down, bags loading on, and now the seatbelt sign does work up here and it's on. Isn't that great? Isn't that just brilliant? Love it. So let's get rid of the GPU. And let's get rid of the steps. So GPU can go. We need to connect the tug. That will connect downstairs. Once that's connected, we can get rid of, and we need to get rid of the stairs. Once that's connected, let's close up the last door, we can get rid of the chops. Oh, I've already done it. Anyway, there we go. Glad you're enjoying it, Ed. Corrigan says, takeoff shift is a reduced takeoff run if you do an intersection takeoff. Yes, now you don't need to. On a GPS-enabled Airbus like this, like all the Airbuses you'd have seen in simulators for the last sort of 15, 20 years. There's GPS available. I can see it here, GPS primary. So there's GPS, which means when we take off, as we set takeoff thrust, the aeroplane automatically resynchronizes the IRS with the GPS. So it says, okay, you're taking off, I know where we are, I'm going to match it to the GPS. On older aircraft, without GPS, what would happen is when you set takeoff thrust, the airplane would go, okay, I know where the threshold for runway 27 is, I know you're now taking off, so I'm going to resynchronize the navigation systems to that point. But of course, if you took off from an intersection further along the runway, indeed less runway available, then that may well have not synchronized correctly. So you would need to do it, you need to put in the takeoff shifts to tell it where you're actually departing from. But these days, it doesn't matter. However, you can still enter it, doesn't do any damage, obviously. Right. Jay says, there are some thunderstorms over Germany. Maastricht's implemented some slots. You have a seat of 17:30. Oh dear. Yeah, that does happen very often, especially on a busy day on this sort of a flight, you can imagine. Right, I think we're almost ready to go. Before I run the brief, let's just connect to VATSIM, and there is apparently an ATIS available. So, let's see if that works. I haven't tried that yet. Always a risky thing to say. Please remember this is a preview stream, and if anything goes wrong, it's almost certainly my fault. Let's go to the weather. Digi-ATIS. There it is. Look at that. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So we've got information. Bravo. 280, varying wind, no cloud, 16 degrees, 1020. So let me just... that's just great. So we've got information. Bravo. I think the first officer's bored. Yep, she's leaving. Goodbye. Don't pull on the cables. Thank you. Information. Bravo. And yeah, that's great. So I'm going to tune ground 121925. Now here's a question. Does my Logitech panel work? I haven't tried it yet. Another risky thing to say. I think it does. So good news. The Logitech radio panel works straight out of the box. I haven't had to do anything to configure that. That's great news. Johnny says you have load sheets in the message. Thanks, Johnny. I will check that in just a moment. Great point. Hence the company message up there. It means our load sheets are arriving. It's amazing how many streams and videos you've all seen, because a lot of you seem to know more about what's going on than me. Let us now just talk to air traffic. Thank you for those follows. And are we listening properly? Get the volume up. Yep. We are JMC 309, stand 25. Bristol ground, good afternoon, JMC 309, stand 25, 320 with QNH 1020, request clearance, Zakynthos.
JMC 309, Bristol ground, good afternoon, clearance to Zakynthos on the Badim 1 X-ray departure, 47017.
Okay, I appreciate that was pretty quiet. I'm just going to read it back. Thank you, JMC 309, cleared to Zakynthos, Badim 1 X-ray, squawk 7017.
JMC 309, read back correct.
Excellent. Very nice to have a controller. Let me just adjust the audio. Where do I do that? Audio. I have to constantly fiddle with VATSIM audio to make sure it comes out okay for you guys. So hopefully that's a bit louder now. So QNH 1020 we've got. We're going to go in here and check we have the Badim 1 X-ray, and we are JMC 309. And set the squawk. 7017. So that is all good. It's time then, I would say, to run. Well, let's do a little brief, but we've already talked about it. Oh, not the charts. Thanks for those subscriptions and follows. So we're here. We're going to push back using our starred charts. I can go to the ground chart here. We're going to push back, take off from full length on 27 via Alpha X-ray, and then we're going to fly the Badim 1 X-ray. Take off, get to above 3,000 feet by this distance, 4.5D, right turn 087 above 6,000 feet up towards Badim. So that's all looking good. As we come down into the FMGC, I can see that the constraints are going to be met because we have magenta asterisks instead of amber ones. So that's telling us it's working.
Runway 27 via Echo.
Is that too loud for you guys now? You let me know.
Taxi will point Alpha X-ray for runway 27 via Echo and Zulu.
Good. That's pretty much the plan. Let's get underway. So to do that, we can run our checklist, which is also in here. Tad bit too loud. Okay. Let's see if that works. Yeah, EFB battery does drain until you have the aircraft powered up. If I disconnect the cable, it will also drain, so someone will remind me later. What I'm going to do is go to Documents, Normal Checklist, and here it is. So let's just have a sensibility check. Is everything done? I would say it is. So, Four star checklist.
286,
Cockpit prep is completed. Barra F, QNH 1020 set and set. A car's initialised. That was that init page. Park brake is set. Fuel on board. We've got 11.8. Oh, we should also, before this, I would have also checked that it's gone in the right place. You have to do a fueling load sheet check or a fuel receipt check. But anyway, there it is, 5.5 and the outer tanks. We don't need any in the centre until we get over 12 in a bit. Fuel on board is 11.8 then. Init B loaded. Let's just check that. Init B loaded. Flex temp of 50, very low. And speeds are, takeoff speeds of 132, 132, 135. Clean is 226. Next is below line, so we're going to get push and start now. It's finally ready to go. How late are we? 15 minutes late. Well, that's not too bad for a 3-hour flight. JMC 309, request push start, stand 25.
JMC 309, stand 25, push cruise, caution, Airbus A320 NEO pushing on your right.
Push approved, caution, the 320 on the right, JMC 309.
Jet set 286, short push if possible.
Right, so I'm going to push back over to here, block that runway entirely.
Yeah, that's confirmed, short push, jet set 286.
And that's the 320 NEO pushing. Good, so before we do push back, we will do a little flow. Let's check the thrust levers are definitely at idle. We check the windows are closed. By the way, I haven't even had a chance to show you this, but these of course do open. I'm sure you've seen that in other videos before. So they're closed. Oh, an oxygen mask test, by the way. There's the sound now added, which you would have done earlier on when we turned on the oxygen in our flow. Good. Let's check that the flight deck door is closed and locked. And then we're going to put the beacon on, which is the red light above and below to warn the ground crew that the airplane is about to move. And we're going to put the transponder to auto. So we're clear for push and start. We've connected our tug. Let's... Oh, no, before we do that, let's do our below line. So below line, passenger signs, on and auto. On and auto. Beacon is on. Transponder auto. All doors are closed. We can see that down here. All doors are closed, and you can see they've automatically armed the slides, which is great little detail and absolutely what you need. So that's that done. I'll talk about what you can ask. If anyone's wondering, ask me later about what those slides mean. Good. Where was I? Pushback time. Ground services. Tug is connected. First of all, let's release the brake. The ground crew would instruct you to do that, and then we're going to start the push. And then you can steer it on here. We're currently going straight back, and I'm going to start the clock now the brake's released. Mission countdown running. So that took us 1 hour and 15. Not too bad, not too bad. 3 hour, 10-minute cruise, Pablos D. Thanks, Space, for the follow. Right, let's get the engines up and running. I might just make sure I get the pushback right first. I think we'll do a straight push. Don't see why not. Sandra, good to see you. Flight dynamics on the Fenix are excellent. I have a video where I do a flight test, if you're wondering. Yeah, I'm just going to make sure I get this right, otherwise I'll mess up the start, no doubt. Busy day in Bristol, everyone off on holiday. Right, let's go to stop. And it quite nicely does a gentle stop. I really like the built-in pushback. Takes a while though. Set the brake. And goodbye to the tug. They're going. Let's start up the engines. I'm going to have the terrain display on, by the way. There's no weather out there. So, starting engine number 2. Mode select to ignition. Check we have pressure at the start valve, which we do. Fade deck comes to life, brings up all these instruments. We just simply move Master 2 to on. My Thrustmaster TCA pack works just fine. It is really a treat. So you can have it all set up properly. Mode select, masters all work. Pressure now running. Spinning N2. Now we see some fuel flow. We need the EGT to start. CFM engines start a lot quicker than the IAE. A lot quicker. Takes only about 30 seconds to run the whole thing. Should have started the timer. I'll start it for the next one. And also they're much quicker than even the NEOs. Although the NEOs when they're cold are fairly decent. Thanks, Zakynthos, for the subscription. There's a clunk as the generator comes online usually. Let's check. Yep, Gen 2 is online. So you get that big clunk. Oh, yeah. Bit of a dodgy push. So that's up and running. Let's get this engine up and running as well. See if I can do this. So now it's time to start engine 1. Number 1.
Jet set 286, request taxi.
Jet set, love to hear it. That'll be either first choice or maybe Air 2000.
Holding point, Alpha X-ray, runway 27 via Zulu, jet set 286.
Fantastic, isn't it? Such a treat. And you'll notice even the heat exhaust looks different to the default, and I don't know how they've done that, but to me it looks better. We'll talk about that as we get underway. PTU. Yeah. PTU won't be running now with both engines. Anyway, we'll have a look at that in a sec. So, that says available. Time to go. Mode select back to norm. Come onto the overhead. We don't need the APU bleed because we've got the engines. We don't need the APU at all, in fact, so we'll get rid of it entirely. Then we're going to come down here, we're going to arm the ground spoilers for the takeoff, reset the rudder trim to 0 and set the flaps to 1. Then I'm going to make sure I have the right CG, so let's just check that on here. We had 27.8 for our CG, so just wind this wheel pretty much where we were. The Airbus is happiest when it's, especially the 320, is happiest when it's loaded sort of at these weights. It should be pretty much in trim. I don't use toolbar pushback at the moment. There is a reason for that at the moment. Fizz says first choice in Air 2000 I used to fly as a kid. Indeed, yeah, me too. I fly them a lot on the channel. Right, let's start the timer for the engines and let's go back to our checklist.
Jet set 286, nothing further, I'm afraid.
So, after our checklist, ground crew, ground equipment removed, anti-ice off, flaps config 1% green, which is what we wanted, and it matches what's in the MCDU. APU is off, yellow electric pump off, trims 27 and 0, cabin doors armed, ECAM status. So let's just show you the doors. That's those white slide lights, that's what's armed, and the status. There's no status message down here, so we know the airplane is in good shape. Ali says, how much did you tighten the resistance on your throttle? Quite a lot on the TCA. Yeah, I think pretty much as much as I could without damaging it. Right, we are ready for taxi. JMC 309, request taxi.
JMC 309, thank you. Taxi, holding point Alpha X-ray, runway 27, via Zulu.
Via Zulu to Alpha X-ray, holding point 27, JMC 309. Okay, let's get the nose lights on. So that's just runway turn off and nose to taxi. There's that red beacon underneath. By the way, all sorts of noises, air conditioning packs and screaming fans and so on. And there's those turn-off lights and taxi lights. That's just glorious. Glorious, glorious, glorious. You can actually hear the avionics ventilation and packs and fans, but it's going to be a whole video because it's just, I could sit here and talk about it all day. So much to show you. But we do also need to actually get the flight done. So it's clear on the right. It's all clear on the left. There goes somebody else. Brakes released. Park brake off, which also just works with the TCA just fine. Let me just move my controls around a bit better. And all we have to do, I've got it assigned to my rudder pedals. So get it moving a bit. She's quite heavy today. And round we go. Make sure you do go the right way. Very manoeuvrable on the ground. Oh, that's too much thrust. That is not going to be a good idea. Good. You don't want to use more than 40% on the N1s really around the apron or on the ground in general. RP says, can we do a PAX off? Well, I've got the performance for PAX on, so that means I've got extra performance. So we could, but I'm going to stick with PAX off. It's not too exciting, the difference, is it? Oh, they're back. Good. So as we taxi out, we're going to do a few things. First of all, you'll notice that company message. So that's telling me something's arrived. So if I go into the FMGC, ATSU, and then AOC, receive messages. We've got the load sheet. It sent several because we haven't acknowledged it in time. So it's telling us compliance with edition 2 because we changed our load sheet around to Zakynthos. So I'm going to accept that. That is telling us that the load sheet they gave us on stand has come true. And this is useful. Not all airlines have a system like this, but the numbers could have changed. You know, passengers who didn't show up or so on, and it would be quite a nuisance if you couldn't get the load sheet out in time. We are very heavy, and this is quite a hill. Airbuses and any jet aircraft very, very susceptible to hills on the ground. It takes a lot of thrust. So if we were on one engine, this would have been a struggle, especially at 70 tons. Yeah. Good. So what this is telling us is that the load sheet is matching. Now, isn't this great? Just an automated little system just to add to the immersion. I really like it, and you can see they've sent through several of those. So it was originally edition 1. Take away 70.2. Let's just make sure that nothing changed to edition 2. 70.3, there we go, 152 plus 2. The plus 2 is talking about infants or babies. So it's the passenger number plus infants. They always list them separately. Next we're going to do our flight controls. So I'm going to, it's done that because I did the rudder there, but as I move the side stick full left, get all the spoilers, full right, check the ailerons as well. Need to make sure they go into those little white boxes and in the middle. Same for the elevator then, full up into the white box and full down into the white box. Now you can, this is great, you can click on this little pedal disconnect and you can run the rudder check. But because I'm using my rudder pedals to steer the tiller, it actually doesn't matter because it still moves the tiller. But if you had a separate tiller axis, what you could do is press that and then you could do the rudder and do full left and full right on the rudder, which is what you'd see real aircraft doing. Now the other pilot will of course run that on their side as well. So you get, you'll see the, if you're a passenger, you'll see the flight controls go twice. And by the way, if you look here, you can see all of the correct controls move, and look how nice and slow they are at manoeuvring. It's really great. Just great. But the rudder is only done once because, of course, the pedals are interconnected. So that's the flight controls, and then we're going to do a little brief. I'm just going to make sure the route is as expected. So it's all as planned. There's a 230 knot speed limit, but we know we can do that clean because we can go to 226. So we're going to clean up straight away, climbing up to an altitude of 6,000 feet.
JMC 309, Unicorn 122.8, and enjoy the Phoenix. Safe flight, bye-bye.
122.8 for JMC 309. Thanks very much for your help. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That is really nice of the controller. Excellent. So we're at Alpha X-ray. I'm just going to set the brakes. They are set. Good. Yeah, so that's the brief. Round we go, and we are overweight for an immediate return at 70.4 tons, and we're climbing up to an altitude 6,000. That's all good. So let's run the before takeoff checklist. So before takeoff checklist, flight controls, we've checked TCAS. Oh yeah, what am I talking about? So pilot flying would have done that. Pilot monitoring after their flight controls will check a few other things. So they're going to make sure that the trims are set. They're going to put the weather radar on if you need it. We don't actually need it today. I'm going to leave it off. But I will put predictive wind shear. Oh, no, that's not model right now. So that goes there because we know what's going on with the weather radar with the SOBO and everything. Transponder can go to TARA. Auto brake can go to max. And then I'm going to press takeoff config and check that's all green. Good. Now we can run the before takeoff checklist. So flight controls are checked. TCAS is TARA. Departure brief is confirmed. Takeoff data, I've got 132, 135. Climb nav, 152 and 6,000. So that's all looking good. Flaps config 1+F green, and that matches the box in blue. And ECAM memo is takeoff, no blue. What I am going to do, just to get rid of that company message, is just read all of them. There we go, and accept that one. So something changed. At some point we should have got an edition 2. Oh, was that? Hold on, that was the edition 2. Ah, so they sent us a second load sheet with adjusted weights. I see. Very cool. Very cool. Haha, excellent. Well, we know our weights still work for that, so that's good. Right, that's done. That should be on flight plan. This one's on perf. Thanks for those follows. I hope you're all having a good time watching. See you, Ethan. Thanks for coming along. We'll see you next time. Capri says there was a 320 where the side stick aileron axis was wired backwards that one time. That almost went badly. Indeed, I have heard about that. Really remarkable story that's possible, but that did happen. So very important, that check, and it's on both side sticks separately to make sure that they are moving the controls. And we're not looking at this little cross, it's tempting, but we look at the actual controls. Right, so that is down to the line. We're cleared. Well, we're going to say we're cleared for takeoff. It's clear on the approach. That's 330 in front of us is gone. So we're going to put the strobe lights on, the landing lights on, the nose light to take off. We're going to leave the packs on for this takeoff, and we're going to run the below the line, which says takeoff runway 27, strobes on, packs on, for takeoff, checklist complete. So, releasing the brakes, can't see anyone on the TCAS. Let's get moving. So, taking a bit of thrust again. They take a long time to spool up from idle, these engines. I'm going to just tweak the audio up, so you let me know how that is for you. Just love it. Love it, love it, love it. Sorry, I missed a whole load of the chat there. I do apologise. Yeah, quite a hill. Bristol is not a very flat airport. You can see that if your nose points up like that. No more thrust than that, please. Then, yeah, you know you're on quite a hill. Oh, sorry, was that too loud? Okay. Trying to get the sound right. Hopefully, how's the sound on the flight deck for a start? And now I want full runway here because we are pretty heavy today. We have got a headwind for takeoff though. Sounds amazing. Excellent. Okay. Let's try and get that right. There we go. Taxiing through the rudder pedals is a bit of a fine art. Not something we do in the real aircraft. Flight deck sounds good. Okay, good stuff. Right. So we're ready to go. It's finally time to get going to Zakynthos, an hour and a half later. So that's only just over half an hour over what I thought. Good stuff. Is everybody ready then? We're finally here. Retraced in the loo. Excellent. We are finally here. It's been a long time coming. It's been months and months of excitement, but this is going to be a big part of the channel. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. I'm going to run the takeoff as per normal then, and I think it's time we get going to Zakynthos. So what we're going to do, spool up to 50%, hold it on the brakes, start the timer. I'll do that now. Half side stick forward. Let's go. 50%. Half side stick down. All looking good. Brakes released. 2 clicks forward. Man flex 50. SRS runway. Order thrust. Armed and blue. A lot of thrust there. You'd really feel this airplane go at flex 50. That's a good power setting. 80 to 100. Stick to neutral. V1. Rotate. Up we go. Positive climb, gear up, nav. And I've got to tell you, the transition into the flight controllers in the air is just beautiful. It feels amazing to fly. Right, cover your ears, we're going outside for a second. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, through acceleration altitude, it's gone into climb mode. So we're going to follow the flight directors down. I can bring the thrust slowly back to climb thrust. Bit of a reduction because, of course, it's quite a high takeoff thrust. So thrust climb and all the thrusts have engaged. And remember, this is a stable aeroplane. We're in normal yaw now, so the side stick commands a G. Not much we need to do. If you find yourself moving the stick like this, you're working too hard. You're not actually achieving much with it. Now we know we can clean up fully, so I'm going to get above the S speed. Of course, auto flap retraction works, but we don't need it today. So through the S speed, flaps to 0. With the autopilot out, the airplane will actually increase the pitch slightly because it's trying to maintain 1G, and as the flaps retract, obviously it's losing its ability to do that. Now it's going to pitch up quite aggressively, or the flight directors will, so we'll follow that because, of course, we need to maintain 230 knots, and this airplane has plenty of spare power. I'm now going to engage the autopilot. Getting close to our level off, there could be traffic above, so let's put vertical speed in. Vertical speed 2000, speed vertical speed 2000, out blue 6000. The flaps are at 0, so we can disarm the ground spoilers and turn off the nose gear lights. Should be on 1228. There we go. So there's 1,000 feet to go. Thank you so much to Lucas for the $5 Canadian. Really appreciate it. Best of ever was. That's far too kind. Thank you, Lucas. Very kind of you. Really, really appreciate it. Just answering a message briefly. Stand by. Great. Excuse me. Right, there's out mode. We are level at 6,000 feet. We've flown the first part of departure. We need to get up to 6,000 by the next part, which we've already done. And we're underway. We can stop the clock now because the flaps are in at 0, which is typically what I do. Yes, the Logitech radio panel does work perfectly well, Ed, so I'm very relieved. First time I've used it today, but it works just fine. Let us grab a bit of a camera view. Thank you to those watching. If you are enjoying it, do please hit the like button. It makes a huge, huge difference to the channel. Really appreciate it. Oh, thanks, Lauren. So London South will want to talk to us in a bit. Good to know. Thank you. Back to the flight deck. Got to do some work here. Can't just enjoy the beautiful views. So, we haven't got any more restrictions. After the end of the SID, if you had a loss of comms, by the way, there is a procedure involved flying along for a certain amount of time. I think it's 2 or 3 minutes, and then you climb up to your planned cruising altitude, and air traffic control will just move everybody else out of the way. But here we go. So what I'm going to do is have a look down before we do climb. What's our cruise? So we plan to cruise at flight level 350. Optimum is 340, but we're going to the east, so we have to fly an odd flight level, so we can't use 340, so we can use 33 or 35. It's gone for 3.5, which makes sense. It's better to go slightly above because as we burn fuel, the optimum will increase throughout the flight. So if you start off above, then you're already there. Makes life easier. Recommend a max of 367. We are quite heavy today, so what I don't want to do is go above 360 because it will be a bit too tight on the performance. 800 watching and not even 500 likes. Please do, if you have enjoyed it so far, please do hit the like button. It makes a big, big difference. So thank you again for all coming along and joining us today. Really, really appreciate it. Great to have you all here. Thank you for those follows. Hans, thank you so much for the €5 super chat. Really appreciate it, Hans. That's very kind of you. Hi, Ralph Skyperian. Good to see you. Thanks so much, Hans. Really, really very kind. Daniel says, do you need to press the disc during takeoff landing to prevent moving front wheel? No. No, it works just fine without doing that. I don't know how they've done it, but it works just fine. Yeah, it's not overly sensitive, so no problem there at all. Great question. Right. I think it's time we climb. London Control hasn't spoken to us yet. We're on Unicom. Let's go up to our flight level. Otherwise we will start to lose that contingency fuel. We said we're going to 350. Planned cruise. It's going to work. So I pull, thrust climb, open climb. So that means it's going to go to climb thrust and then adjust its pitch according to the speed target, which is the quickest way up. Out blue, 35,000. That's no good. We're going to flight level, hence the flashing QNH, because it knows that above 6 we need to be at flight level, so we're going to set standard. So pull, and I'm going to set standard on here as well. So out blue, flight level 350. Now we can run the after takeoff climb checklist. Landing gear is up. Let's make sure it is. Yep. Landing gear up. ECAM checked. Barrier F is on standards. Standard. Great news. And we're away. Zakynthos says, if you don't mind me asking, what's your GPU and what kind of graphics are you using? My GPU is an RTX 3080. I appreciate I'm very lucky to have that. I am running into ultra settings, 1440p, and I limit the frame rate to 30 frames a second. Zorg says, have you experienced any GPS degradation in the Fenix? I heard that's modelled based on real constellation orbits, and how common is GPS nav degradation in real life typically? Great question, Zorg. So indeed, GPS relies on satellites, and they are influenceable by external factors such as where you are in the world, the timing, but flying around Europe you're unlikely to ever have that, so no, you don't see GPS degradation naturally. By naturally I mean because of the orientation of the satellites. You could lose it in certain areas because of terrain perhaps, causing issues with it. The other thing I'll say is you can of course have manual interference from certain military stations, but we don't need GPS to navigate the aircraft, crucially. When I refer to the line on the checklist, I'm talking about this line here, cleared to a flight level, so this is a break in this checklist. That's the line there, there was another one there for start clearance. Dean, indeed, external view coming shortly. Let's just do our flight level 100 check. So through 100 we'll accelerate above 250 knots to our cruising, or our typical climb speed, 330. So because we've got a high cost of X, that is a high climb speed, but I'll take it, get us there a bit quicker. We're going to turn off the landing lights, we don't need those anymore, they sit out in the airflow so they burn a bit of extra fuel. Weather's nice, nose attitude is low, seatbelts are released. In the RadNav, if I tuned any myself, I would clear them, but I haven't, so that's fine. And the other thing I can do here is, in the secondary, copy the active into the secondary, just as a backup flight plan that we can modify as we need to along route. Great stuff. Right, cover your ears. No, the ping was not activated seat unit. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay. Let me just jump back into chat. CH says, awesome stream as always. Regarding descent, do you push the out knob a few miles before top of descent to ensure a gradual change of ES, or do you press it at? You can do either. You can even do it slightly after. But of course we are aware that that would lead to a slightly aggressive start of the descent. But that's what you can do. I'm also going to put airport up on my EFIS control. And what we should have done on here is enabled flight mode. There we go. See the battery's draining, let's plug it in to charge again. Hopefully we'll get a little charge logo and we've got flight mode. Isn't that great? On Navigraph we should be able to see where we are on that departure. Have we already gone past Baden? Yeah, we have, we're way past it, so I don't know why I thought that. I wonder if it works en route. I haven't tried this yet. See? Route. There we are! That's our route. Now I would do a little shortcut, but if landing control is online, it's not going to make much of a difference here. So let's get ourselves up to the climb. Michael prefers the thrust reverser style on an old Airbus. It's sort of reminiscent of the bucket reversers on the MD-80. So the reverser style on this is the CFM style, is those, yeah, like the bucket sort of doors. There is a name, I've forgotten what the name is. On the IAE version of this though, it looks just like the NEO, it just slides backwards. Oh, goodness me. Right, so much going on. Here we go then. So, I think we're in good shape. External view time. Cover your ears, it's going to get loud. back with you. Hope you enjoyed those views. So there we go. Vertical navigation obviously is working here. So here's a blue level off arrow. That is where it thinks. I'm just going to dim the terrain in the background a bit. There we go. And I do that in the real aircraft sometimes, by the way, when it's a bit of a nuisance. But that is a blue arrow showing us where it thinks we're going to level off at flight level 350. Oh, you're right. Yeah, well done. Yeah, I've missed London School. Thank you. Good job you guys are here. 129.
Golf.
London, good afternoon. JMC 309, climbing flight level 350 to Vapid.
JMC 309, London Control, hello. Route direct Hawk, climb flight level 350.
Flight level 350, direct to Hawks. JMC 309.
Iberia 31 Hotel Yankee, descend flight level 70,
we're going to
Auckland heading 075
and we need
degrees.
to go to
Down to 70 and leave Auckland heading.
Hawks. I think you mean,
Right,
I'm assuming he's talking about Hawker.
descend to altitude
I must have
5,000
misheard
feet,
that.
QNH
So,
1019,
direct.
vectors ILS approach runway 26 left.
Hawk.
1019.
Checking on the display, we get the yellow line.
November
Looks
45
sensible.
Golf Sierra,
Insert.
turn left heading 280 degrees.
It's
On the
that
heading,
simple.
establish localizer, runway 26 left.
Turn left heading 280 degrees and establish localizer November 45.
Ryanair 43 Quebec Golf, turn left heading 1.
So thank you all for coming along. I hope you enjoyed the departure. If you are leaving now, do please leave a like on the way out. It makes a big difference to the channel. And yeah, we'll be landing in 2.5 hours-ish. In fact, I can tell you, because this has loaded in the wind. So at 8:15 UK time, 1914 UTC is the current planned landing time. We'll see how accurate that turns out to be.
Bye-bye, break, jet set 286, monitor Unicom 122-Malay, goodbye.
Unicom for jet set 286, taxi. Good
It's a
evening.
jet set.
Good evening.
That's excellent. Oh yes,
PC51 Echo
I'm going to
Mike,
show you.
descend to altitude 6,000 feet,
Just to prove it's true.
QNH 1019, vectors ILS
You all
approach
know this
runway
already.
26
You all know more than me. But there you go. The seatbelt signs are indeed off.
QNH 1019, vectors
Isn't that great?
26 left, is a
So now you just start getting
November
excited
45
to get
Golf
to the
Sierra,
beach.
maintain speed to 180 knots or greater.
Look at that gentle wing flex as we go through the turbulence. Really nice. Just
Ryanair 43 Quebec Golf.
they've done a great job. The wing flex on the ground as well. It works really nicely. It looks just like you'd expect it to. The wing flex on this is some of the best Airbus wing flex I've ever seen. It does indeed have wing flex, the real aircraft. Of course it does. It's a 60-70 ton piece of metal. Yeah, there's a huge queue at the bathroom now. Indeed, yeah, always. Neil says, how heavy is it compared to the A320X? I don't notice because I lock the sim to 30 frames a second. My understanding is it's not very heavy at all.
Control, hello, 82, 7 Alpha X-ray with you on the ground at Gatwick, Alton Alpha 1.
What did you say again?
Chris says, quick question, is there anything missing on the aircraft that you wish were there if you were in
82 7 Alpha X-ray, roger. Break, Royal
I mean,
Rock 802, turn left heading 345
if you sit and
degrees,
look,
speed
you'll find stuff.
180 knots.
I know Amir's talked about a few things already on the Discord, so I'm not going to try and take words out of his mouth on that. Anything I'm missing?
82 7 Alpha X-ray, runway 26 left, Alpha 1 clear for takeoff, service wind 220
I
degrees.
can't. Well, we'll see throughout the flight, but if you've seen if you look at the way we set up through the EFB, it's got such a nice, complete experience to the whole flight. It's really quite special, and that's something I really like. Oh yeah, Tracy, I should definitely get that now. Should have had that out for the whole start time there. Probably both pilots by this point.
Ryanair 43 Quebec Golf.
754 Bravo, climb flight level 350.
Flight level 350.
Ed says, is the wing flex realistic? Seems like PNG overdone it in Phoenix and under. No, I would say this is spot on. I have no complaints about the wing flex. I don't think the Airbus is not. It does have wing flex, and they do bounce around. On this aircraft, you'll see that if you fly on an aircraft with shark fins, the wing flex looks more noticeable because of the big shark fin waggling at the end. On this style aircraft, with what we call wingtip fences, the little mini versions, like that, yeah, you don't see it much at all. So if you've seen my videos, you'll see that as I rotate, the wing does take the strain. It gives this ever so subtle curve up, where it's taking the weight of the aircraft into the air, and that's spot on as far as I'm concerned. I think it's great. And then you can just see it, just with the momentum wobbling a bit, but not much. Because this isn't a jumbo jet, it won't wobble too much. Pablos, thank you so much for your £5 super chat. Very kind of you. Pablos says, do you know anything about WAS? And approach shot, I was looking at it. Can the A320 do it? Either way, thank you for teaching me so much. Pablos D, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for a very kind £5 donation. Far too kind. And I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. I'm glad I managed to teach you something. Sadly, I'm not able to help you for WAS. It's a thing in America. I haven't used it in Europe. I haven't had training on it. I don't know what it is. So I'm really sorry. I couldn't even begin to discuss it because I've got no clue. There you go. There's Gatwick passing, by the way.
Speed 180 knots.
Left heading 290 degrees and speed 180 knots.
Oh, we're getting some fat sim lag, I think. There must be a lot of traffic around. Yeah, that looks like Gatwick to me. Very noticeable in the south of the UK. So, sorry Pablos, but I really appreciate the donation. I'm sorry I can't help you with that one. David says, coming from 10 years of PMDG only simming, is there a way to see fuel prediction per waypoint in an Airbus? When checking waypoint en route, can you find it? It's probably me right. Absolutely. David, if you want to see the fuel per waypoint, all you got to do, go to your flight plan page, and here we can see speed /alt and UTC. So it's telling us the time we'll be at the waypoint and the speed and altitude it expects. So there's top of climb TC. Press one of these sideways arrows and it will tell you the estimated fuel on board and the true wind. So 23871 with 9.8 tons of fuel on board. So now I can scroll through all the waypoints and it gives me the different fuel figures at each one. Just with the sideways arrow, and then press it again and it goes back. I'm going to make some videos because I appreciate we're going to have a lot of people arriving at the Airbus for the first time thanks to this add-on, so I'm going to be putting videos out to talk about things like that. Thanks Pablos, appreciate it. Radio's a bit loud, okay, sorry. If I turn that, let me see if I can, hold on, let me balance this out, let me think. I need to do is see if that works. Is that better for you guys? It's such a nightmare trying to sort out audio. I do apologise. Grilled Toaster, thanks so much for your $5 tip. Really appreciate it. Grilled Toaster says, after flying for a long time, is it still exciting to feel the takeoff power, or do you get used to it? That's a great question, Grilled Toaster. Thank you so much for your very kind donation. Really appreciate it. So, is it still exciting to feel that takeoff power, or do you get used to it? No, you don't get used to it. It's always exciting. Well, I always enjoy it. There are days that are more difficult, and you've had a lot of different pressures, and the takeoff and the joy of flying starts to fade. Well, not fade. They get lost in the I don't want to say chaos, but the disruption of a day. But no, actual takeoffs are always a joy, especially if you've been delayed, really, because it's about finally get going. And yeah, as you spool up the engines and then release the brakes and then you go to takeoff thrust, the roar, it's particularly good in the NEOs, they make great sounds, but the IEs make great sounds and the CFMs do as well. I mean, it's just a real treat. And it's a big event, takeoff. It's a big series of very important decisions and moments compressed into sort of 20 seconds. As well as a great piece of technical achievement as an airplane lifts into the air. It's always special. Always special. There was a book, and I've totally forgotten the name of it now, and it was really good, by a current airline pilot, and it talked a bit about that feeling as you roll down the runway. I wish I knew the name. Some of you will probably have read it. And he talks about how you accelerate down the runway and the airplane starts to change from this sort of unwieldy vehicle on the ground, because of course they're not very good on the ground, they've not got many wheels, they're quite slow, they don't turn very well, and it's bumping on the runway, and then slowly you feel it start to become an airplane, and the rudder starts to work, and it starts to get lighter on the wheels, your flight control starts to influence the movement, and then you reach rotate and you pull back and suddenly it's alive and it's a flying machine again, and it's great because that's where it's meant to be, that's what it's designed for. So that is great. It's a great moment.
November 45 Golf
But thank you
Sierra,
again,
contact
Group
ground
Toaster, for the very
121
kind donation.
Goodbye.
And of course, Pavlos.
Contact ground 121.
Can this be flown without Navigraph and SimBrief?
Right,
Would the
everyone,
in-game flight setup do the trick
802,
just as much?
270 degrees,
That's a
8
good
knots,
question.
runway
I
26,
highly recommend using SimBrief. I haven't used the in-game setup because I just can't recommend enough SimBrief. It's really straightforward to use SimBrief. There are tutorials out there. Matteo Chewy did one of our moderators here. It's a fantastic one. 1228 JMC 309. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So I can't recommend SimBrief enough. It's so well integrated into this aircraft. It's a real treat. You can have your route in here. You can even synchronize it. Look at that. And then you've got all the load sheets, the loading times, all done from it. So that's what I will strongly recommend. Of course, you could, if you didn't want to use SimBrief at all, there's nothing to stop you just loading in the route yourself, but then you need to plan it as well. Whether you could just use a Microsoft planning tool and see it appear in there, I haven't actually tried yet, just because I've been so drawn in by the SimBrief. Hayden, thanks so much for your £3.20 super chat. Really appreciate it, Hayden. Hayden says, thanks for the stream. The Phoenix is a masterpiece. It is indeed. It is a joy, a real treat. You're going to love this when it comes. It's going to be such fun when we can all talk about it and you've all got it in your hands. Really great. That's it, Mark Van Onacker. That's the one. And that was the book. Was it just called Flight, was it? Great book. Skyfaring, that's the word. Giant Axe, well done. Skyfaring. Chris says I'm using SimBrief on the 146 right now. It's so good. There you go. Thanks so much, Hayden, again. Very kind for your super chat. Your classic 320. I see what you did there. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Very kind. Had to be 320 today. One day they'll release an airplane that is 999 or something like that. Those planned, thanks for joining us. Rating us with a party of 6. Good to see you, or hope you enjoy. Excuse me. There we go. Right. So good. So in the cruise now, it says out cruise. That's as we would hope. Out mode would be if we were at an intermediate level off, but we're at our cruising level, so we can stay in out cruise. What that means is if the airplane gains a bit of speed, it will actually allow itself to wobble up and down slightly on the altitude in order to not change the engine thrust. It's not very fuel efficient to constantly change engine thrust. So what this means is it will actually keep the power setting the same, and it will try, just for variations in wind and temperature, it will try to maneuver the aircraft up and down to the correct level, to the correct speed, without having to depart from the altitude. Eventually it won't manage, and it will just revert back to the right level and speed and change the power, which can sometimes catch you out. It feels like you're suddenly changing level in the middle of the cruise, so yeah, you have to watch out for that. Then we would also put the TCAS to below. So that's looking below us then on the TCAS in case someone's beneath us. Let's put something more useful on this side. There we go. So TCAS to below, and we will do a systems check. So on this page, I'm going to go engines, look at the oil, it's all looking good. Bleed air, all looking good. Now, of course, the aircraft will tell you, it will say status if there's a problem, but still, you can sometimes spot little things starting to change. Here's just to show you the level of detail. Here's the green hydraulic system reservoir. See how it's dropped? That's because the landing gear lever is, the landing gear is up, and that's a big load on the green hydraulic system. Green powers the landing gear, so that fluid has all gone into the landing gear to push it up and keep it in the bay. So that's what it does. Disappears like that. Very typical picture. Fuel. We've got all the temperatures modelled. See how it's dropping as we're in the cruise. It's minus 56 out there, so we can expect that to drop throughout the flight. APU off. Air conditioning 22 degrees all round, 23. And I actually want it a bit cooler. I want maybe 21 in the back. Let's try that. Aft cargo sitting at 80. Doors closed, slides armed. So this little white means the slides are armed. The middle two are the overwing exits, so they're always armed, but the doors have to be armed by the cabin crew at pushback, and then they'll be disarmed when we get to stand. What that means is that if the door is opened in an emergency, the slide will inflate, hence the slide warning. Wheels are all good. We didn't really heat up the brakes on the taxi out because we could barely get up the hill even with engine thrust, so we didn't need much brakes, so that's good. And they've modelled it to have the pressure showing. Not all Airbuses have that. Flight controls, all green, all sitting there, all modelled correctly, all powered by the correct hydraulic systems. It's the level of detail here goes way deeper than what we're seeing today, really, because there's failures and all sorts, as we know. Remember, this has got underneath it a very powerful Airbus simulation, and what we're seeing here is the normal operations, but there's a lot more to talk about. Company message then, let's go have a look at that. Actually, I'll do a quick fuel check. So we've burnt 2 tons in total. We've got 9.8 on board. So 9 plus 2, 10, 11. So that's 11.7 tons if we add the fuel used with the current fuel. That adds up, suggests we don't have a fuel leak. And it looks like we're still going to arrive with enough fuel. I said earlier that minus 100 isn't going to be an issue because the contingency fuel will go into it. And also I'd rounded up a couple of the figures, so we probably didn't quite burn all the taxi fuel. And if I go to fuel prediction, lo and behold, we've not only got our 500 of contingency, we've gained a couple of 100 kilos, and our alternate is rounded up, and I'm sure there's a better alternate nearby anyway, so that's all looking good. Right, company message, let's go have a look at that. Received. JMC Ops. Send ADC for 16 minutes. See ADC delay card on company tablet and allocate as per OMB and assign free text if applicable. So, ADC, what does ADC stand for? Delay code? Not sure. I'm using a Fenix specific sim brief profile, Thacros. Good question. The red emergency cancel button, says Blind 74. What does that do? So if we have a caution that's spurious, and it's very rare, but there are a couple, or maybe we're dispatching with an MEL that's going to generate a caution that is specifically not supposed to be there, and we would only do this in accordance with the MEL, it would tell you to press the emergency cancel if it appears. So yeah, that's what that's for. Rare to use it, it's actually guarded, but if you press it, it will cancel the warning, so the airplane will stop giving you that specific warning. But you've got to be very sure what you're doing if you're going to use that. So that's what it's for, cancelling warnings that we don't think we need. Arrival delay code, but then we're departing, so we're using it for departure. So strange, right? Oh no, not there. So delay code allocation cards. Here it is. So why were we late departing? So the airline wants to know for their systems, for their management of data. So we need to do 16 minutes. What I'm actually going to do, let's do it in this side, make it easier to see. So ATSU, AFC, and then 16 minutes. So ADC delay, it's 16 minutes. And we can actually put several in with a reason. Let's see. Airline delay code. Thanks, Christopher. There you go. Amir said it's after doors closed. Delay because talking too much. Yeah, pretty much. So it wasn't air traffic control. They were very good, and there was no one getting in our way when we pushed back. There was no loading issues, although there was a little bit when I was setting it up, wasn't there? So let's say... Yeah, well, it is pretty much talking too much. OTH. That was pretty much all of it. And then... There we go. Other 16 minutes. Pilot would not stop talking. Send that to the company. I'll get an email about that later. Luckily, this isn't a Dan Air virtual flight, so the bosses won't see it and have a go at me. Little Oven, this is not the vanilla 320, this is a new add-on coming soon. A payware add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator of a very advanced 320. It's very, very good, I promise you. Holds, please. Thanks for those subscriptions. I'm not sure if there's passenger ambient sounds. I don't think so. Lauren B says if it were down air virtual flight, all you would get would be a finger away from Andy and being told not to do it again. Good. Company message. What have they said to that? ADC received. Yes, that's a very stern message. They are not impressed. Good. Back to flight plan. Oh, and now this is where we get to enjoy the flight a little bit. It'd be a shame not to. Go to Navigraph. There we are. There's our routing. We could try and get a bit of a shortcut. France causing us a bit of a dogleg there. Yeah, we don't want to go all the way down to Milan. This is a real issue flying through France actually at the moment. This is the way the airways are constructed. So really, we want to skip. Let's go to Okazi and then Milpa. So to do that, let's say air traffic says after Okazi route Milpa. I can just take out Moulin and Akeko, so we could delete it, but I had to delete several waypoints. So I'm just going to type in Milpa, and then it will recognise that. So I'm going to select the point under Akazi. There's the temporary, there's the yellow line, that's looking good. Insert, and that will shave a couple of minutes off the flight, reduce the distance slightly, 5 minutes. Often we we get a little excited, we ask for shortcuts from air traffic control, and you think that looked like quite a good shortcut, didn't it, on the screen, and then you type it in and it's like 1 minute. It really makes next to no difference. You'd be amazed how little influence pilots have over the arrival time of the flight. It's all planned, we have the right amount of fuel, the flight takes what it takes. You can fly a little bit faster, but it's often makes no difference. It's a bit like driving your car. The difference between doing 70 and 65 is almost nothing. Long haul flights, a bit different. Because of course you could speed up by 20 miles an hour and over 10 hours. That's the difference between, that's half an hour difference, isn't it? Right, does it respond to ADCs depending what you put in it? It looks like it doesn't. It just said received, but I don't know that for sure. Mickey says, why does half of France just not have airways now? I don't know. That's a question for Lauren B, our resident VATSIM controller. Andy says, someone call me. Just in, have moved 18 tons of food flavor powders and 27 tons of vinegar in bulk tanks. Excellent, Andy. I hope you've had a good day. That does sound like hard work, especially on a hot summer's day. But yes, we were just saying we left 16 minutes late for no good reason. So it was lucky this wasn't mid-down air. I'd be getting in trouble. Luckily, I just had to explain it to JMC, who didn't seem too impressed, but likewise didn't say anything. Kelpie, thank you very much for a $10 tip. Really very kind. Kelpie says, just woke up. Glad you're still on. Oh, we'll be on for a few more hours yet. Do you know the release date for this plane? Kelpie, thank you so much for the very kind tip. Thank you for supporting the channel yet again. Really appreciate it. I'm so sorry. I do not know the release date for this plane. Keep an eye on the Phoenix Discord and the Phoenix website for information on the aircraft. I'm just on the Alpha Beta team, so I can't give you any more information. I don't know it. I genuinely do not know it. Grace and Moon, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. I hope you're doing well. It's been a long time. Great to have you here. I hope all is going well for you. How times have changed. Laramie doesn't know why France has no airways. Fair enough. They all just seem to have been deconstructed. Fabio says, the Phoenix model is the 320 or the 320 NEO. Are there any differences in the cockpit between the two? It is a 320, not a NEO. It is a 320 CEO, current engine option. Differences on the cockpit are very minor. This is quite a modern CEO. So we saw earlier that in the EFB we can actually change the config depending on the airline, and that will be attached to the liveries later on. But let's go to the airline modifiable. So here you go, Auto TCAS, FLS. This stuff is brand new, but it is accurate because you can modify the Airbus, especially when it's things like the flight guidance system. You can modify it to include those things. So it is realistic in that sense, but it is a relatively modern Airbus that's modeled on to have those options. However, I've downgraded it a bit. I don't have Auto TCAS. I don't have AC Essential switching. Has been around for a long time. Most aircraft I can imagine in service are modified to have that. That could be a whole video on its own. And there's a reason it's there. Again, great attention to detail. So that is a not particularly modern. So I'm actually simulating a very old aeroplane, but I have bothered to add nav in the go around, which I really like. That's a quite common thing these days. Ice detection is an option that most airlines, I don't think many have that, so I've turned that off. But no, otherwise differences, very minor with the NEOs. Just a few systems differences. Ripper says, I heard some say the spool up time on takeoff is too fast. What do you think? No, I thought it was fine. It's slow to go from 0 to 50, and then it's quite fast to go from 50 to takeoff thrust. That's normal. These engines are slow on the low speed ranges, especially from ground idle, which obviously it will be when sitting on the ground, and they're quite fast at changing at the higher speeds. That's where they're designed to be. Birdman says, absolutely amazing aircraft, will be buying this. I thought the 320X was amazing, but this is next level. Have you had any CGD jet? Not this necessarily Phoenix. I'm not going to answer that question. That's too risky. George says, did you cover PCA ground service at Bristol? Very interested to hear about how often that is used in real life. So PCA is presumably talking about preconditioned air. Let me just check that I'm getting that right. It sounds ridiculous that I don't know what it's called, but I would just ask for air. Air conditioning. Yeah, preconditioned air units. Right, okay. Good. I'm glad I was right. A bit embarrassing. Yeah, so do we use preconditioned air on the aircraft? So the answer to that is it's a different thing from an air start unit. Preconditioned air is just cooling air to ventilate the cabin. Yes. It will be used in airports that do not want us using the APU. Remember, the APU we have to use to provide bleed air because ground power only provides electricity. But if you have ground power and preconditioned air, then we don't need to use the APU. It's a lot quieter, there's less exhaust fumes. And remember, a preconditioned air unit can be run on electricity, so it can be more sustainable. Let's say your airport uses green power or solar power. Then your preconditioned air unit is just using electricity, whereas our APU is burning fuel, putting out exhaust, putting out gases. So it's ideal to use preconditioned air. So airports in hot places, I'm thinking of places like Malaga or somewhere, will quite often plug in preconditioned air by default into the aeroplane and then leave it pumping through. That plugs in underneath the fuselage. But the common thing in places like the UK is not to have it because the units are expensive. They'll probably just use a diesel mobile one as opposed to an electric one plugged into the jetty or something fancy. So, you know, like a remote stand like we had in Bristol where there's no jetty, then it's unlikely you almost certainly not have preconditioned air like that. Andy Robinson, thanks so much for your $10 super chat. Really very, very kind. Thanks so much, Andy. Andy says, thanks for the stream. Looks like you'll be planning a 60k subscriber stream in no time. Helicopter stream, says Andy. We always talk about helicopters. I must get round to it. I haven't decided. Did we decide on a 60k special stream? So for 50k, we did, when we hit 50,000 subscribers, a few months later, I flew the Concorde from London to JFK. So that was great fun. I promised I'd do that. It took me a long time to get round to it. We haven't decided on a 60k special, have we? For the first few, for 30k and 40k, we did long-haul flights, but I can't realistically expect to get the time to do a long-haul flight right now, especially in the summer season. So yeah, Lauren V wants a 747 long-haul. I think it's less likely at the moment. Blind says, in any case, air conditioning is not environmentally friendly. No, it's not friendly to the environment, that's true enough. George says, 320 Sim Pilot, Katie did a fantastic job with the iPad. She's an amazing professional. I wish we had more women in aviation. There you go. George, very impressed with the EFB, and indeed, Katie did do an amazing job. Amazing job. It is fantastic. I can't stress that enough. So powerful, and it just takes you through the sequence of a flight so nicely through that My Flight section. Really, really like it. Really like it a lot. And there's Arrival as well, if there was an Aegis in Zakynthos. Noah, thanks so much. So Andy, again, thank you for that $10, and then another $10 from Noah. Thank you, Noah, for your kind super chat. Noah says, have you flown an Airbus with CRT displays? I see that all of these add-ons simulate the newer LCDs. Great question. I knew this question would come regarding the screens. So this is simulating LCD, which is called EIS2. Big difference. It's not just the screens that change. When you change the screens, you change the artwork and a lot of the systems. Look at, by the way, there's the fingerprints on the screen. Wow. Ridiculous. And it's just like that. If the sun goes right on them at the wrong angle, you can really struggle to see. It's not so bad on the LCD screens on EIS2 that we have here. It works better than it does on the older CRT screens. They get more reflective and not as bright. However, at night, the older screens are nicer to use because you can dim them down a lot. So, thank you for your $10. Really appreciate it, Noah. And great question. I have flown an Airbus with CRT displays, hence I could tell you that. Extra context, as I always call it, there. this is coming with the EIS2 because there is a big difference. It's not just a visual change. There is a difference in the underlying systems. I say big. Probably it's big to me as someone who operates the airplane, especially when I have to do, for example, simulator checks using an older system that may or may not call out minimums, things like that. But the for flight simming purposes, probably is more of a visual change. But I know Fenix are interested in doing things properly. So yeah, this is what it's coming with EIS2. It's a big a lot of work to change it to 1. Right. I've missed loads of chat there. Again, if you are enjoying, do please hit the like button. It makes a big difference. So Gross and Moon, there is no option for the CRT. There you go. Everyone's asking. Does the responsiveness change between CRT and LCD? Good question. Responsiveness. No, I don't think so. I think they're both. After a while of operating both, you stop realizing. When you first fly the old screens, you'll fly in them and you'll go, oh, this isn't very good. And then a few months later, you won't even notice. If you got off an airplane and someone came and asked you, what screens were you using? You would go, I have no idea. You just get used to it. There's no training difference between the two either. But little things like the flap position is shown differently in a different place and all of that. But I wouldn't even be able to draw it for you right now. I just know it is different. There you go. Daniel says, I'm an HVAC refrigeration engineer. So Daniel knows what he's talking about with that. Air conditioning that cool air from the outside, or is there any refrigeration system to cool the air? Also, if no refrigeration, how air cooled on the ground in a hot country? Using electrical units. I don't know any more than that. Federico says use the H145. Is that the hype group helicopter? Happens to be an Airbus, which is always a good sign. Yes, that is the one we need to use if we're going to do a helicopter flight. But thank you again, Noah, for that kind donation. In the US, Lauren Lee says most gates have preconditioned air. Very good. Yes, George Lumpkin says there's no visual model. No, there's no current visual model for the PCA in the EFB, as far as I'm aware. Xavier says, has anyone ever recognised you in person? No, I've not been approached at work and recognised. $60K equals Vegas. Harry H says, when you cruising, are you best putting speed in managed or set speed? Cruising, you want managed speed. So with the dashes, that's telling us it's in managed. If I pull, it's selected. If I push it in, it's managed. Selected means I'm telling the aircraft what to do. Managed means I'm letting the aircraft decide. In managed, we'll get a magenta speed bug, and pulled, it will get a blue one. I can adjust the blue one, but if I manage it, I can't adjust it. I'd have to change the cost index in here, and the airplane will calculate a different cruise speed and fly that. In the cruise, we'll sit like this, managed, yeah, just the altitude showing up there. That's pretty normal. Unless air traffic gives you a specific speed. So let's say air traffic says, well, you've got traffic in front, they're crossing, but I need you to slow down to decimal 77 or less for the next 5 minutes. Well, we would then select it. Wouldn't bother changing the cost index or anything like that. Now, something to remember is we select the speed that they tell us or below. So if they say 77 or below, no one ever is going to go below that. They will go to exactly what they're allowed to do as fast as possible. So there you go. But we don't have traffic. I don't want to be late. Let's go. Jonathan Gunthauser, thank you so much for your $31.26. Really far too generous. Jonathan supported the channel a lot, and thanks so much for coming along. Jonathan says, need to go sadly, but as always, a great pleasure to watch your stream and a great share of knowledge. We'll catch on later the rest of the video. Have a great landing and stream, and see you around. Jonathan, far too kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for coming along again today. Really, really appreciate it. That's very kind. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you in the replay, if not at the next stream. Very generous, very generous. Sorry about that. Just having a bit of my tea. Cup of tea, not my actual dinner. I will eat after the stream. So, Grows the Moon's asking, are the fonts good on the PFD? Now, as far as I'm aware, they are. But I know some people aren't convinced. I've been terrible at this since I was in the first view of the Toliss, and Toliss changed the PFD. A few months into me making videos, a few weeks, they made a big revamp of their PFD in the Toliss A321 on X-Plane. And I remember I thought it was good before, and then they changed it, and I compared it to the real one. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. So I'm not very good. To me, this looks great. I've got no issues looking at this, but it doesn't bug me or anything like that. I think it looks fairly spot on. But I suppose if you did a side-by-side comparison, you'd be able to tell for sure. But to me, it looks good. Colours look great as well. And it does, of course, we all know, have that individual pixels, which is quite an amazing thing. Although I don't know how to lower the camera. I did have a translate button assigned, and I've forgotten what it was now. So I'm not going to mess it up by randomly pressing keys. Martin, thanks for your subscription. Jonathan, again, thank you for that very kind tip. And MJP Flight, thanks for your follow. How long does it typically take for the ADs to align, says Z? So, good question. It's in the region of 10 minutes. Can be a bit longer or a bit less, depending where you are. If you sit down and you align them in your flow, they're always going to be ready by the time you're ready to go. By the time you finish the flow, load up the box. I've never had to wait for the alignment unless for some reason you couldn't align the ADs before that point. I think someone said earlier, can you align the ADs on a windy day, or would you find that the alignment doesn't work? Yes, as long as the aircraft isn't actually being towed around. If it's just shaking a bit in the wind, then you can do it. Look at those fingerprints, grease, specks, excellent. Window seat, good to see you. Window seat's our resident Airbus engineer, so has a very good eye for all the details of the Airbus. Hope you're doing well. Nibble says, tray table in the down and lock position, drink in hand. Wow, I'm late to the stream. Indeed, yeah, this is what it's going to look like for a while. But if it says, not sure if you already talked about it, but maybe you can talk about what features from this product does not match to the real stuff. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of things. I mean, just look at the image on the screen. It's so spot on. It really is amazing. I'm sure there are things, obviously. It's not going to be perfect. It can't be perfect. And Amir's been very upfront about the things that are set to be worked on or changed. But yeah, you can actually just see the hazing of the pixels in that screen. Love it. And he says, all these different screen capabilities and functions. I'm crawling back to my 727. I'm way more comfortable with a nice round gauge with smoky engines. Very good, Andy. Absolutely. Skipper says, is there another text chat channel? YouTube. Yes, YouTube, 320simpilot.com. Sorry, I've got too far back in the chat now. I'm missing loads of information. I'm going to have to scroll down. Sorry, everyone who's chatted in the meantime. Brimlin, good to see you. Thanks for coming along from Reunion Island. I hope you're doing well there. Thanks for joining us. I have a question regarding anti-ice procedure. During a night flight, how can you see if there is moisture outside so you can turn on the anti-ice? Great question. Great question. So, first of all, ice detect message if you have it fitted. But as I said earlier, a lot don't. So how do we know? Well, the big giveaway at night, your strobe lights. So the strobe lights out on the wingtips, out there, and you can actually, can we see them flashing? Not quite, but at night, of course, they're very, very bright, and if you're in a cloud, they will light up the cloud around you. So we'll be sitting here, and you'll know you've gone into cloud, A, because the stars will disappear, and B, because the, if let's say you're below a cloud layer, so how do you know if you've gone into another one, even if you can't tell the stars? Well, it will start flashing around you. That's the big giveaway. JM says, what would you do normally during a cruise of a 3-4 hour flight? Well, you're going to eat, you're going to chat, you're going to monitor everything, you're going to do your fuel checks. It might send some messages to air traffic control, and at some point you may have a bit of time just to sit there and relax. Yeah. Right, I'm going to have to scroll down because I'm going to keep missing things. I'm going to keep missing things here. Mariner Howdy, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing well. $11 AM says, please try this. Please try what? I can't see it. Grows the Moon says, talking about detail, there is very interesting detail on the radio panel. The PA button can be clicked and you can start speaking to passengers and then hear you in the cabin. Wow, I didn't know that. See, as I said, a lot of you will know more about this than me, it seems, from all the streams, because it's been covered a lot, obviously, in the by streamers and so on, because it's exciting stuff. And this channel is built on the Airbus, so I don't feel bad streaming it as well. Giant says, if you have an Xbox controller lying around for some reason, it's great for moving the camera around either in the cockpit or the camera drone. Yes, I use it for the drone, absolutely. Yeah. Sky Therapy says, which Airbus plane product has the greatest quality in your experience? Maybe this one. Yes. Well, this has got, depends what you mean by quality, but this is still not the final release version, and then there's more work to be done when it's released. I'm sure they'll keep fiddling with it. But I don't want to insult any other Airbus developers. The quality of the Toliss is exceptional, really exceptional. And the Toliss is what I started the channel with on X-Plane 11. And I looked back at an old stream in the Toliss, an old video. Someone left a comment on it, and I watched a little bit. Well, I didn't watch. I clicked on the video just to have a look at it, to remember back to 2 years ago when I was making videos with the Toliss. And it's remarkable how good it is. So, you know, if we're looking for the next level of what we can do with this new Microsoft Flight Simulator platform, I say what people can do, then this is showing us that, really, isn't it? It's amazing. So I think this is something that's going to be very, very exciting. And the other thing, of course, here is that we are in the world of Microsoft Flight Simulator with its outrageous weather engine, its ridiculously good scenery. It is, and I say outrageous weather, I mean it's outrageously good. It's the just most breathtaking representation of flying airliners around that I've ever seen. So yeah, that's the big treat here. Plus, of course, the aircraft is remarkable. We've seen what we can do with, I can say what they have done with the, look at that, ridiculous. But I want to go further than that and say the immersion through the ACARS systems and the way you can load it up, boarding it, details in the cabin, it's ridiculous. They have done an amazing thing. So is this the most detailed Airbus? Yes, it is, in my opinion. Now, I don't actually know how to try that out. I see people asking. Window seat's been out in a late shift with Jebel Thunderstorm. Dear window seat, I hope that wasn't too bad for you. How do we try that out? Do we just press that? You have to hold it in, you see. And I don't know how to go into the cabin. Hello? I've no idea how that's modelled. So I'm going to stop embarrassing myself with that. Do a beam waypoints work when going direct, says Christian? Good question. So let's have a look. So let's go to Biban and let's see if it keeps the beam. So direct to Biban, and what is being asked is, will it show you a beam waypoint? So let's change that. Let's do Perak first. So a beam waypoint would show me Milpa, and it would say Ab Milp, and it would be saying that you're next to that waypoint. So let's insert Perak. No, so it's not showing us the beam there. Some airlines have that set to happen by default. So what we need to do is go direct to, let's go to Orson. So we go to Orsud, but then I'm going to say with a beam points. And this will actually save it as an actual point. That must be a default option in some airlines. Then we go insert, and there it is, a beam Perak sitting there. Useful to have, especially for your fuel checks. So when you're looking at your flight plan, you can check that your fuel is working out as expected. Thank you so much, Felipe Turbayer, for the €10 super chat. Really very kind. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's very generous of you, and I hope you're doing very well. Felipe, have you left a message anywhere? Let me have a look. There's a pair saying thank you. Thank you so much, Felipe. Really, really kind. Appreciate it a lot, and that's very generous of you. Thanks for coming along, and thanks for supporting the channel. Henty says, how is takeoff flaps and trim calculated? Well, we did that through the departure perf calculator. You just click here, and then we loaded it in. So it can load in the load sheet from SimBrief. It can load in the weather live without being on VATSIM as well. That works, by the way, I should stress. You don't need VATSIM for that or the en route weathers. It's very clever. And then you can put in the runway that you're using and calculate it. It's great. It's so powerful, and it's quicker and easier than the real thing. Because, of course, it synchronizes, which the real stuff usually doesn't. Some do. Hayden says, how close to training, aka study grade, is this aircraft? So that question is always a tricky one for me to answer on any add-on. Okay, I'm going to scroll through the chat. I'm going to miss a load, so do feel free to re-ask your question if I have missed it in the last sort of 10 minutes. Yeah, so how close is this to study grade? Well, I never use the phrase study level because there's no such thing. You can't study any real flying procedures on these sorts of aircraft for a few reasons, but it's the unpredictability of it. They're not certified, they're not updated the same way, and therefore there will be differences. Also, every Airbus is, well, a lot of Airbuses are different, so airlines will have their own specific fit, and it's important that you don't mix them up, or you could have a very different reaction to what you're expecting. Things like the AC Essential feed is a big deal. So you need to know which one you're going to have in real life. So I would always say you need to use the training material, and that's why I say this is not for any real world use. I often get comments saying, well, why does your video say not for any real world use, as if I'm going to go and get an Airbus and fly it around. And I appreciate it, but I'd say that, you know, if you're starting your type rating on the A320 and you happen to you want to see something on YouTube, then, you know, there is a small risk that you might find one of my videos and you might be tempted to watch it as a, you know, a graphical explanation, because often the material we're given is not quite as visual, put it that way. So I'm just making sure that nobody thinks that this is going to be 100% accurate. So how close is this? Well, it's very good. It's very good. And it's more about the failures that we're going to see, that it has a really impressive ECAM simulation sitting underneath it. So how close? I really don't know. I don't know how to measure it, I suppose. But that's my typical take on that idea, I suppose. It's a good question, though. Hayden's very excited to see Corrosa Moon. No, the 321, 320 NEO do not always conduct cooling procedure. That's only certain engines. That's the Pratt & Whitney engine NEOs, and it's the ones that, if they're at certain temperatures, if they're hot already. Sky Therapy says, I think the cockpit will obviously getting dirty after some time. Is there any cleaning washing procedure in the cockpit? In real life, getting the wind changes from Flight Simulator there. It's doing a good job of handling it though. In real life, yes, the cockpits will be cleaned occasionally. They'll be cleaned by cleaners can clean around the cockpit, but the engineers will do the in-depth technical cleaning, I think it's called, where you'll clean around the instruments and so on. What we'll do when we sit down often is wipe over the things that we use with wipes, and you can actually keep it in a pretty nice state, but dust will build up, a lot of dust over the time. Michael says, thank you for this stream. Overtime is over, so I have to catch up later. Thank you for all your hard work. Really appreciate it, Michael. You're very kind. Thanks for coming along. And thank you again to Felipe for that kind donation. Leaf says, so if you have to choose between Toliss in X-Plane and Fenix in Microsoft Flight Simulator, you would choose Fenix. That's a brutal question. So, what we've got to remember is, this is a simulation of the 320 CEO CFM'd Airbus. That's it. With the Toliss, we've got the IAE, the CFM. I've got the 21, so it's a different aircraft just right from the start. And also, it's got the NEO engines, as well as the XLR version and so on. And then, of course, we got the 340. So they're different aircraft for a start. So I would, you know, have the choice to stream either. Operating the Toliss is a real pleasure. Also, the thing the Toliss has is that state save, where you can save it on final and then just reload it straight back to that point over and over again and practice things. So that is an amazingly powerful thing. So having both is the best of both worlds. I'm quite happy to have both. We will use the Toliss again. It's not gone forever, obviously. It's a fantastic simulation of the Airbus, and it's a different airplane, so that will feature. But this is another level of detail and immersion that we've seen from this aircraft. It's really astonishing. Ed, thanks so much. Ed's super chatted £10. Really appreciate it, Ed. Ed says, huge thanks for all of the brilliant content you've made over the last few weeks, especially whilst juggling work and people like me asking daft questions and asking for random videos. Ed, it's always a pleasure. Thanks so much for coming along. Thank you. That's far too generous. Really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being such an active part of the community and asking the questions. It's great fun. I like having these discussions with people. That's why I run this channel. So yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks very much for your £10 donation. Far too kind. Thank you for being such an enthusiastic supporter of the channel. And I've missed about 100 messages straight away. So yeah. Yeah, Ed, really appreciate it. Very, very kind. Thank you so much. And they're never daft questions. It's been a busy week. Believe it or not, I have been working every day since the Fenix NDA was lifted. So there's nothing I could do to control that. The result was I haven't been able to stream until today. It's my first day off. So I'm pretty proud that I managed to get the videos out that I have, but it has meant that every spare moment and I've not been at work. I've been working on those videos, so it's been and sleeping. So yeah, it's been quite a busy week. So I'm looking forward to this evening, where I have an evening off after the stream, and I've already got my video for tomorrow ready to go. That's going to be that tutorial. So do please subscribe if you'd like to see that. There's my little plug. Right, let me scroll back. Just, I know I've missed a lot. See, he's going to be going. See you later. Thanks for coming along. Altitude says, why is the website saying it's £1 billion? They haven't put it up yet fully, I assume. Christian says, better to call it high fidelity than study level. Exactly, that's what I always say. Garrickson says, okay, I've seen in videos already. Same with grime on fuel caps. I just love how Fenix got so much detail. Great stuff. It is indeed, Garrickson. Yeah, agreed. Testing rain repellent, I'm not sure it's working. No one showed it yet. No, I can't imagine. A lot of Airbuses don't have the rain repellent running. Sales says, do the bugs on the standby IS and out gauges work? Here we go. Yes. But my goodness. Oh, there you go. You can click and drag and it speeds up. I see some people would bother to set V1. Maybe rotate on here. But I can't get excited about it. We don't, if it's the integrated standby instrument, the ISIS, we do not set the bugs at all on that. Believe it or not, so setting the bugs is not required. Thanks again, Ed, for that kind donation. And I'm glad you've been enjoying the videos, yeah. I do still fly in real life, Rob. Indeed, hence I've been very busy. I have not seen Soviet Wombles videos, no. Apparently Amir's in those then. Very good. I have heard of Aristana. Suprana, thanks so much. Glad you're enjoying the videos from India. Mariner says, X-Plane and Microsoft are two different simulators, can't really compare. Fair enough. Yeah, I think that's fair. 327 Pilot Blind asks, you didn't draw the lines on the ND for crossing the Alps with fixed points and everything. So, yes, great question. I've been chatting. We're coming up to the Alps. There they are. Not the Pyrenees this time. We're going to route, a beautiful route by the way today. I'm quite happy with it. We're going to route right over Italy. Italia. We're going to go straight over the Alps and then down the spine of Italy, which is very spectacular. So over the Alps, we would have a point of return where we'd need to, the MSAs are going to be very high as we get to the Alps. So what we're going to have to do is return back on ourselves if we have an engine failure and we have to, or a rapid descent, sorry. So you'd set a point where you're going to turn around, and you can do that by looking at your flight plan. Nope, not there. Operational flight plan. By the way, this is then divided up. Look at that, weather, NOTAMs. How clever is that? Again, more amazing work by Katie. Let's go to the MSAs. Mora. So scroll. What point are we at? Perak. We've done Moulin, done Milpa. Perak. On altitude 15,200 feet. Pretty high up. The point before 9,700. So it's 16,000 at Orsud and then drops to 14.6. So after Orsud we would carry on. We can actually zoom in a bit, get a better idea of what we're doing. Thanks, thank you for the follow. So this side I'd return to Geneva probably. After Orsud we'll carry on and we'll go into Milan, something like that, on the other side of the Alps. Remember, the Alps aren't that high, they're 18,000 feet, so if we had an emergency depressurization, yes, we'd stop at 18,000. In this case, as long as we're on our route, that would be safe, and then we could actually go a bit lower. And then we would not have to spend long at that altitude or flight level before we could then route into one of those airports and get further descent. They're just not very big. There are parts of the world that long-haul pilots fly over, where they'll be sitting in massively high MSAs for hours and hours and hours and hours. Leaf, thank you so much. Again, far too generous, Leaf. You've been so kind and way too generous. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Leaf super chatted 300 sec. Very kind. Leaf says, thanks, mate, for answering the Toliss Fenix comparison. I guess the Microsoft Flight Simulator graphic also a factor in favour of Fenix. It looks like Fenix has overcome the Microsoft Flight Simulator shortcomings regarding flight system, performance and realism. So, thanks so much, Leaf. You're far too generous. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very kind. Yeah, so we know our thoughts on the Toliss, which is a great aircraft and an amazing piece of work. And if we look at this, and the question there is, has Fenix overcome the shortcomings of Microsoft Flight Simulator regarding system performance and realism? Yes. Aside from the weather radar, which we know is being worked on by Asobo, they want to do it properly, I believe, is my understanding of it. So I'm happy to wait for that if it's being done properly. But what we've got here is an aircraft with amazing handling. They've worked very hard on that. We've got the immersion. We've got the... so remember when Flight Simulator came out, we didn't have the EFB? Look at the power of this EFB. It's one of the most powerful I've ever used. Previously, we had Avitab in X-Plane, which is amazing as well. But this is really quite special, and to include departure performance and so on, the integration with SimBrief and the loading, excellent. Then we've got the way the systems are set up, the lateral navigation, the way the database is integrated, and the aircraft underlying systems, which are being run externally, remember. But it is brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So yes, this has overcome. There's just nothing here. I don't see Microsoft Flight Simulator is holding this aircraft back at all, put it that way. In fact, I'd say it's giving it the environment it deserves in terms of its graphical fidelity and its weather and handling. It's just lovely, lovely. Do the map tray table lights work? That is a good question. I don't know. So I'm turning it on. We can't tell yet. You wouldn't be able to tell at this point in the day. We shall see if it gets a bit darker. I think they do. Yes, they do. You can see it getting ever so slightly brighter. But of course, this time of day you wouldn't notice. So yeah, they do. This is the map light, which again, as far as I'm aware, is fully functional. But we'll see later on. I think they do work. Thank you again, Leaf. That very, very kind donation. Frame then says, I start my EasyJet training soon, so very inspiring watching your videos. Thanks so much. Thank you, Frame. Then glad you enjoy them. Enjoy your training. Have great fun at EasyJet. Brilliant. Great news. So great to hear people joining airlines now. What a difference. Thank you again, Ed. What are those three antenna-looking things in the windshield? These are the heating elements. Not all windows have them there. It does depend, but that is where they are on some versions of the windscreen. And that is how the whole window is heated. There's an element in there, but it's see-through, and that's how it's done. Thanks, Ben, for the subscription and Speedline. Kelpie says, how does it feel compared to the real thing? Now remember, currently I have this set up to work with my Thrustmaster TCA. I've been in the Alpha team for so long that was what I originally had when I set this up. I think anyway. But yeah, it's the amount of input you need is so spot on, even at default. They've worked so hard at the flight model. They've had a lot of input from real pilots, and it's great. And my flight test video, I talk about it. So yeah, it feels great. Henty says, I was actually wondering about the real-life method of calculating the takeoff flaps and trim. Yeah, well, we'd use a computer like this. So, like the EFB, that's how you calculate it. And you have a load sheet. The trim is easier because it's just done on the load sheet weight, so you just set the CG accordingly. But yeah, there'll be a calculator for it. The load sheet would tell you the gross weight CG. Alfred says, what's the difference with Fenix and fly-by-wire? Well, the fly-by-wire has been the, a mainstay of the channel for the last year. What's the difference? Well, of course, the fly-by-wire is a NEO. This is a CEO, so we are dealing with different handling, different things like rotate law. Different engines, of course. Secondly, this is a developed product, whereas or nearly developed product, as in it is nearly at release. Whereas fly-by-wire is very much in development and has been an amazing piece of work that has given us hundreds, literally hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of hours of joy, and brought the Airbus to thousands of people for nothing. They did it, or they have and continue to do it for free. The amount of work they've put into it is remarkable. So that can't be understated, how much work they've done for introducing the Airbus to everyone at fly-by-wire. So in terms of difference, this is a more complete aircraft. It's also higher detail in areas because, of course, it is fully, or nearly, like I say, nearly fully developed. So that is the, it's a slightly different aircraft. We've got different engines, and it is further along in the development line. We've got the ridiculous level of detail they've managed to enable here. So it handles brilliantly. The automation works as you'd expect, and that's one of my favorite things about using this aircraft, is that I can sit in it and it's so it just does it like I expect. So it's very touch wood, relatively stress-free for me. That's not to say operating the Airbus is always stress-free in real life as well, but it's a experience that is more what I expect across the whole range, because of course this has its own lateral navigation, vertical navigation. It's all in here and it's all working. The whole MCDU is working, the ECAM's working, so it's really very nice in that sense. So there is, so much working in this aircraft already. I say already, I mean it's all there, isn't it? We've seen it already, and that's the treat of it. Plus, I would add into that the immersion that they've gone for with the EFB and the loading is all top notch. Really like it, and I can't stress enough how good the handling is flying this around. Not to say other aircraft are bad, but this one does feel especially nice. Jacob says, should be nice to have the EFB on iPad at home. Yes, exactly. That is something that I don't do for streaming reasons, but yes. Ed's going to nip out to fill up the car, taking my 80-year-old father for a guided tour around the Just Jane Lancaster bomber tomorrow. Super excited. Enjoy that, Ed. Well, yeah, we'll see you in a bit. Don't rush. There will be plenty of time for you to go and get petrol and come back. That sounds like a great day out. Pilot says, how do you do a fuel check? So, we would, on our flight plan, have an expected fuel at the waypoint. So let's go to our flight plan, and let's find the waypoint. Biban. Fuel on boards. Oh, I don't know how to read these. 7.5. Estimated fuel on board 7.5. So Biban, 7.5 tons of fuel. How much fuel have we got? We're arriving at Biban. We've got 8.2. Now I'll talk about this in a moment, but that is a check that we took a little bit. We took exactly the right amount of fuel, so it should match. But we know that actually we have underburnt a bit and we saved a little bit in the takeoff. So you check that number is enough to get you where you're going. So to do that, I can see the estimated fuel, so I know I've got a bit more at Biban. Also, this number here, 4.3, is the predicted burn. That's how much fuel it's going to take us to get from Biban to destination. So it's 4.3. So I've currently got 8.2. So minus 4.3 would be 4.2, 3.9. So if I take off the expected fuel burn from the fuel I've got at this waypoint, I expect to land with 3.9. This is saying 4.2 because we're actually saving. We're being a bit more efficient. And I'll talk about why in a moment. So that's what's going on there. So that is a good fuel check in that sense. Secondly, we also have to do the addition that we did earlier on. So fuel used, 3.6 tons, plus the fuel on board, 8.2. So 8, 9, 10, 11.8. That's correct. That's the fuel we set off with. So the fuel on board and the fuel used should add up. If they don't, it's a sign that there's a leak. For example, if this number was low, let's say this said 6.2, then the number would not add up to the fuel we left with, and it would suggest fuel is leaking out because it's not being burnt by the engines. Likewise, if the fuel used was high and we had less in here, then it would suggest that there's a leak in the line somewhere. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, so all our fuel checks look good at Biban. Bob says, is the pilot seat folded down? I'm not sure what that means. You can move the armrests. You can actually... Oh, there you go, oxygen mask. We can remove the EFB and put up the shades. Let's do that. This is something you'd do on a flight like this. There we go. We can, of course, put the sunshades out. There's a lot of glare out there. Let's do it. Love it. I love that view through the yellow. I will indeed use the A320 NX again. Blind 74 wants an A330 from Phoenix as well. Henry says, the problem I feel with becoming a pilot now is eventually in the next 20 years, planes might just become so automated it might just not be a fun job. I don't think so. There's a lot of this job that's fun, regardless of the fact we use the automation. The flying itself is something that we do, and we have to keep our skills sharp because, of course, we may need to do it if there's an automation failure. So you can still fly an approach fully manually. You can fly visually. Yeah, it's not. Some airlines will be less flexible than others on that, but yes. But still, sitting here with that view, it's a remarkable job. There's no doubt about it. And you get to operate these amazing machines. Josh, I don't know yet. I shall see. Kelpie, thank you so much for your $5 tip. So sorry I missed it, Kelpie. I'm just going to run that one again. Kelpie has tipped $5. Says, got to go have some school things. Love the stream while I was here. Thanks for answering these questions. You're very welcome, Kelpie. So sorry I missed that. But thank you so much. And hopefully your work is simple enough. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Very kind. Very kind indeed. Sam, thanks for your subscription. Golf says, why does turbulence feel worse when you're in the middle aisle rather than by a window? Whoa! Yeah, that's the overexcitable. We're getting that off the Alps, presumably, because the wind's coming from behind us. Yeah, not very realistic. That is from Microsoft Flight Simulator. So, interesting question. Why? Oh, over on Twitch, a couple of questions. I should have been on both, so I do apologise. So, first of all, I don't know. I don't think turbulence does feel worse. I would say turbulence feels worst. I don't know. I wouldn't say I've noticed a difference, so I can't answer that one. What's the Twitch question? So Kevin says, what happens if you don't set trim in real life? Would you get a config warning? Yes. Depending on the fit of the airplane, you would get a config warning on the takeoff config. It does depend on the fit of the airplane, though. But good question, good question. Indeed, this is only for PC, I believe. I do apologise if you're on Twitch and I miss your question. It's not because I'm favouritising YouTube, it's just because there's more YouTube comments, so they tend to take over the feed I get a little bit, so that's why it's a higher proportion. But thank you all for joining us on Twitch, and I will endeavour to make sure I get to more of your questions. Brados, thanks for joining us. They say, you probably get this question all the time, but how did you fund your pilot training with it costing up to £100,000? So I have talked about this before. I'm not going to talk about my specific circumstances for obvious reasons, but you need to take into account that that is a problem. It is too expensive and it shouldn't have to be funded by the individual. As a result, it is a barrier, and it's meaning that only people who have help are able to do it, such as from a family. But there are people who do it through bank loans. But again, getting a bank loan is easier if you have family who can, have assets to put against the loan. So that is a real problem and needs to be resolved. But the problem is, as long as there's enough people who do pay, then it's hard for the airlines just won't bother to pay. So some airlines do try. They run cadet schemes. So a cadet scheme is a good opportunity to get an airline help to fund it, or they might be able to get the bank to give you the loan. So the airline cadet schemes I always recommend as being a good option. Nick says, how does this compare with the 737 level of detail? I'm assuming you're talking about PMDG 737. So it depends what you mean on detail. I don't know the 737 very well, so you'd have to talk to someone like Flight Data Sim for how detailed the PMDG is, and is it accurate. I assume it is, because PMDG know the 73 very well. But in some of the details with the visual model, the fingerprints, the texturing and so on, then this obviously appears to be more detailed. It is a beautiful, beautiful piece of art that they've created here. It's really remarkable. Just look at that wing, the PBR texturing, the fingerprints on the screens. It's great. It's a lived-in, working, real airplane, this. 11 Clark M asked, please explain why you're flying more efficient. So, what's going on there? Well, Amir's talked about this with the engine model. So the current engine model that they're using is, it's based, so we talked earlier, does Microsoft limit this aircraft in any way? So this is a limitation on the finesse of the engine fuel flows. They can either have it set to be accurate at one side or the other, but they can't balance it out over the whole flight. So the result is they've gone for a compromise slightly on the fuel burn. So that doesn't mean the aircraft doesn't handle correctly, but what it means is it's slightly too efficient over longer flights. So we're going to make up some fuel on this flight. They know about this and they are working on it in the future. Please read Amir's statement on this, more than mine. This is not official. This is me, just what I remember. It's being worked on in the future, but for now this is a useful compromise. It's better, of course, to arrive with extra fuel rather than everyone is overburning on the fuel. It is still a reasonable figure, and it is a sensible fuel situation on the aircraft. But if you go for a really, really long flight, 4+ hours, you're going to see that you are saving fuel. But that is the compromise to make it work over a wide range of scenarios, and also make sure you don't find yourself running out of fuel, which would just be frustrating, obviously. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Mia has talked about it, and I believe it's going to be worked on, but whether or not that's going to be a big thing. But you'll be amazed what the Fenix team can do. The flight modelling in this, I can't stress enough, has been a huge amount of work by them, and it has paid off. It's incredible. Garrickson says, do colleagues from your job know you have a YouTube channel? I'm not going to answer too many of these questions, Garrickson, but no, I'll skip past that one. Rabbit says, bit chilly in the front, 20 degrees. Yeah, if everyone's ready for a holiday, and it was warm in the UK, you're right. Let's keep it at 21. Let's do our best. The aft cabin's doing better. Probably more passengers in the back. That's usually what the result of that is. Flying for Fun says, does the no smoking EKM not stay there for the whole flight? No, it does not. No, I don't believe so. There we go, we're past the Alps now, coming up to Italy. Ronald says there's a 6% difference, but I believe they made a custom profile. Right, there you go, maybe. You can do FLS approaches, Sean, I believe. I believe you can. Anyway, don't. I haven't tried that. That's not something I've tried, I must confess. So take that with a pinch of salt until you find official source. Giant Axe. That's no, that's absolutely fine. They ask, would you like to try large Airbus aircraft, or do you think the 320 is the perfect size? No, I'd like to try larger aircraft. Not because of the airplane, although I you know me, I do actually like the idea of flying a larger airplane as well, just to see a different air machine. But I love the Airbus, but flying larger airplanes means you'll be flying long haul, and that's something I haven't done, so it's something I'd love to try. The more flying I can try, the better. Hayden says, do you find the NEO more nose heavy than other variants? No, there's one exception. The 321 NEO is obviously quite nose heavy, but 321s in general are. If you're talking about handling characteristics, the 321 NEO on landing, some of them have a different flare law that means that they are basically a direct law when you land, or very similar. So they do have a heavy nose. When you idle the thrust, the nose will drop. But that's a unique thing to some 21 NEOs. Robert says, it's very kindly tipped $10. Thanks so much. Robert says, enjoy your streams so much. Keep them coming, please. These excellent events. That's so kind. Thanks so much. I'm glad you're enjoying them, Robert. Thank you for the $10 donation. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you for coming along today. Really, very kind and very generous. You really didn't need to. But I'm glad you've been enjoying them. Really, really appreciate it. Let's go and enjoy another wing view. Beautiful. You can see the rudder. Sadly, I can't deflect it to show it up there. Sorry about that. I'm just had a bit more tea. Good. Right. I had a question to answer. Matt, thanks so much. Matt says, don't think JetSet's going to make it before I leave for work. Enjoyed my first fly along though. Thanks for flying along, Matt. See you next time. I hope work treats you well. Yeah, great to have someone fly along always. I always enjoy hearing a JetSet or someone around us. We need to do a My Travel. 11 Clark M, thank you so much for the £1.79 super chat. Really appreciate it. 11 Clark says, is takeoff trim set by the wheels accurate, e.g. 24.7? Yes. So, you can actually see where you've set it to, but 20, 25, so 24, so 24.7 will be there. Now, if you set somewhere between 24 and 25, I don't think no, it doesn't matter that much, so it's not that accurate. But on the flight control page, you can actually see where it's set, but it's done in this, so we don't use that number typically, because of course 1.7 up or down could be interpreted wrong, so it's not a very good scale to use the up or down, so we use the percentage normally. Look at the thrust levers, wow. The radio's chipping away the paint, that's spot on, just as it would do. This is common as well. It's because of course everyone leaves their hand on the speed brake lever while they're using it, so the paint wears out on this panel quicker than most. We leave our hand on it because we forget it otherwise, and then you'll level off with the speed brakes out until the airplane, luckily the Airbus just doesn't do anything wrong, it just gives you a warning. Look at that live vest. No, you can't open that. The texturing on the seats looks perfect. Yeah, it's all spot on. Even the clunk as you slam the armrest down. That's not quite my armrest setting. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. By the way, the these blinds are very useful, but it doesn't work unless you get rid of the EFB. You see now I can't select the EFB, so you're going to remove it, and then I can bring the EFB. How ridiculous is that? And that's true in real life. If you try to raise it now, it will, you know, you can't, because it's in the way, you damage it. So you can't just move this to the front, because if you did and these suction cups fell off, this would fall onto the side stick. So we can't do that either. No point putting it back here or you'll break your back trying to look at it. So what you have to do is just remove it. On a long flight like this, I certainly would if I needed to get the visors. But now you can see the sun's moved over, it's not such an issue. Often these visors are for the other pilot. Let's say the sun's coming in from behind me here and your pilot over here is looking at you, then the visor, that yellow will stop the sun going in their eyes while they're talking to you. Nothing you can do about the front windows though. And sometimes the sun, you'll be sat here and the sun's going through the gap there, and just doesn't matter how many sun visors you put down, it's not going to make a difference. We'll leave it out though. It creates quite a nice atmosphere on the flight deck, the yellow hue. A few questions about the footrest. No, footrests do not work. Something to point about them is that they don't stay down, they are spring loaded, so even if they are modelled they would just have to go down and up again. Only your feet keep them down. They are spring loaded to move up and out the way. If you need to go in the cabin, you can go to the cabin. Most airlines will allow that, I'm sure. What if you need the toilet?
Traffic.
Is the speed brake retraction rate here lower, above 7.5 Mach? I think you are at 7.6. Yeah, speed brake retraction would be very slow up in the cruise. So there you go. Look at that. Smallest bit of speed brake out. That's quarter speed brake. Look at the VLS, and then as we add more speed brake, that shoots up, and the airplane will go. Look at that. It's at climb thrust, and it's not managing. So we'll get rid of that. Giant Axes. I was watching an old Toliss 321 stream, and you had a front delivery with a cat on. Was that your own cat? Yes, it was. That was my first officer. No toilets, Chick Point. I'm afraid. I have checked. Christopher says, remember to check out the flap shake on approach. I will indeed. That's in one of my videos. Garrickson, indeed, 318 is also covered by the type rating on the Airbus short-haul family. Does the armrest setting work? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's a scroll wheel system. So for that to work, that would be amazing, but no. And I don't think anyone would enjoy setting that. It's quite tedious to do in the real aircraft. Will you be doing tutorial videos for this aircraft for the different phases of flight like you did in the past as runway 04 right? Yes, I will. So I already have a tutorial video ready to go. I just had to edit it slightly earlier over some information I found out. So that is going to be put up. That should be ready tomorrow, is the plan. Zorg says, I wonder if the windows have UV protection. Yeah, it's a good question. Something to think about, because if you sit there with the sun all day, it does make a difference. So, good question. How does the armrest setting work? Okay, so we people want the armrest information. Here's the goods on the armrest then. This little wheel here does nothing. This is just a roller. That way, when you set it down, that rolls onto this little pad here. So it rolls up here and in there. The reason is, if it didn't roll and you had the armrest down and then you move the seat forward and it was low, or the seat was low, then it would just snap. So what it does is it hits that roller, rolls up and on top there. Okay. Then you've got two rollers. This one adjusts one of the axes and this one adjusts the other. So you roll them and it will change these two dials here. One will adjust the armrest up and down vertically, and the other will adjust the tilt of the armrest. And that's what you do with them. You want it to be flat with your arm, so your forearm sits along it, leading straight to the side stick, so that when you're sitting with your hand neutrally on the side stick at neutral position, your wrist should be straight. That's the typical way to do it. There you go. Never thought I'd be talking about that on a stream. Dan says, how has UK's departure from EU affected aviation from your perspective? Good question. There's differences if you're getting off somewhere, because you'll obviously have your passport stamps now, which they didn't used to bother. Also, we were already non-Schengen in the UK, so the practicality of being on different terminals hasn't changed. We already were on specific terminals where you had to show your passport, because the UK's always been non-Schengen. So actually it hasn't changed too much, I would say, in that sense. We have checked the oxygen mask, Marilyn. Indeed, we have. So it does. They added the sound in a recent change. So that's the spot on sound as well, and that slams shut. Very good. FMA says, can you program step climbs? Yes. Let's have a go. We're currently at 3.5. Optimum's 3.5. So as we get lighter, it's going to become more efficient for us to climb. So let's put in a step out. So pick any waypoint, go to step outs. We have to choose the next odd level above us. So we're at 3.5, so the next is 3.7. So I haven't tried this yet, so this is risky, but I'm going to put in 3.70, and I'm not going to put in a specific waypoint. We could put in 3.70 and then say I want to go there at, and then you name the waypoint Atrip. But if you do optimum, it will pick the suitable moment. Now there may not be an optimum. No, I don't think there is. It may not provide you with one. There you go, staying at 3.5. That is not uncommon. It means that we aren't going to burn, because we're halfway through the flight and we're only just at our current optimum, it's not going to get to the point where 3.70 becomes optimum. What we could do though is, there you go, no optimal. It even tells us that. If I waited a second, we could put in 3.70. /, and then we pick the waypoint, Atrip. Oh, why didn't I put it in? I should put it on top. There we go. There's no optimal step, but I can just say do it anyway. Then we get a little white arrow armed, then it's going to level off. And that's it. We could, I wouldn't go to 3.70 right now, we're too heavy. So anyway, that's that. You get S/C, step climb, and then top of climb. But I don't want to go up to 3.7 because I don't see the point. You've got to pick a waypoint, to adjust it. Not one of the pseudo points like top of climb, top of descent, but we can clear that out. by. Thanks, Venna, for the subscription. Does your FO think she is the captain, says GD? She does, yes. So she just strolls in, usually at the most critical moments, to try and get in the way and take over. Us having sat here and done all the work. I don't think it has passenger boarding sounds at the moment. I don't know. I haven't heard any of those. Engine sound on the flight deck is very good. Audio is exceptionally good. Brian says, how do you get your flight plan in real life? Do you go to a pilot centre in the airport? Is it on paper? Depends on the airline. These days, it wouldn't surprise me. Lots of airlines will have you download it to an EFB of some variety, or you'll go to a crew room and print it out. Lots of different ways. Garrickson says, the more Phoenix adds, the more you'll have to talk about. Indeed, indeed. Future Pilot Sweden, thanks for the follow. RB says, watching your stream of My First Officer, he's purring away at the awesome content. That's great. Thanks, RB. I haven't used the FS Labs 320, but I can tell you the handling of this is excellent. They worked very hard on it. IAEs are not available at release. It's planned for the future, Kyle. Not at release. Matamot says, has the A320 CO autoland? Yes, it does. And in which situation do you use autoland? We only really use autoland if we're testing the system, if we're practicing ourselves, or most common, if it's a low visibility day where we won't be able to be visual with the runway in time for a safe manual landing, so we'll use the autoland system, which obviously does not rely on looking out the window at all. Jen says, how does the cost index affect your cruise? Like, is there a specific speed or altitude you have to fly? Yes. Great question. Great question. So, progress page, cost index. I'm talking nonsense. Perf page, cost index, 56 is very high. It gives us a cruise speed of .79, 327 knots. So, that is 79 there. That's quite a high cruise speed. It's more common to be around 78 in the 320. Not many airlines will have a cost index this high because the fuel costs are much higher than when the aircraft's cost index system was designed. So, you would rather save the fuel. But what you can do is, if we also look at what I'm going to do is over here put progress in. So Optimus 350, recommended max 375. So what we're going to do is lower the cost index to 0. Nah, it's only gone down to 7.6. Have we got a headwind? We've got a tailwind. Actually, with a tailwind, the cost index is usually quite slow. I'm going to look into this a bit more. It's a good question. So typically, the higher the cost index, the lower the optimum, because you're trying to go faster. So you can't. Yeah, that's typically what happens, and the lower the recommended max. But it does depend on the cost index, so that will influence those figures. But the changes here are relatively minor. Peter says, does the beam function of fixed info work? Fixed info, very useful. Let's pick a point. I don't know, let's go to LIRF. No. The beam, there it is. Will be 350, 108 miles. That's 1758. We'll pass the beam. There it is. I never ever have used that. But yeah, there it is. Modelled and correct. Sorry about that. Kyle says, can you configure between analog and digital standby instruments? Yes. So this will be tied to the liveries eventually, but you can also adjust it yourself, and that is in the controls. No, why would it be in the controls? Airframe, DDRMI, and standby instrument analog. So DDRMI is this little thing, so you can have it or not because you don't need one of those, and then you can change this and swap it over. ISIS. There it is. Magic, eh? I prefer the analog. Just whilst I'm flying retro airlines. In real life I prefer the proper one, of course. This one doesn't always line up perfectly. Richie Rose, I have not tried the Papa Westray to Westray route with a fully loaded 320. Interesting idea. That's the shortest commercial flights, I believe. John says, is there really such a big difference between engine types and handling performance? Not a massive performance difference, but in handling for the landings, little details like that, yes, there can be quite a noticeable difference. Martin Payton, thanks so much for your £10 super chat. Far too kind. Martin says, great work. How do you find the flight model versus Toliss? The Toliss has an excellent flight model. This also has an excellent flight model. We haven't used it as much, but they've done an amazing job with the flight model on this, so it is top notch. It's top tier stuff. Yeah, I absolutely love hand flying this in the simulator, so it's super. But the Toliss is also a very good flight model, but obviously it's not available in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so this is excellent. I don't know if one's better than the other or not, really. I'd have to spend a lot of time configuring them and making sure you compare them in exactly the same circumstance, but I enjoy flying both manually a lot. So this is a really lovely flight model. And I talk about it in my flight test video. Thank you again, Martin, for the £10 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, no, it's excellent. If you like the Toliss one, you'll like this one. Loaded says, do you think 25 years old is too old to start training, considering I finished in 3 years, going modular? I don't think so personally, but ask a lot of people and get a lot of opinions on that. No, I know plenty of pilots who do it as their second career in their 30s, even 40s. Enjoy your pizza. I've got pizza as well, George. I'm so excited to say that for once. It is pizza night, finally. Yes, I've worked a lot this week, plus all these videos, so it's going to be great. I'm going to have pizza, watch some Deadwood. But thank you again, Martin, for the kind donation. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Thor. That's a nice way to put it. Thor says, any day spent feeling better about what you do is a worthwhile choice regardless of age. Obviously, the decision to go and become a pilot has a lot of other factors aside from just age, loaded aviation. So obviously, ask around, see what the market's like, where you are in the world, and what sort of issues might come up as you go through it, and make sure you've got ways to deal with them or have a backup if you can. Nick says, how would you feel about doing a stream and having a failure programmed and not tell anyone so it's a surprise? I think that would be pretty entertaining. That is a great idea. We've had failures before. In the Toliss we run with failures, so I think that would be something we'll do in the future. Yeah, I don't see why not. ODG John says, I'm still on the fence for the Phoenix, but should this be considered a must-have? If you like the Airbus, then yes, this is a must-have product. This is, you can see what it amounts to, and you'll see on the approach and so on what a treat it is. Let's give you some outside views. Cover your ears; it's going to get loud. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Really, really, really lovely. So, loads and loads of questions. Sorry that I've missed loads of those. Someone said they have a slot in a full motion simulator in Manchester. Very good. Enjoy that. I still remember my first flight in a 320 full simulator. I don't think it was full motion, but I still remember the cockpit. It's brilliant fun. Aside from visual approaches, is there something else I should ask to do? No, just fly the aircraft. Enjoy flying it. Yeah. Try out whatever you fancy. But hand flying, great fun. Great, great, great fun. And I quite enjoyed doing the flaps and gear and things when I first got to go, so... Thor says, how are you finding Deadwood? It's been on my to-watch list for a long while, only for the gratuitous swearing. Thor, Deadwood, I love westerns. I love the whole western theme. Red Dead Redemption I talk about a lot. Deadwood is amazing. I absolutely love it. But I instantly enjoy anything cowboys. So yeah, Deadwood is super. And he says, you're not going to have odd fruits on pizza, are you? No, it's just going to be cheese and tomato. Mohammed, thanks so much for your $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it, Mohammed. Mohammed says, love your channel. Are those 3 square window heaters in the front windshield too large? They seem more pronounced than in real life. Thanks. They're just, if you sit and look normally, I don't think they're too large. No, you don't notice them after a while. It's to do with the distortion of the camera, I think. I think because now, yeah, normally the simulator will have you sit slightly further back because of course we don't have peripheral vision on our screen. But if you actually think where your head would realistically be, maybe a bit lower, but they'll be less of a part of your view than they appear. So no, I don't have an issue with them, but I think it's just the way the cameras are distorted and so on. Because yeah, they're there in the real aircraft. But great question. Thanks very much, Mohammed. Really glad you like the videos. Thank you so much for your very kind donation. Really, really appreciate it. Axman says, I feel it's missing a because I was inverted sticker in the cabin somewhere. The personal touch helps. Grumpy says, I like it how you don't use a wide angle for the exterior shots. Much more realistic. A real tracker plane never flies close enough to get a wide angle shot. Exactly. No, that's why I do it. Grumpy old man, agreed. I always zoom right in. All my videos and intros and drone views are done like that. Martin says, sorry to ask another question. I'm sure you've been asked 1,000 times, but what's the frame rate like on your rig versus fly-by-wire? I haven't done a direct comparison, so I don't want to say. My understanding is it's similar, if not a bit better. That's my understanding. But I've had no issues. I run at a solid 30 frames a second all the time because that's what I use to record, so I'm not the right person. I'm very nervous of doing performance checks. If you can run Microsoft Flight Simulator without huge issues, then it's not going to be an issue in my opinion. i.e., if you run fly-by-wire, then you'll have no trouble running this. Tan says, you really think that there's time at age 38 to train as a commercial pilot? Surely by the time you're qualified you'll be 60. No, at 38 you could, if you did it straight away, you'd be done by 40. If you did a full integrated course, you could do your training and type rating in that time. So that would be totally possible. Then you've got 20 years. I mean, what airline wouldn't want someone working for them for 20 years? It's more than enough. But again, it's very difficult to get that first job, and you would need to think about the situation in your country and what the airlines tend to like there. Because some airlines and some parts of the world will obviously be different. Thea says, can you hear the PTU in the cabin? I know in real life you can't really hear it in the cockpit. I think you can, but I haven't tried that. Can we expect a CPDLC tutorial, says Salva? Yeah, I'd like to do CPDLC. I'm going to probably run it on a stream first. So why am I not using CPDLC today? CPDLC, by the way, for those of you who don't know, runs through this screen and it allows us to talk to air traffic control without using the radios. So they'll send us messages. We still check in using the radio, but then messages will appear on this screen and we can accept them. It does work in the Phoenix. I have never used Top EA cars, which you need for that to run, so I don't want to risk it on my first stream in this aircraft. We will do it in the future. Thank you again, Mohammed, for that very kind super chat. There you go, Martin's warning about the economy time. So, of course, yes, aviation is highly susceptible to pandemics, natural events, and economies. So you've got to be very careful. Sandy says, I have 2,500 hours on Type 320. I hope I have a chance flying in the EASA. Excellent. I'm sure there'll be airlines looking for people at the moment, certainly. The Toliss has some very nice textures, but this texturing is on another level. There's no other way to put that. Yeah, the texturing on this airplane is ridiculous. It's so good. I have not seen Westworld, Hayden. I want to watch it, but I have not seen Westworld. Real question here. Do you add pineapple on your pizza, says Joe? Yes. Yes is the answer. Thor says, I've entirely missed that you enjoyed Red Dead Redemption 2. I'll give Deadwood some of my time, perhaps realign my entertainment priorities. I guess flying is like being a cowboy of the skies. Exactly. Seven says, can you talk about the maintenance failures features if you spent any time with them? Sorry if I missed it. I have done some failures in the aircrafts, but I have not done that for a while, so I don't want to talk too much because this is a much further along build than I last used. So, you know, I know we can fail things in here. We can go MCDU menu, maintenance. No, not maintenance, sorry. Don't press any of that. Things are changing in here, so I don't want to get too clever. But, for example, let's see if we can just fail something. What can we fail in fuel? Fuel pump, left, number 2. Oh, there's 2 channels as well. I mean, I don't think... Oh, there you go. Fuel left, tank pump 2, low pressure. Now, you'll notice there's no ECAM. That's correct. This is such a low-level warning that the airplane doesn't care at all. It doesn't even give us the caution. It just appears. So ECAM says, and I've done videos on handling failures. I'll do another one, I'm sure, with this aircraft. But fuel left, tank pump 2, low pressure. So you'd read it out. You'd do the checks. Are there any OEBs? Fly the aircraft, most importantly. We don't just get distracted and start doing this. We have to make sure everything else is as we want it. Good. All fine. Left, tank pump 2, off. Should be a fault light on it. There it is. Left tank pump 2 off, and then the line clears. Then you can clear fuel. Then it gives a status. In op systems, left tank pump 2, remove status, ECAM complete. Now that's incredibly shortened. I've missed loads of things there. It's a whole video on its own, and I have done a video on it. But anyway, so there you go. It works. Let's clear it out. And now I wonder, it just stays as an opt. But if we try it again, it comes back to life. Yeah. Oh, there's a whole world of things to go into here. My goodness. Wow. Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about. The maintenance stuff I have not got much experience with. I think most of that is being done through the EFB now, I think. There you go. Apparently it's a little better than fly-by-wire, a little worse than PMDG. That's what I'm expecting as well. Cool. It does indeed have a VDEV scale. Ed's back. Excellent. For the fuel ready for trip. That sounds like a great trip, Ed. Enjoy that. Very jealous. Pablo says, I'm not really a fan of how the whole world goes really white and washed out when you sit back. It's not like that in real life. Well, I'd say it sort of is. Your eyes will adjust to the interior, and yeah, it's not unreasonable to see it. Maybe that's a bit exaggerated. This is obviously a simulator thing and not a Fenix thing. But your eyes will adjust to the inside, and then it will, you won't notice what's outside. So I think that's quite a nice touch. But I understand that it's not so aesthetically pleasing for us using the sim. Patrick, I don't know about that. I don't know what you're trying to turn this channel into. Ashley says, do we get an FCOM with the Fenix for full failure flows? To be confirmed. Sandy says, status, I think we need to stop the ECAM. Call normal checklist, systems reset, additional procedures before considering. Exactly. I have done a video, I promise. I have shown this other channel before. Joe says, flight deck sim was like a kid in the candy store when he was flying this aircraft the other day. Excellent, excellent. No, I don't think this passenger sounds tighter. No, not right now. Ah, you can turn eye adaptation off in config if you don't like it, says Callum. Very interesting. I quite like it. Right, we're almost there. We're actually going to start seeing a top of descent arrow. Not too distant future. Look on the flight plan, top of descent. If we go to progress, actually, ignore me. If we go to performance, 1846, 300 miles. $328 miles to our top of descent. So we've got a bit of time. We've got about 40 minutes till we even begin our descent. This is a long old flight, but I'm going to go for a very quick break now, and then we'll be back, and I'll answer plenty more questions, and we're going to brief our arrival. So cover your ears. I'm going to actually turn down the sim sounds a little bit because we're going to be outside, and we'll play the break music. We'll see you all very shortly. Let me just get that right. There we go. Right, we are back. Thank you very much for waiting. And how you're doing. I hope you ordered a cup of tea as well. George says, perfect view music for pizza eating. Where's that Domino's driver? There we go. Making us all get very hungry. Thank you, William, for the subscription. And a few more subscriptions in there. Really appreciate it. Henry says, would you say this is better than the FS Labs? I haven't used the FS Labs. My gut would be yes, but I haven't used it. It's also a lot cheaper, I will say that, and it's in a much newer platform. Ryan says, I haven't flown the Airbus in Microsoft Flight Simulator in a while, and your videos and the Phoenix are definitely going to get me back into it. Thank you. You're very welcome, and that's great to hear. It's great to see how many people are coming back to the Airbus because of this add-on. I'm quite surprised, actually. It's great. Great to hear. Great to hear. So, I'm sure there were loads of things I was meant to talk about, but what we are going to do is talk about the arrival. Does the Phoenix have VNAV? Yes, it most certainly does. 100%. It's actually going to be getting dark as we get there. I didn't quite plan for that. I was hoping for a beautiful arrival into Greek Islands, but I think it's going to be pretty pitch black as we get there. George says, Captain, I enjoyed the tail and nose wheel camera views on the 350 taking me home from Orlando this past Tuesday. It makes me appreciate those views more in the sim. Yes, excellent. Roy on Twitch would like to see Phoenix make a 318. Would be fun, wouldn't it? Would be fun. Okay, so let's start thinking about the arrival. So, what else have we got to look at here? Airline information we did talk about. So, see customize aircraft. You can save the default configuration you want, or you can use the airline settings attached to the livery. So that's pretty cool. Which we've talked about these. Cabin lights and visibility you can adjust, I believe, for the frame rates. Auto simulations I've got, and you can choose your control position. Anyway, what we're going to do is go back to my flight, and there's no Digi ATIS available, so I'm going to get the latest ATIS or weather. Light winds, cab okay, 20 degrees in Zakynthos. Very nice. This is our favourite sort of flight to do to these Greek island destinations. Love it. Here we go. We're scheduled time arrival was 18:55, so we are going to be about half an hour late, which ties in with how long it took us to get going. It already wasn't a very generous flight plan. John Green says, your videos have prompted me to try stepping out of my comfort zone. G8 aircraft to try the Phoenix when it releases. Excellent, John. Good luck. You'll love it. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. This was a long flight, Semoy. It was indeed. So, that's current weather. Northerly wind. Let's go to our charts. There we go. Getting to the south part of Italy now. Luckily, Zakynthos is one of the closest Greek islands. Some of them are 4 hours away. Looking at you, Crete. And we're going to go to arrival. I'm expecting a Lasco arrival. And there's no controller, so we're going to do what we expected, which is the Lasco to Juliet. Just favourite it. Then we'll scroll down to the approach charts. And we said the wind was 040, so northerly wind. So lo and behold, VR onto runway 34 is what we're going to do. This will be the first time I've shown a non-precision approach in this aircraft, so it's going to be good to do that. And at night, no less. Great. Then we're going to go to ground charts. I'm going to have the airport parking chart. There we go. Short runway, 2,200 metres, but the landing distance available on 34, 2,027 metres. So we are, that's because of these inset thresholds. So that's fine, a 45 metre width, so a normal width runway. So we can go to start and we see them. And what we're going to do is start off with the Lasco to Juliet. So this routes us in from Lasco. So where do we arrive at Lasco from? Remember, if you press airport, it takes you to the landing airport, and then you can scroll back just to see the arrival. I'm going to go to plan. This is good actually, you'll get to see the night lighting. So we go from Routom to Lasco. So this is our arrival. As we come in, we can descend to 8,000 feet, Routom to Lasco. So let me check what the flight plan is doing in here and make sure that it's not doing anything lower than that. So this at Routom is going to be in the cruise still because we've got so many track miles as we fly around this DME arc. This is very inefficient in the fuel. So I would like to go direct, but if there's no radar control, then we wouldn't get that choice and we would end up having to burn the fuel and fly that like that. By the way, I could swap to night charts like that. Isn't that brilliant? It's just amazing. Indeed, George, indeed. It's Katie Pilot. Done an amazing amount of work on it. In the real world, we'll get METARs. Well, normally we get the 80s if we can, but the METAR you'd get from the A cars. Hello to George from LGIR. Good to see you. There is ATC. Oh, I see. From LGIR. Right, thanks, George. Excellent. So this will all get changed, but we're expecting some sort of Lasco arrival. Just to prepare ourselves, let's see what the other Lasco arrivals look like. So there's 2 Foxtrot. 2 Juliet, 2 Kilo. Yeah, they're all pretty similar, but some go in like that, presumably for the north runway, but we're going to get around to the south, hence the 2 Foxtrot, 2 Juliet. That's fine. You could do the Lasco 1 Bravo. I think this will be for the other runway. What's the difference here? Wow, there's not much difference on these, is there? Ah, yes, these are for runway 16, so they'll take you to the VOR and then you do the procedure. So I'm expecting the Juliet. That seems the most likely in this situation. Lots of George today. Hello, fellow Georges. Yeah, indeed. George Lumpkin, George Sol, and George Zakynthos. Can you adjust the EFE brightness? There you go. Of course you can. Amazing. And you can have a default chart mode. Good question. So, yes, they've adjusted the sounds on the flaps, I believe. Right, so anyway, that's the arrival. Yes, indeed, they would be fun in the 742 or 732, Isaac. Agreed. They would be quite serious. Quite seriously difficult. Frank, thanks for your subscription. Okay, great. So, let's talk about this arrival. So, that is the options. I think this is quite a likely one that we're going to fly. One of these. We're going to be in the cruise, and then we're going to descend down, go down to 8,000, 6,000, and then 5,000, 5,000, 3,000. Now obviously we don't need to do that because we're going to have a long way to fly. So that's a sensible descent point. From there, head around. Let's go to constraints up here and have a proper look at it. Zoom right in. Okay, there we go. Round the arc through to Litzy. Litzy, it thinks it'll be at 2,200 feet. It's got a magenta asterisk telling me there's a restriction, but it thinks it's going to make it. What's the restriction? Above 2,200, so that's fine. So it's planned a nice descent there, getting us to Litzy. The only problem with what it's planned is if we have air traffic control, and if they were to suddenly radar vector us, I don't know if they would at Zakynthos, I doubt it somehow, but this is a long route. What if air traffic suddenly radar vectored us like that? We're going to lose a lot of these miles, so this descent point would leave us high. But that's something we'll deal with as and when, and I'll show you how I'll deal with that. So, sensible arrival, sensible descent, and we can see what we're doing, and we know the risk is we get cut straight in for that VOR. Then we're going to fly the VOR for runway 34. So here it is. Arrives round the DME arc, which we're going to let the airplane fly. We could, of course, head to the VOR and then fly outbound and inbound, but that would be by selecting an approach via the ZAC VOR, but I'm not going to do that because that's ridiculously inefficient. We don't need to. The whole magic of this arc is that it's going to set us up perfectly to fly the VOR straight in without having to go and fly the full outbound inbound procedure. So to do this, what things we're going to look at? We've already talked about our descent planning, but let's move down here. As we come around the arc, we'll be at 5,000 feet. After Akadi, we can drop to 3,000 feet to final. It says the final because you'd stay higher, obviously, if you're not flying final approach there. Then you're going to intercept 340 inbound. I'm going to fly this managed because we're going to let the airplane and let the Fenix show off what it can do. So what do I mean by managed? Well, I'm going to leave it in heading vertical speed up here, and I'm not going to select the track and start tracking the VOR myself. That's far too much work. We'll do the Airbus way. I'm going to leave it all in heading vertical speed modes. As we get round here, I'm going to arm at the approach button. As long as we don't have the LS selected, so that should be off, then it will be able to arm the final app mode, and we'll use final app to fly the descent. So after 3,000 feet, we need to descend to 2.2 for Litzy. And let me just check that in here. There's Litzy. And Litzy is what's called the final descent point. So that's the minus 3.0 degrees. It's important we know that this waypoint is the final descent point. This is the point where the approach is planned to start its descent. It can be in different points. So we must not skip out this waypoint. Now today there's only 2 waypoints, so we couldn't skip it anyway. But some approaches may have extra ones. So you must fly via that waypoint if you're going to use final app. You could use track FPA if you were not going to fly via this waypoint, because you have more manual control. But anyway, that's a very complicated topic. But we're going to go via Litzy. I'm going to level off at 2,200 feet. Now why don't I just fly a continuous descent? Well, you can do, but it's a little bit less risky to make sure you're in out star at least at 2,200 feet, and then you press approach. That way you remove the risk of the airplane trying to climb up to meet its descent profile, because the VDEV scale will show on the PFD, and the vertical deviation scale will show up earlier on. As soon as we activate the approach phase, it will appear on the PFD. It will say VDEV. Now that's fine, but if you're slightly below it, you haven't leveled off yet, you're still in the descent mode, and then you press approach, what you might do is actually get final app activated immediately and the airplane fly up to capture it if you're within a certain capture window, which is fine, but it's not really what you're cleared to do. So yeah, you can remove that risk by being an outstar, and then it will wait for that VDEV scale to reach it. So we're going to do that later on. We obviously need the approach phase to be active before we do that. Then we're going to monitor the distance to go and the VOR. It will also tune the VOR as we get closer. We can manually select it ourselves. I'm going to do that on my side. Zak 110.8. Don't have to use the Z much. Zak 110.8 is tuned, and the inbound course for the approach 340 degrees. So that's all I'm going to use as a backup. That's sitting in the background now, and if I go to the VOR page, I can see the inbound course and the VOR will show up as we get a bit closer in. Thanks for the subscription. I won't talk about the engine options I fly in real life, but I do fly NEOs and CEOs, I'll say that. Takitha, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Okay, so that is some of the basic bits for the non-precision approach. We also need to check that let's go through these massive amount of waypoints. We need to check the inbound course is correct. So 340 degrees at 3 degrees descent. So that is correct, 340 degrees. If that's out of line, it suggests we're not going to fly it properly. So I don't need to be on this page actually. I can back it up by staying on the arc, and then I will have the white needle later on, which I'll show you when we get it, and I'm going to use that to monitor my position from the VOR. And also if that disappears, then we'll know that the VOR is no longer working and we're actually no longer able to fly the VOR approach because we need it. It is the main basis for this approach, not GPS, not INS. Let's dim those screens, looking a little bit bright, as you would expect this time in the evening. Yeah, so that's why we have the needle up. And in real life, probably both pilots would tune the VOR and the course bar. Good. If we get any downgrade of the capability of the aircraft, we might need to revert to selected modes, i.e. if we lose GPS and accuracy starts dropping. So what we're going to do in that case would be to change this to track FPA by just pressing it over, and then we would configure the aircraft and slow down and get it under control. Now that may or may not be possible depending what stage of the approach the failures happen. Let's check out some of these lights, by the way. There it is. It does work, but once upon a time you'd have a chart up here on this clip, and hence that light is there. We never use this light these days because of course you mostly have an EFB which lights itself up. And you can adjust the brightness. Isn't that great? Let's get rid of the sun visors now. FO can have the EFB back. Oh, it's a bit bright though. Let's have the dome light on. There we go, for now. Beautiful sky out there. That's the shadow. This is what I mean about Microsoft Flight Simulator. This is the shadow of the Earth. Isn't that amazing? And that's just what it looks like out the window. I can't express how close that is to what we see at work every day. It's it's where the Earth's shadow casts into the atmosphere on these clear nights. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Right. What else are we going to talk about? So let's run. Well, that's the approach. Config full for landing because it's quite a short runway, and I'm going to use medium auto brakes. So, by the way, the auto brake works very well with the Thrustmaster auto brake switch. I just drag it position 1, position 2, and position 4 would be max, which doesn't work here. Isn't that great? The only downside is after landing I need to make sure to disarm it for it to work properly. But that is great. Okay. Blanket of the night. There you go, Matt. That's a nice way to put it. I don't think you can move seats. Ronald, emergency cancel will cancel any spurious warnings we get. So if you get ECAM warnings that aren't meant to be there due to an MEL or something, if the MEL tells you to, you can follow the instructions and adjust it. No, the seats don't move. Armrests do though, and the rear seat does. And that's exactly the noise it makes. That's great. Right. Yeah, minima. We've got 800 feet. So let's do the full thing. So we've done the flight plan page. We've checked that through. Makes sense. Got a sensible approach in it. RadNav is tuned 340 Zak VOR. Progress page. So in here, I'm going to keep an idea of the distance to the runway threshold. Because remember, this VOR will give us the DME distance that we would monitor here. So at 7 miles, 22, 6 miles, 18, 5 miles, 16, 4 miles, 12. Now the VOR is very close to the runway threshold, so it's not too far off. But it's not quite showing us, the DME won't show us the distance to the landing. So I'm going to put in L. I always forget what it is. In fact, there's a way you can do this. I do this in real life quite a lot. LGZA34. Just copy it from the bottom there. In it goes. That's the distance straight to the threshold. By the way, have you noticed the light bleed around the edge of the MCDU? It's brilliant. And on these screens. It's so spot on. So let's dim them down a bit, and that's exactly what it does in real life. Just as you dim it just a little bit, just to take the edge off it, and they look a lot better. Amazing, I can't tell you how good this looks, how similar it is to the real thing. Right, yeah. So that is that. We've got a plan. We've got the distances. We've got the threshold in there. Right. So moving on then. Perf page. So near, it is a tiny bit early, but what I'm going to do is move along to the approach phase, and we'll put in that weather that we took down earlier. There's no ATIS, I don't believe. Nope, not available. Let's just refresh the METAR. 0409, 20 degrees. So put in the wind, 040 at 9, 20 degrees. QNH 1023. Barrow. So this is our minima. .800 on a continuous descent final approach, CDFA. So that's what we're going to use. Barrow 800. Config full landing, medium auto brake selected. We're going to do our landing performance momentarily. If we go around, I'll say go around flaps, thrust lever straight through to toga, bring the flaps in a stage, make sure we have positive climb, then raise the gear, and then we'll carry on to our acceleration altitude, and then we'll do a normal cleanup just like after takeoff. However, if an engine fails during that, or before, we will carry on all the way up to our go around stop altitude of 3,000 feet. So I'm going to type that in here. There it is. That's performance done. Fuel prediction, 2.1 tons extra. As we said, we know why that's happening. We are gaining fuel a little bit, but we are now just about arriving below max landing weight for the Phoenix. Secondary flight plan, I'm just going to copy over the active in there. We could put in, let's say we weren't sure if they'd use the other runway, we could put that in, something like that. But I'm not going to bother with that. So, time for performance. Now, obviously, I've already forgotten everything, but arrival performance. Thanks for the subscription to Scorcher. LGZA, Zakynthos, runway 34, please. Then you've got to choose the condition. Dry, because it's dry. Good, if it's just wet. Good, medium, and there's a whole table for analysing this that we use. But basically, if it starts being contaminated with water or snow, then you're going to move along to some of these. So we're going to go dry. Refresh the METAR. There it is. Apply METAR. Loads it in. Isn't that brilliant? Aircraft config. So I'm going to use medium auto brake. idle without reverse, because on a dry runway I don't really want to use reverse. It's not going to help. It's going to provide almost no difference to the stop margin. We are landing with the auto thrust on, which does have a bit of a penalty. Flat full landing, manual landing, and automatic landing has also another penalty. This is a very, very clever piece of graphical interface design. I'm so impressed with this because there's a lot of options here condensed into one screen. It's brilliant, just brilliant. Right, then we're going to put the landing weight in. So what do we think we're going to land at? Well, we can work out a rough idea. We'll probably be a little bit heavier, so I'll round up. We're going to land with 5 tons. At the moment we have 6 tons, so we're going to be 1 ton lighter than we are now. So that makes 64.7, makes it 63.7. So I'm just going to put in 64 tons as a rounded number. 64.0, enter. And there it is. Landing distance available 2,000 meters. Landing distance required 1,500 meters. Landing distance factored, which is what airlines will do, a safety factor of 15%, gives me 1,700 meters. So let's, just to show you how good this is, let's put in low auto brake, and it starts to get tight. In fact, it's not tight, it's too far. So our landing distance required is too high, and even with the factor, it's way too high. So we absolutely cannot use low auto brake. So we go back to medium auto brake. Look at that, how it slides up and down. Isn't that great? George says, just drinking tea from a mug my colleague's got me that says, warning, we'll start talking about aeroplanes at any given moment. Says it already. Excellent. Yeah, let's look at reverse then. So let's put in max reverse. There you go. Doesn't do anything. Auto thrust off gives us a few meters, but reverse in this condition, because we're using medium auto brake on a dry runway, the airplane will decelerate so fast that the reverse won't even have time to take effect. Now, if we were landing low auto brake and idle is 2095, and then it's 20 meters better to use max reverse. There you go. The difference comes on contaminated runways. So let's say we were landing medium auto brake on a medium condition runway. That's pretty bad. That means there's some serious contamination. That's with medium auto brake. Then I can add reverse and you'll see a big change to the landing distance. That's because obviously when you start contaminating runway with ice, things that make it slippery, then much more of the braking and deceleration comes from the thrust reversers. And obviously poor will be the most extreme example. 2,960 landing distance required. If we turn it off, 3,640, because basically all of your deceleration is coming from the auto thrust. We do not land on poor runways. We don't do it. It's not going to work. Anyway, back to dry, medium auto brake, idle reverse, flat full. That works out nicely. That's a typical configuration for what we're trying to achieve. So, oh yeah, and there's a few other procedures you can change here. Look at that. You can add the anti-ice system, or this is unreal. I don't know how this has been done. This is amazing. Green hydraulic failure. Brake mode had to go to max manual due to the failure calculation. This is more powerful than what you see at a lot of airlines. Ridiculously good. Yeah, so there you go. You can actually tick the failure and it will account for it. Unbelievably good. Hello Castro, good to see you. Lassa says, what are the rules for full reverse, idle reverse and idle? Well, now you'll be able to see. So if we were using idle reverse or let's say we didn't fit, but using max reverse meant we did fit, then you'd know to use it. Some airlines will have rules about contaminated runways or wet runways. So usually if the runway is contaminated, you need to use max reverse. So a good rule of thumb is if it's wet, unless it's really long, use max reverse. But we're dry today, so on a dry runway, there's rarely any use using reverse. Put it that way. I know that's not a very clear answer, but it's one of those quite big topics, really. So we're going to stick with this configuration. Anyway, done. Right. So we go to our star chart, which is not that one or that one. There it is. So we're somewhere over here, heading to Routom. Routom's our next point in about 80 miles, 88 miles, and it's our top of descent point. And that's that. Sun has gone down while we were chatting. So someone asked about the tray table lights. Let's get rid of the dome lights. See if I can find it in the dark. There you go. It does indeed work. How great is that? I'm actually going to put the dome light to dim. I don't normally stream at night because I think it doesn't look so good on the stream, but today we're going to make an exception. I'm not a fan of these floodlights. I like to have them really low. I don't like them too much. A lot of people do like them though. I think they just light up parts of the panel you don't need lit up. Why do I need a floodlight here when this is all lit by integral lighting? I imagine it's to do with an electrical failure that could lead you to only having those lights available. Ali says, we have a lot to learn when this releases. Indeed, yeah, indeed. How do you know what the runway condition is, says Flight Simulations. So, that'll be on the ATIS. Now, we don't have an ATIS today, but I can make a good guess that it's dry. But yes, that's a good question. In real life, we would have the ATIS, the information broadcast from the airport that would tell you the runway in use, sometimes the approach you expect, and any information like taxiway closures, runway condition, that sort of thing. I don't think you can use other maps then, although you can get that default sort of map thing that we saw earlier. Here, but it's not not that useful. I think this is oh, it's not showing up now. I don't think this one comes from Navigraph. And as you can see here, it's not coming from anywhere right now. Maybe we're too far through the flight. By the way, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the fact that the panel states are locked away. You have to tap this before going to them. Most add-ons that have panel states available on the EFB as a streamer, when I move my mouse off the side of the screen, I accidentally click one, or it registers as a click, and then it suddenly goes to cold and dark whilst you're taxiing. So really appreciate that that's not like that here. Wrong Side Simulation said 666 people were watching, so I had to jump in to keep anything bad from happening. Thanks very much. Martin says, what do you actually do in the cockpit during the cruise? Talk about snooker, football, union stuff? Yeah. Well, not football, not with me, and not snooker either, but some people would like to, and I'm sure there are flight decks that do. I once heard somebody accidentally transmitted, and they were talking about a Blu-ray they'd bought and how good the film looks on Blu-ray. I remember that was transmitted widely over a frequency when their radio got stuck. But yeah, all the usual things you can imagine. Why Lewis Hamilton should have won the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, for example. Joe says Formula 1, there you go. Richie says, talk about pilot pay. There you go. If you did press the like button, I hope you don't change your mind after what I just said. Oh dear. Andy says, Athens Centre's online, so expect a ping. Excellent news. Thanks, Andy. I'll tune that one up. 129675. Let's have it ready to go. Oh, I can't wait to get that pizza in the oven. It's going to be great. Sorry, I'm not showing you, but I am tuning the radio 129675, so standby frequency down here. Now with the radios, they're actually not my favourite feature of the Airbus. Two boxes. This one should have been on guard. So I'm going to do that now, just before we descend. Yeah, the Dash 8 ArcDo system is better, I think. Anyway, you've got two separate things. This is a radio management panel. This is an audio control panel. So you've got to think that this is for tuning radios. That's all the radio management panel does. It tunes the radio. The audio control panel is how we choose which one we listen to, how we choose which one we transmit on, and how we adjust the volume for that. So just for tuning, it's all it does, the radio management. The rest is done on the audio control panel. So on this side, I am transmitting on box 1. This panel is totally independent. I could set that to 2. Doesn't change the fact that I'm transmitting on box 1 here. So both of these boxes are now showing me the VHF 2 frequencies. Underneath that, VHF 1 is still there. It's just I can't see it anywhere. So typical configuration is to leave VHF 1 on this side and then VHF 2 on this side showing. But what you can do is I could go to VHF 2. I could then adjust the frequency. So let's say I want to put in, I don't know, 124855, swap it over. 124855 now is active on box 2 and go back to VHF 1. That's still the same. 124855 is still over there.
7 Golf Kilo taxi out.
But yeah, easy to get confused. Lots of different things going on here. So box 1 on this side, VHF 1, VHF 2 on this side selected, and then guard up, maybe an ATIS frequency in the standby there if you need it. Then I am listening to VHF 1 and 2 but only transmitting on 1. Interphone is so I can talk to the other pilot. PA, you'd listen to any PAs being made in the cabin. Cabin, you'd be able to talk to the cabin crew. You need to also select it and then transmit on it to talk to the cabin crew. Hope that makes sense. Can you put anything on the tray table, like weather information? No, I don't think you can, Ali. Cold and dark whilst taxiing, says Richard. Yes, that's happened on a few streams. Yes, okay. So let's see. Do the landing lights reflect on the engines? Let's see if I can get it right. Oop, get to a better camera angle. That's the one on the right. No, I don't think they are right now, by the looks of things. How did you know that? There it is. It's on the fuselage, but not quite. It's a little bit on the engine. But of course that is a little bit brighter than in real life. Anyway, you'd definitely be feeling the rumble in the cabin, so we'll get rid of that. Unicom frequency is just so that we can hear anyone on the radio in our area. Ali says the buttons on each side of the engine mode switch 1 and 2, what do? They just show you the fire lights. So it'd say fire on there if there's a fire. It's so that when we look down to fiddle with the master switch in case of a shutdown of an engine, we can see which one is on fire. Very important that we know which side it is. So if those lights weren't there, it could be another way to miss it. We do check and double check and then triple check, and the other pilot checks as well, but either way it's worth having a visual cue like that. Window Seat says, got my dad watching the stream for the first time this evening, another fellow aviation man. Excellent, Window Seat, and welcome to your dads. Thanks for coming along and joining us today. I hope you're enjoying it. Can you dim the cabin lights, says Richie Race. You can adjust the cabin lights, but I think the option is on or off. Cabin lights. Oh, there you go. Oh, that's cool. That's quite atmospheric, actually. Just the glow. And then the flashing beacon. Look at that. Ha! Great. Very good. Lauren V likes the radio, Airbus radio panel just fine. So, what's my issue with the Airbus radio panel? I can't just say that, can I, and then not explain it. So, this is the configuration now. If this pilot wants to change box 1, how do they do it? Well, they have two options. Either they have to lean across, which some airlines insist on, or they can change it in here by selecting VHF 1. They get the select light, then they can change it, and then they need to put it back. Sorry, then they need to change it, and then they need to put it back. So, that is 3 things. It doesn't need to be 3 things. On the dash, it's all visible, each box repeated all the information, and you could adjust each side separately. So it's a lot of button presses, which means there's more room to forget or get something wrong. Next is that the standby frequency is actually only attached to the side it's on. So currently VHF 2 has in standby 124855. Now let's see what happens. There we go. So that's something I'm going to feed back. So in the real aircraft, this standby frequency is only attached to the box it's on. So let's say we're flying along. I've completely messed up these radios now. So we're flying along on guard and the frequency, and then we get told to swap to 129625. So we go to 129625. How am I going to explain this? This is really complicated to explain. So I'm going to use the wrong box to change this frequency. This isn't going to make any sense. So we change over, and then I set the new frequency and I swap it over. And then we go, oh, hold on, that's not the right frequency. But the standby frequency over here will not be, it won't have changed to 1228. It wouldn't know that that was the standby frequency. It's attached only to the side. So basically, if you change to the wrong frequency and you try and go back through the other box, it won't work. Your previous frequency will be gone. And then you're going to sit here with 4 different frequencies, all of which could be wrong. Or one of them might be right, and you won't know which one. It gets confusing very quickly. Especially if you're, imagine doing that on final approach, or when you're being vectored by director into a busy airfield, or while you're dodging thunderstorms and you need to talk to the next unit. So for that reason, most pilots on the Airbus will leave box 1 on this side, box 2 on this side, and then just have to lean over to change the frequencies, or the captain will change the frequencies more often. Oh, no, don't do that. Yeah, that's how that system can unravel quite easily. Now, that may not have made sense, but that's my attempt to explain it anyway. The NEO Pratt & Whitney requires cooling because of a thing to do with the shaft in the middle of the engine that can bow. It can distort due to the temperature changes when it sits still on the ground. That's why. No, we wouldn't ever have the cabin that dark, INS. No, indeed. That is a bit too dark. Apparently the PA button does work. I'm not sure how I would test that though, so I don't know for sure. Someone might have been pulling my leg, but there you go. You can press it. Now, then you would talk to the passengers through your headset. Glad you're enjoying it, Rakon. Thanks for coming along. Frequencies go into RadNav. We've tuned our VOR here. RLS would go in there if we were flying that. Right, we're getting time for our descent, so I'm going to go to constraints. Done all our fuel checks. Let's zoom in a bit. And what I'm going to do is go back to our charts. Let's use the shortcuts as it's so handy there. So we're along this leg, the lowest altitude here, 8,000 feet. So let's put that in. It's not unusual actually down in the Greek islands to get descent clearances so vast as there's no traffic beneath you. Why not? So we're about to get to top of descent. We'll get a top of descent reached on the PFD. No, it will say decelerate, I think. Oh, it depends which fit they've got. I can't remember now. Let's see what message it gives us. And it will come up in the MCDU as well on the scratch pad. Decelerate, yeah, it's the older fit. That's what you'd expect on this age of airplane. So I'm going to let it descend. I'm going to go push it in. Thrust idle des. Now we're high on profile. Look how close that upper magenta bug is. So very risky of an overspeed here. Any wind change and we could find ourselves in the red bar. So in real life, I would actually pull open descent at this point. That way it won't overdo its speed and we can just manage it ourselves with a bit more control until we're lower down and I'm less concerned. Down we go. I'm just going to give the passengers back their lights. No, it's not there. Good, so we're pretty much on profile now, so I'll feel a little bit more comfortable just doing that. Des. Can't see anything. Maybe some lights of the cities outside. What's the green dot on the altitude tape, says Richie Rose. So this green donut it's because we haven't had VNAV in the 321X for a long time. So this is, we call it the donut. It's showing us a vertical profile. So this shows us, this is where the Airbus calculated it wanted to be at this point in the flight. As it moves up and down, it will show us whether we're low. So if this is above us, it means we're low and the airplane wants us to be higher. If it's below us, it means we're high and it wants us to be low. So at the moment, we're perfectly on the VNAV profile. This profile will be calculated to obey the constraints of the approach whilst also being as close to idle and as efficient as possible. So if there's no constraints, i.e. there's no specific altitudes we have to be at until the very last point of the approach, then it will just do an idle descent all the way down. It's very good like that. So I like leaving the airplane in des mode. Let it do it itself. Why would I need to interfere? However, let's pull open descent at the higher speed. The nose will drop and you'll watch now as we get below the profile. There you go. And it goes above us. If it goes far enough above us, it will start to count numbers on itself. Crank is used just for motoring the engine over if you think there's been a tailpipe fire. Very rarely used, Keith. I do not have the flight factor 320, Gareth, I'm afraid. So there it goes off the top of the screen. Now we can actually go down here, progress, and see the vertical deviation. So I'm minus 1550 feet. If I push it back in, it goes back into Mach and Des, and it will now lower itself to the lower speed. It may actually apply power and go to 1,000 feet per minute as it waits to get back onto the profile. So 1842 feet low, and now that number's reducing. Obviously plus would mean we're high. No, I know there's no hole in it, yeah. This aircraft does automatically tune VOR, but on an approach like this, I would manually tune it anyway. Okay, so it says, how's your FPS on the compared to the 7.3 or fly-by-wire? So a little bit worse than the general consensus is. Now, I run my simulator locked at 30, but the general consensus is a bit worse than the PMDG, a bit better than the fly-by-wire. But I lock it at 30, so I always just run at 30 frames a second. Otherwise, my recording and streaming software can't manage. Ah, yeah, good question. Good question. Like, I couldn't tell you. So it's like it's saying there's a half arrow, so there's like a different display option where you have the little arrow bug. Is that... Ooh. Ah, I can't tell you. I'm trying to think where that would apply in the flights. Sorry. It's very hard for me when I'm not sitting in the actual aircraft to be able to remember a lot of these details. Because I know what you mean. I think it could just be the age of the plane, but I need to have a look into that one. That's a good one. I also need to look into why. I'm just going to make a note actually. VDev should show us. Stand by, everyone. Okay, apologies about that. Right, I'm back with you. I do apologise. So, there we go. We're now flying around the arc, going down to flight level 80. We said that's an altitude, so we're going to go to QNH 10. Well, let's check what that QNH is. It was a QNH of 1023. So let's set that. 1023. Now, I've got a slight dilemma here, which is I really don't want to fly this approach at night. I wanted to show you it in the daylight. So I'm going to take a poll in a moment, and we'll see what people would like us to do in terms of changing the lights. We have Orbeck scenery, so it should be quite spectacular scenery, and I would like to show you the island as we fly around it. So what I'm going to do is let's run the poll on... Can I make the poll work on Twitch? The Flying Fabio is raiding with the party of 382. Good to see you all. Flying Fabio has been making many excellent streams with the Phoenix already. So thank you all for joining us. I hope you've been enjoying it. Great to see you here. Raid. It's taken us a long time. We're very unfamiliar with raids on this channel. So thank you all for coming along. I might, in that case... How do I do the poll? Let's see if I can run the poll. I'm going to try and run a poll on Twitch, but I've always failed this in before. Last time it didn't work. But thank you all for coming along. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you've been having fun with Flying Fabio. I'm sure you have. And we'll give it 3 minutes. No, it never works. I don't know why my poll won't work on Twitch, but there we go. I do apologise, but thank you all for coming along. Lots of first-time viewers. So, YouTubers, you're going to get to choose again. Go. Right, there we go. So thanks very much. Right, apparently there's been some news. There we go. Wow. Okay, so on live stream there's been, and let me just make sure I'm reading this from the right public section. At 2000 Zulu tonight, this is a message from Fenix. They're going to make the A320 available for purchase at fenixsim.com. Wow. There you go. Tonight, it's happening. Can you believe it, everybody? I managed to fit one stream in. That is big, big, big news. So, everyone is having fun. Am I going to land before it releases? Hopefully just in time. Excellent. Wow. That is a big moment. Oh, thank goodness. Everyone wants daylight. That's looking good. Sunset, Jens wants. Okay, sunset would have been an option. I should have added that. Let me just check. I'm just checking. I definitely got that on the right. Yes, there's 800 emoji reactions already to that. In fact, there's in the region of 1500. So that must be public. So I'm going to read the message out to you. This is from Amir, posted into the public Fenix Discord as an announcement. At 2000 Zulu tonight, we're going to make our A320 available for purchase at fenixsim.com. It's fair to say there are hummingbirds with lower heart rates than our team right now. We've received advice from PayPal to hold off on accepting PayPal payments for a couple of days, but every other payment option, cards, Google Pay, Apple Pay, etc., will be available at launch. We'll do our very best to make the next 24 hours go as smoothly as possible. Just please bear with us if something doesn't go quite to plan. In the words of one of our devs, time to boot it. Sorry, one of our devs, Dave, time to boot it. Amir. So there you go. It is happening. Well, very exciting to have you all here. What a moment. I have a tutorial coming, so if you're new to the Airbus and you do pick it up tonight, my tutorial will be out, sadly not until tomorrow, due to I had to make some editing changes to it. But anyway, that will be out tomorrow, hopefully in the morning time. So you'll be able to check that out if you're trying to figure out the Fenix tomorrow. Captain Matt says, I just opened a bottle of wine. Can you fly drunk? Indeed. Well, on a flight simulator, I suggest you might be able to try. Right. About 500 milliseconds between Discord announcement and the chat. So anyway, thank you to all you raiders. I hope you've had a good time, like I say, with Fabio. Thank you for joining us here. Great to have you all here. But I cannot believe it is here. What day of the week is it? Thursday. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, it is happening. I can't believe it. I fly in Europe, Firebird, in real life. Jay Border won't fly, was on standby tomorrow, so won't sleep because of the Fenix. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ah, so this is becoming a release stream. What a moment. It is happening. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Right, 10,000 feet. We do not activate the LS. Let's go back to flying the airplane. I know it's all very exciting, but yeah. I do fly commercially indeed, Greg. Yeah, I fly the Airbus commercially. Right, what we're going to do, there's going to be a lot of Airbuses on VATSIM tomorrow. First of all, the poll. It's time to close the poll. So thank you very much. We had plenty of votes, but the result was 357 votes, 61% said day. I agree. It's time just to improve that a little bit. It's just going to mess up some of our timings, but there we go. Here is the island of Zakynthos. Now that's much more like it. We're now heading around the Dear Me arc. Let's just turn up the screen brightness again so we can see what's going on. Excellent news indeed. Through 10,000 feet, 10 minutes to go. Let's put the passenger signs on. The aircraft is doing a lovely descent profile, so I'm going to leave it, and it's going to activate the approach phase at the decel point as we wanted. George said, so happy it's happened during your stream. It's meant to be. Congrats and thank you for the amazing content. You're very welcome, George. And yeah, it's a really nice moment. How exciting. How exciting. Right. Everyone's talking about the 9 million or £9,000 price tag, whatever they've got listed on the website at the moment. Yeah, what a moment. Okay, so we do not press the LS scales. We're through 10,000 feet. We can put the landing lights on to make ourselves as visible as possible. Oh, look at the sunset reflecting off the screens. It's just beautiful. It's in speed mode now, which is absolutely fine. 8,000 feet, but we know on this leg we are safe to descend a bit further. We're going to go down to 5,000 feet. So I'll just put 5 in the window and allow it to descend itself. I'm going to move over now and we're going to check out the approach checklist. So, back to documents. Approach checklist, ECAM status is checked, approach type and runway. We've got the VOR 34 and it's showing on an ND and confirmed as good. Minima, we've got 800 MDA and approach phase is not active yet, so I'm just going to hold off there till we get past it. Thanks for all these subscriptions and for the follows. Great to see you all here. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Thanks to Flying Fabio for bringing everyone over here. Right. Right. Good. So, all very distracting. What great news, eh? It's been months and months. Remember when it was first announced last year? I remember when it was announced. People started pinging me about it. So is it June? Something like that? Thank you, Greg. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. I have used it in VR, CMDR, but I won't comment on performance until I did a bit more testing. Barrow minimums is, yeah, this is the Barrow minimums for this flight. It's the same thing, yeah. Vertical navigation doing a fantastic job here. So we're going to fly this arc, come round, and remember what I said earlier, I'm going to make sure I'm level at 2,200 before Litzy, and then I'm going to arm the approach. So that's just going to be pressing this approach push button. Should be on Unicom. I'm just going to announce this to Unicom as well. Make sure I haven't missed any notifications. No. Thank you for all these subscriptions and follows. Really appreciate it. Thank you for joining us today. Are the landing lights also a bit crooked in real life? Yes, these switches do go a little bit crooked in real life. That is realistic. They are not very secure. They're one of the least secure switches on the airplane. They're the only ones that feel like that. Zakynthos traffic, JMC 309. Downwind, left hand for the VOR runway 34. This is not an RF leg, this is a Dear Me arc. Subtle difference indeed, but there we go. So we're just flying around this 12-mile arc. Now we have all back scenery when we get there, so it should look very pretty. There's the beautiful island. We're coming around into the bay. The beach that we're going to land over is famous for having turtles that live and migrate onto it. Has the landing light switch ever fallen off in your hand? Says Ashley. No, they're not that bad. They haven't fallen off my hand, although I have flown aircraft where they might. So now on this leg, you can see we can actually descend to 3,000 feet. So let's put 3,000 in the window, otherwise we'll start getting high on the profile. Back to, no, don't do that. Manage DES. Thrust idle DES, out blue 3,000. You heard that triple click. That's because it reverted to vertical speed for a moment. Very shortly the approach phase will activate, which is what we want. Remember, when that activates, the target speed will become green dot until I start putting flaps out, and then it will start slowing down. Thank you for these subscriptions and follows. Really appreciate it. Thank you all for joining us. I like turtles as well. Sorry, I'm missing loads in the chat, I'm sure. Right, there we go. So approach phase is activated. You heard it spool down. Let's go to flap 1. It's below the eyebrows, so flaps to 1. Now the target speed will become S speed. You can see because approach phase activated, VDEV and LDEV have appeared on the screen. So it's looking good. But remember, I said I want to get down to 2,200 feet. So I'm going to do that myself by selecting 2,200 in the window. I'm going to make sure that it does descend down there. It's trying to do an idle slick descent. The go around profile is in blue as shown here, and that white arrow looks like a hold, but that's actually the hold from the go around. That's not a go around we're going to fly now. So what I'm going to do, to make sure I get down, I'm going to go to vertical speed because I want to see, there we go, blue arrow, which means I will level off in vertical speed before LTC. Remember we said we want to level off. Now we can configure down the approach because we're not flying this in track FPA. So I'm going to go to 1000 just before, maybe even 800. The risk of doing that is of course the speed may accelerate if we get it wrong. So there we go. Edding says, were you inspired by Flylow with your pink and blue channel? No, I didn't think of that, but you never know. I remember Flylow from the TV series. Thank you for these subscriptions and follows. Really, really appreciate it. I'm going to just turn off alerts now for a little while, just for the approach so that we can hear the sound. So apologies for that, but I will turn it on after landing. And I'm going to start the flight recorder, so we should get some sort of a replay. So that's all looking good. Let's go to flap 2. Flaps 2. There's the flap out, and you can see it does just buff it ever so slightly. Isn't that a joy? What a treat, and what a time to be alive in simulation, eh? Right, we don't have time to get distracted. 2,500. Outstart at 2,000. That's 4. That's not what we wanted. We wanted 2.2, so I'm going to keep coming down. It's actually staying in outstar, but there we go. So it's all looking good, but you see how the VDEV scale is just above us. So if we're in a descent mode, that VDEV scale could cause us to fly up to meet it, which we don't really want to do. Speeds come right back to 140. Let's hope those engines pick up. There they go. Now I'm going to arm the approach. Final app is engaged. And we're now going to descend with the profile because we're 100 feet high. We're going to start the profile from a little bit high. The blue altitude there, we can stay, but I need to actually set the go-around altitude of 3,000 feet now, but it won't affect the approach in final lap. If you're in track FBA mode, it would actually try and level off there. So there we go. It's running a bit high because of the way we didn't intercept that properly. Gone to thrust idle. There we go. That is because it was in the wrong mode when we went to it. How interesting. So autopilot off, put the nose down, auto thrust off. Let's keep the nose down. We don't want to get any slower. Let the engine spool up, and what we're going to do is stay at 2,200 feet. So final lap mode is not working for us here. That's because it leveled off slightly too high. I told you about getting the altitude right at that moment, and this is exactly the problem that we're trying to avoid. So flight director is going to come on. I'm going to put 2,200 feet back into the window because we didn't begin the approach. So I'm going to do a cancelled approach effectively. There's out star. I'm going to re-engage the auto thrust, speed, out star, and we are now in heading mode. Now let's increase the speed. We're just going to loop around. So let's do 160 knots. We can leave it at flap 2. And we're going to pull the heading bug. We are visual. Let's head around. What's the terrain? MSA, it's 8,000 feet actually. So no, we're not going to do that. What I'm going to do is fly straight on. Let's get the autopilot in. I'm going to fly overhead the airfield. We'll do it visually. We'll get around this rock on the right and we'll fly the approach from the other side. So that's going to be quite a while. Let's accelerate the aircraft. Now, if you're below the FCU altitude, you should do a full go-around. But in this case, we had a bit of a issue with the final lap mode. So what I'm going to do now is accelerate to 220, bring the flaps to 1, get to our minimum clean speeds, which we can actually see in here, 212. So there you go. Let's do 215. Flaps to 0, and we'll do it clean. Otherwise, it's a lot of fuel. Let's climb up to 4,000 feet because this seems a bit silly hanging around down here. Thrust come open, climb. Very interesting. So we're going to have to rebuild that approach very carefully. There's the beach. Beautiful scenery from Orbex. Look at that. All the turning pads on the runway. Pushback says, would that happen in real life? Now, I'm going to have to watch the replay to make sure I see what actually happened there. But that was interesting. It shouldn't have done that, no. But I'm going to watch the replay and see what actually happened. So we've flown down over the runway, so it's going to be very confused now about what approach. So it thinks we're into the go-around. So what we're going to do is I'm going to Make sure that the approach phase is activated. Let's put in the arrival again. It wants us to fly the whole go around. Let's see what we need to do here. Let's try rebuilding it. LGZA as a new destination. Insert. That's now green. Let's put the arrival. VOR34. And then approach via Litzy. Yes, let's do that. And that's going to send us straight to the hold at Litzy, so no, that's not ideal. Let's try VOR34 and let's put in the same arrival, but we can actually skip out part of it. So we did the 2 Juliet. Insert that. So that goes from Lasco. There we go. So this is more familiar now. Let me just check the performance went in. We are safe where we're going. $3,000 feet. Yes, that's all stayed. Excellent. So what I'm going to do now is, because that's annoying because that's quite a high bit of terrain. So we're going to fly round here and then we'll come in round the island from the other side. Let me just make sure it's still daylight by the time we land. There we go. And then we're going to come back in and fly this arc and begin that approach again. MP Bell says you meant to select 2-2, but you had 2-4 in the window. That's what messed it up. Yes, but the problem is it should be able to handle that because I armed the approach, so it should intercept the approach. It doesn't need to be. Now, if I had been, that would have almost certainly worked, but that shouldn't have caused quite that sort of a picture with the flight rate just shooting up into the sky. But there we go. Yeah, out in 1 hour. Flying Fabio says, I had this issue on the go-around also. Couldn't select approach again. I thought I should be able to, but I'm not sure. Nice job using a new destination. Yeah, indeed. No, I agree. It should have. We should have been able to activate the approach phase there. Now, I've done lots of go-arounds with the Phoenix over the months, so I'm curious to see what happens. I'll go back and look at it. Christian says, this go-around scared all baby turtles. Indeed, indeed. I'm going to use the flight recorder. Right. Anyway, we get a nice tour of Zakynthos. Now we are visual, so I'm going to be happy to start making our left turn now. And what we'll do is we'll just climb up to 5. Thrust come open climb. In terms of the go-around, yes, that is a good point. Didn't select Toga, so we went into the go-around phase because we flew over the missed approach point. I'm more interested in the why it tried to command such a nose up instead of following the VDEV brick down. So we shall find out. We shall find out what happens now. I did try this earlier and it did work, I promise. So what we can do is let's go to plan. I'm going to go back round to Acadie and then fly the approach in from there. There you go, nav Acadie, and then it's going to, let's make sure it works, Acadie, then it's going to fly the arc, and you can see it's got a hold, which I do not want, so I'm going to clear out the hold. So hopefully that'll disappear. Speed out star. Acadie, D170. Oh, it's got really confused here. Let's try immediate exit. There we go. Right. Acadie, D170. And it should say, let's see if it's dropped that now. It's got it in for the go around. Okay, let's try and reselecting this. Let's clear everything out. VOR34. There it is. And it's got everything loaded in as we would expect. So let's just insert that. Let's go to Juliet. And we're going to, I'm just going to re-coordinate it by doing direct Acadie, insert, D170, CD34, and then hopefully Litzy, there it is, there's the runway. Okay, final descent point at Litzy, 2,200 feet, 3 degrees. We are back in the room. Yep, nav mode is what we want. We've climbed up to climb over this terrain, so this should work out nicely. Heading down and back around and in. Good, 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 good. Physics of the aircraft are great, Savvy. I do like the physics of the aircraft a lot. That's one of my favourite things about it, certainly. Do you have any videos on how to calibrate the throttle? I don't yet, no. I mean, I didn't know when the release would be, so I haven't got that sort of thing ready just yet. Good stuff. Right. So let's rerun the approach checklist. That's what you do. So is the approach phase activated? Yes, it is. So let's go back to the checklist. Make sure it's all ready to go. Approach checklist ECAM status. Oh, there we go. Is checked. Might do a little PA to the passengers, explain what happened. Approach type and runway VOR 34 on the nav display. Minima should be 800. That's been dropped. So there we go. We need to re-enter the minima. But the performance is all loaded in. Approach phase is active, and we are on Barra F 1023, so that's all correct. Yep, that is the correct QNH. Good stuff. Back to ARC, VOR is tuned, and check the needle is showing. Yes, it is, pointing straight at the VOR. Okay, right, we're going to do this again, and we are going to get down to 2,200 feet. Not going to let it push us around like that again. Passenger update, what would you say in real life? Well, you'd... just be truthful that we've had a reason for a go around, whatever reason, and totally normal. We're going to make our way back in and fly the approach again now. This time something's different, so it shouldn't happen again. Something like that. I did indeed know Concorde had a fly-by-wire computer, or early versions of Theo, yes, but I didn't know it had a side stick. Did not know that. Let's go for islands on the left, isn't it? Let's have left aft. There's a runway over there. There's the traffic in front. Zakynthos traffic. JMC 309, downwind, left hand for VOR 34 again. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Right, let's get the altitude right. So it's 3,000. We're over the water. We can descend to 3. I'm going to do that in manage DES again. And there's DES. Approach phase is active, so I'm going to go to manage speed. Look at the grime on the FCU. Oh, it's just perfect. Looks just like the real thing. So that gives us a level off at 3,000 feet. A little bit too close to Litzy for comfort. Let's manually intervene again then. Let's do vertical speed. 800 feet per minute. We're going to be very agricultural here. I'm going to make sure it's where I want it to be. Approach mode will make it fly the final in final approach. Let's check that as coded correctly before we do it. Because of course we did check it in the cruise for the earlier one. So course of 340, which is correct. Bearing 339 there. 340, there it is, 3 degrees. So that is coded correctly and looking good. Thanks, George. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm thinking about that. You know, we didn't descend from platform altitude, but then again, we had set the FCU altitude to above us. So I think, in hindsight, what would have been better is just a full go-around, so toga thrust. That's what I think about that. That's what I would do if that happens again. Because if you're below the FCU altitude, you are meant to go fully to toga. I was acting as if we didn't need to because we were level still at our platform altitude, where if you were still level at platform altitude, then you would not need to go to toga. You could actually just cancel the approach. But, of course, given that the modes had engaged, even though they weren't doing what we wanted, I think it would have been better to have done that. Alex K says, every other sim streamer is watching this right now. Oh, dear. Are they? I thought most people were streaming today. It seemed a very busy day for streams. I've been a bit late to the streams. I did a few videos, but I was working all week, so it's been my first opportunity. Right, let's get slowed down then. So flaps to 1. It's time we give ourselves lots of room. Expecting the radio altimeter to come alive at 2,500 feet, directly over the water. 3,000 feet on this leg, and we can only change from that after we pass 12 miles inbound on the VOR. So I'm going to, that's basically once we start this turn in, then I can descend to 2-2. And we are obviously painfully visual. Yes, the price is a placeholder, clearly, on the Fenix website, so don't panic. I'm using an RTX 3080. Launch in 42 minutes. Oh dear, let's hope we can get on the ground in that time. Brighten up the screens a bit. Okay, so it's about to start the turn. You can see we're still following the 12D arc. Here it goes. VDEV and LDEV are showing as all good. .41 minutes until release now. Ali says, would you give up your career and stream full time? I hope not to have to. So 2,200 feet. Click. 2,200 feet. Vertical speeds. 800. I'm going to select an intermediate speed. I wouldn't normally do this, but given how low we are on profile, I'm going to be a little bit more demanding with what I want from the airplane. And then we're going to go to flaps 2. And this way, I have a blue level off arrow at 2,200 feet. It's pretty close, but yeah, let's get down. Let's level off at 2-2. Beautiful. I love flying procedural approaches over the water like this. It's always a treat. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, I love streaming, but yeah, I absolutely love flying, of course. There's a radio altimeter, 2,500 feet, which matches the normal altimeter, which tells me the QNH is correct, because over the water, they should match. We are, of course, over sea level. Outstar. Right, here we go. Let's try again. So the approach phase is activated. VDEV is above us, and we are now level at the platform at 2,200 feet. This has drawn, the Airbus has drawn the 3-degree descent out from Litzy, hence it's above us. So what I don't want it to do is to climb up and intercept it, which is why I want it to be an outstar. Now I'm going to press approach. Alt, app nav. Now that's what I want to see. Final is armed and blue. So laterally, we are now laterally flying in, and my VOR needle shows that I'm on the correct course. If I go to VOR, I can also see that. Slightly off to the right, but that's easily close enough, within a degree. And then it's going to go, final app will appear up here when the final mode engages for the vertical profile as we pass over it. So let's keep focused. Elita says, doesn't the radio altimeter actually penetrate water a little bit? I know what you're thinking from DCS. I don't think these ones do. I don't think they do. Maybe a few feet. I don't know. Ours aren't probably as accurate. So now, any second, I want to see final engage. I'm going to manage the speed now. Manage speeds. Let it slow down. Final app. And it should nose down. There it goes. Should follow 3-degree descent. You need about 700 feet per minute at this speed. There it is. Now this is more what we were expecting. Great stuff. So, final app, speed mode, MDA 800. We are 6 miles from the VOR, but distance to go 6.2. So you can see it's only 0.1 miles difference. This is an unusual approach where we actually have a really good VORs in the right place. And there's the runway, slightly offset because of course the VOR can't be in line with the runway because the VOR is sitting on the airfield somewhere. So if you did a straight line to the VOR, you won't land on the runway. The idea of this approach is that it actually crosses the runway slightly so that as we reach minima, it will be around about here and we are in line. Let's fully configure then. So, gear down. Once the gear's down, arm the ground spoilers, get the nose lights on. Flaps to 3. Flaps to full. Time for the landing checklist. Landing checklist, auto brake is on medium. Missed approach altitude. There you go, that's why there's a checklist. Let's put that 3,000 feet in the window. We've already briefed how we'll do that. We've seen we should have done it already. And eco memo, landing, no blue. That's all complete. We are ready for landing. Okay. There's visual with the runway. What I'm going to do is disconnect the autopilots fairly shortly. And crucially, this approach is actually coded to the threshold. So it says there, Zakynthos runway 34. So I can leave the flight guidance up all the way to landing. You can't do that on all approaches. But
1,000.
It won't make much difference if we do. Alternatively, we can turn off everything and... no, in fact, we're going to do that because this is not an RNAV. So, autopilot off.
100 above.
Flight director's off. Bird on. And we'll just bring that around to line up with the runway. Good. So I'm going to leave the auto thrust in, keeping the bird sitting on about 3 degrees. We are, of course, visual. The VDEV scale does stay in the real aircraft. Wind is from the right, so just got to take that into account. Zakynthos traffic. JMC 309, landing runway 34. Okay. Let's give it about 3 degrees. Let's get into that wind. Getting a little bit high. Our VDEV scale shows that, as do the PAPIs, so taking a bit more, 900 feet per minute. There we go, back on profile. Get it back to the reference. .700 feet per minute, looking good. Quite a good crosswind, 10 knots from the right, but straight across. Quite a short runway here. Plenty of fuel to go around if we need to. We could do another circuit, why not? Keep it coming down.
50.
Into the flare.
30. 20.
Idle. Holding it there. Bit of rudder. There's touchdown. Get the reversers out. Medium water brake takes over. Reverse idle. Landing is assured. And there we go. I'm going to just leave the medium brakes. I'm not going to stand on the brakes to make that exit because it's just going to cook them. Manual brakes now, turning off the Thrustmaster TCA, and we'll use one of these turning points. It is a 45-meter runway, so we could do a 180 turn on the runway, but it is a lot nicer to use turning points if we can. Welcome to Zakynthos. Wow, what an exciting approach that turned out to be. Not only was the Fenix revealed as about to be released, but also we got to fly around the island. Excellent. Positive feet per minute, there you go. Well, it was a bit of a floating landing, but we did make it inside the touchdown zone, so there we go. So it sounds like that worked out right on the on the feet per minute. Fenix is out tonight. Can you believe it? So you'll all be able to experience this very soon. I'm very excited for you all. So we're going to backtrack now and go over and park in the terminal. I have got a replay tool available, but what I'm going to do first is actually get the airplane onto stand, and we'll shut it down as normal. So whilst backtracking, I wouldn't do a lot. We'll leave the lights on. Hype is real, says Papa. Yeah, indeed it is. Thanks, Ruchi2. Thanks for coming along. Thank you all for joining. If you have enjoyed the approach and all the drama, then do please hit the like button on the way out. It does make a huge difference on YouTube to the channel. So we're going to park in. Let's just take that first stand, nose in there. I think that should be absolutely fine. And we do have a replay coming up. Is it true 50 knots on the backtrack is allowed, says VT Jake? That would depend on the airline. I don't know many people who would do 50 knots whilst backtracking. Right, let's get over. Now it is a short taxi in, so the pilot monitoring might well give it a couple of seconds. Get the APU up and running, so we're ready to shut down. Clear of the runway, so disarming the ground spoilers, retracting the flaps. We'll go and park in on stand 1. Let's get all the lights off. Weather radar and predicted wind shear are off. Get the transponder to TA. Beautiful scenery from Orbex. Probably somewhere around there. Let's see if that works. Brakes are set. Not too bad, not too bad. And still no APU. So, and strobe lights should of course be off as well. Right, so that is all good. So we're parked. So let's wait for the APU to become online. Do we count down like New Year's Eve? Yeah, we should do. We should do. Pavel, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Window seat, glad you enjoyed the stream. Mikhail, glad you liked the approach. I did too. Private Void says, wonderful flight. I've always learned so much from these. Thanks. You're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. Let me turn on the alert box again. Sorry about that. Just we had a lot of new joiners, which is great. So thank you all for coming along and following. Right, AP is available. We can shut down the engines. No particular order to that. They just go off. Seatbelt signs off. All the clunks as the power swaps over. Now I'm hoping the slides will disarm. I don't know if that's automated or what that's processed on actually. That's a good question. They did automatically arm on the way out. Well, below 10%, beacon off. I wonder if it's tied to the beacon. We shall find out. Yes, there they go. Look, and it's not even in sequence. They are slightly out of sync because, of course, the camera crew will do them not all at the exact same moment. Oh, yeah, PCA. So I don't think the PCA has an exterior model. And commence deboarding. There we go. Look at that. This is why I wanted to do the full sequence. So I don't know what the replay tool is going to show us. It may or may not work. Let's go to ground services. We're going to need a PCA. We've got a GPU automatically attached, which is good news. Let's get some forward stairs, aft stairs, 1 left, 2 left, PCA. So PCA, there's GPU, plug that in. We would turn off the fuel pumps as well. Transponder would go to 2000, and then we would stand by it. We would also check the aircraft is still navigating okay, so you can see the navigation accuracy. So this is a great piece of detail from this add-on. IRSs will drift over time, and they are kept in place by each other and the GPS. But even if the GPS goes missing, they can keep each other in check. So currently there's 3.2 miles of drift. Now that's not bad for a 3-hour flight, but there is a tolerance. If it starts going above sort of 5, then we might start looking up in the chart if they're out of tolerance. So look at that. They're all slightly different. That's a great piece of modelling. Yeah, that is something we would check. Typically, if we then flew this aircraft without realigning them straight back to London, this number would reduce again. It seems to increase. Maybe it's transport error and all sorts of errors to do with IRSs. Maybe it's something to do with that. But if we flew it back to London, that number typically would reduce again. But yeah, we do check that. Then you check the fuel all adds up. So we burnt 7.3 plus 4.4. So that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.8. That's what we expected to have. Oh, sorry, that's what we started with. Right, I'm just going to stop the replay tool. Let's take a look outside. Oh, that is the magical drone maneuvering. Right, so there we go. Thank you for those follows, and thank you to everyone for coming along today on the stream. I really appreciate it. It's been an amazing piece of fun, and what a night it turns out this is. The Fenix reveal. You've got just half an hour to wait now. Just half an hour. Isn't that exciting? I feel like I should just stay on stream until the moment just for the fun of it. So yeah, very exciting evening for everybody. I hope you've seen from today's stream what you were hoping to see. Domingo Da Vinci, good to see you again. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, glad to have you back, and I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. But yeah, hopefully this has whetted your appetite or got you just excited enough for the release coming soon. Now, of course, like I say, I was on the alpha and beta team, so I'm a little bit biased, but I think this is a fantastic aircraft. It is really something special, and I think you're going to all love flying it around. It's a really great machine, and I really enjoy using it in the simulator. We're going to have lots more adventures with it. I've got a tutorial coming out tomorrow to talk you through the EFB and loading up a flight with the aircraft, so that is coming very soon. I wish I'd got it up today now, but still, we happen to be streaming when it was all announced, so that's exciting on its own. Yeah, just look at it. It's just beautiful all round. It's a real treat to get to enjoy this. So yeah, I can't wait till we're all talking about it very soon in another live stream, no doubt. You can hear the APU squealing away at the back. Oh, in fact, you can hear that. Can you hear that clicking noise? How is the audio for you guys? Thanks, E. Gonzalez. Glad you enjoyed it. You're welcome, Domingo Da Vinci. Very welcome. So, because the wind is going to be pointing right into the engines, I'm expecting them to be windmilling. There we go. They are indeed. And you get that clackety-clack. And look at the spinner just slowly ticking round. Now, we're not using the packs or the brake fans. Let's turn them on. Get some sound effects up and running. So we're using the conditioning air at the moment. You can't use the conditioned air at the same time as the APU bleed. But there we go, that's off. APU bleed, and we'll put on the brake fans. So hear that whine? That is the brake fans whining away. They are very loud, very loud, and you can actually see them spinning around in there. And on top of that, you can now hear the screaming of the packs. How cool is that? They are very loud things, those packs, and you can hear them. We actually, if we're boarding passengers from stairs like this, because obviously pack 1 is on this side, pack 2 is on the other side, what we'll typically do is turn off the pack on this side. Not everyone does, it's not a rule, but if I go back in, it's not uncommon, because of course the APU burns a little less fuel with one pack off, so we'll turn off that pack, and then we would get the a little bit quieter on the side passengers are boarding. Just a little bit, but it's noticeable. Every little helps when it's that loud. Elitis Maggie, thanks so much for a $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Elitis says, thanks for the stream, Captain. Looking forward to more awesome Microsoft Flight Simulator content. Now we have these amazing birds. Indeed, me too. Thank you so much, Elitis Maggie. Really, really very kind. Really appreciate it. Thanks for joining us today. Look at that. That's the landing gear door, and you can see that there's streaks from that from when it would be open. How great is that? The external app you have to run, Brian, automatically launches. So when you download and install the Fenix, the external app runs. It will tell you to log in. Once you've logged in, you don't need to worry about it anymore. It will automatically launch. Yeah, the packs are amazing. Yeah, it's really very cool. Does the rat work? Yes, it does. Now, will it deploy on the ground? That's a good question. Let's see. I believe if we were to do something really daft like that, I'm not sure it would on the real aircraft, frankly, because that's not something we would ever try. We'd do it in flight. Let me see if I can convince it that way. I'm not sure. Oh, that's sounding promising. There it is. There you go. So that is the ram air turbine deployed. Ridiculous. I'm actually very careful around this panel when I do my walkarounds because what I don't want this to fall out and hit me on the head. It's a big, sharp thing. This is the ram air turbine, so if you lost both engines or you have a serious electrical problem, this can deploy and it will provide some sort of power or hydraulic system as you see fit. So that does deploy. Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. So that is now sitting there. There's no way for us to put it back. An engineer would have to do that. So again, another reason I haven't ever had to use it on the real airplane. I hope never to have to. Now I wonder, it's always risky testing stuff on a stream. I love the engines ticking over with the wind. So we talked a bit about these doors here. Let's see, if I override them, they should close up. Or is that in the partial configuration? There is a configuration where you can make them close. It's not something we do often. There you go. Yes, this is the partial configuration. So by overriding both, it's trying to. This is how you would vent smoke from it. So there you go. The inlet one is closed up. If I just do blower, in fact, we can see down here on the. Sorry, I'm just playing now. So there you go. Inlet and outlet are now fully closed. So that one is the inlet, which is closed. We go to the other side. Does it show up as closed? Yes, it does. So they modelled even the avionics cooling system. So this is a configuration you might use. Some pilots will do this. You're not really supposed to, but this is much quieter on the flight deck. And then it opens up again. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. You wouldn't really hear it so much with the packs running because they're so loud. Oh, what a treat this is going to be. There's so much to talk about, so much. My tutorial video I've done for the departure, is it just for the cold and dark to take off, and I struggled to fit that in. It still deserves many, many more hours of discussion. Something that I want to thank Window Seat for is something that the real aircraft does, engineers will do it, is if they're on stand and they need to, there's a rat fault, you might want to test out some autopilot or flight control functions. What you can do is, if we run the yellow hydraulic pump, the yellow system will pressurize and then the green system will pressurize through the PTU. Oh yeah, we've been asking about the PTU sounds. Can we hear it? Yes, there you go. So the PTU is now running. Thank you, Domingo Da Vinci, for the $5. I really appreciate it. Domingo says, you're the best. I've learned so much over the last couple of years from you. You're the best sim ad on available. Far too kind, Domingo Da Vinci. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind. Thank you for the very kind donation as well. That's very, very nice of you. Thank you. Vuti2 says, super chatted £20. Vuti, far too generous as well. Vuti says, really great stream. Just hope I'm up to Phoenix standards when flying it. I'm sure you'll do great. Thank you so much, Vuti. Really, really appreciate it. Far too generous. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for being here again today. So thank you, Vuti. Thank you, Domingo Da Vinci. Thank you, Elise Maggie, for those very kind donations. Really far too generous. So yeah, there's the PTU running, and you'll see the flight controls now. We can maneuver them ourselves. And you can hear the PTU groaning to keep up with it. And something that engineers might have to do is you can engage the autopilot. Let's put the heading bug round in front of us. So put it back to heading. Going to go to 060. By the way, you can just click and drag much quicker than what I'm doing there. Good, so that's in front of us. If you engage an autopilot, which does work in this configuration, AP1, and then we put it into heading mode, heading. Now, watch the flight controls if I turn the heading bug left. There they go. As the airplane, although it's not flying, tries to maintain that heading, and it's trying to bank left to meet it. just a test of the logic and the controls. So there you go. So that one is still down, and on the other side you'll see the aileron up and the roll spoilers up. Isn't that crazy? So that just shows that the underlying systems here are working as you'd expect with the aircraft. Passing 1,000, going to the cockpit now. We'll watch the rest after. Have a good one, Captain. Thanks, Elitist. Enjoy. The tray tables in the cabin do not currently fold down. Here is the detail they've gone to in the lines. Look at that. You've got the hydraulic lines, and then they're labelled. You've got green, blue, and yellow. Isn't that amazing? Love it, love it, love it. Look at that. Of course, you can also lower the flaps on stands. So I can run it to flap 1. Autopilot off. There you go. So if you land and it's over 30 degrees on the ground, this is a common thing you see on the aircraft. So this is, you'll see flight crew, you'll see, maybe you're arriving to board to go back to sunny England, and you see the flaps are out. This is because above 30 degrees on the ground, we have to leave them at flaps 1 after landing. When you move the flap lever to 1 after landing, because you're on the ground, it will actually deploy the flaps as well, like it's a takeoff. So this is what you get. So yeah, what always amazes me is I do walkarounds at flap 1, and you think flap 1 it doesn't really provide a lot of extra lift. It's just a small thing. All those noises, that's great. But as you do your walk around, you realise flap 1 is a serious piece of metal. This is exactly like the real aircraft. Look at the amount of metal that manoeuvres and how much bigger the rear surface of the wing is. It is a serious change. The only problem with this is we have to do this. It's to avoid a spurious heat or bleed leak faults that we could get. The problem is fuelers don't like this because the fuel little inlet is there. So if you're trying to refuel the aircraft and you have to drive your truck under the wing, the slats being down like that, they're quite big things. Look at that. And that's just 1. Let's go to 2. Let's go to full. There they go. Yeah, so they don't like it because they don't want to hit the slats with their truck, as you can imagine. There is a failures menu, indeed. 20 minutes to go. There we go. Yeah, so that is the slats running. Look at all the mechanisms in there. It's an amazing piece of design, this aircraft. And yes, if the flaps are fully down like this is if you see this, it's more likely that they've had a bird strike or something, or an overspeed of the flaps, and the engineers need to check them over. That's why you'd have them fully down. So quite commonly, this will be a bird strike sort of situation. After that, you had a bird strike, so you're going to check it. Good. Anyway, right, I think it's time I let you all go, and no doubt you'll all be hitting refresh on the Fenix page. Hopefully you won't need to do that, and it won't cause any issues with the servers. So maybe I would suggest not everybody hits refresh all the time, but there we go. So what we'll do now, I don't know if the replay is going to work anymore, but I think it was fun to just show some more systems on the airplane. So I'm actually going to leave the airplane like this. Let's go back into the flight deck. I don't think the replay's... is it going to be worth trying? Got the flaps down. It will leave the rat out if we do. I wonder if we can reset the rats in here. Rat deployed. FMS reset. No. Let's go to MCDU menu. Config. Manual failures. So you see these would show up in amber if they were done. I'm not entirely sure. I must confess, I've not done this on the ground before. So yeah, just watch YouTube back to the approach. Exactly. There's no toilet flush, I'm afraid. So anyway, it's time to let you all go. Unless anyone has any questions that they'd like me to go through right now, I think it's time. Everyone can go and head over, and if you are planning on picking it up, you get to enjoy it. Thank you again to everyone for coming along. It's been a real treat, as I said, and thank you all. We've had so many new joiners, so thank you for joining us. There'll be more videos and guides and plenty of live streams with this aircraft coming on the channel, so do please subscribe if you'd like to see more of those. I'm going to play the outro music. In the meantime, I'm going to try and get the replay working, but please don't get your hopes up too much for that. I wonder. No, it's going to make too much of a mess. I don't want to do it. So, thank you all, and we will see you on another video or live stream soon. Pole 9, Thanks so much. It's very generous for your €5 donation. Pair character lying on the side, raising his arm while saying, how's it going? Thank you, Pond9. Thank you for being so generous with the channel. Really appreciate it. Thanks for having you here. Thanks to the moderators for looking after us all this time. It's been a long stream, I know, so thank you so much. We've been going for 5 hours. 5 hours! I can't believe that. Wow. So yeah, thank you all. Really, really great to have you all here. Enjoy the Phoenix. We'll see you on the other side. We'll be... Come back to the channel for the videos, and guys, there's already 3 videos on the channel. My other Airbus videos will be useful because this is just an Airbus after all. But yes, very exciting times. So that's all for now then. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the moderators for looking after us. Really, really, really appreciate that as well. It's been an absolute treat. Absolute treat. Thank you again for those very, very kind donations. Really, really appreciate it. I know I've missed a lot in the chat, but there'll be plenty more to come in the future streams. Outro music coming. Thank you again. Sorry if I missed anything, but we'll see you soon. Keep safe and well. Bye-bye.